Tingyuya, a young kid with a restless soul, felt like the world had no spot for him at all. Right at school, a bully's voice slashes through the air, dripping pure contempt. A vicious kick blasts Yuya straight off his feet, sending him skidding across the schoolyard dirt like a comet that just lost control. The bully Araki leans over him, sneering like his pathetic state is entertainment. He got tortured just because his tormentor couldn't stand the sight of him. That was the only bone-chilling reason they kept pounding him with non-stop abuse. They sneered and offered to use him as a sandbag like he couldn't pay them, so he might as well take the hits. Aya lies there, crushed and helpless, stranded on the ground alone with his tormentor standing over him. Araki proudly flashed his gang's insignia. The red ogre then demanded respect like it was owed. His cronies burst into laughter, pushing the idea that they should record the abuse on camera and spread it around. Right then, 2 more figures showed up, and the whole situation turned even uglier. His very own twin siblings Yuta and Sora stood there, glaring at him with pure disgust. Even his own family couldn't soothe him. They only piled on more pain and shut him out. His humiliation was finished right there, with his family watching the whole thing. Your gaze sharpens eyes narrowing, cold cruelty blazing behind them. He swung a brutal kick at his own brother, roaring that he was a disgrace to their bloodline. Veins burning with venom, he wished Yuya had died too right alongside her grandfather. Those vicious words ripped through him and dragged up a warm memory of his kind grandfather. A spark of defiance ignited, and he swore he'd never let anyone disrespect his grandfather. Araki's face contorted with pure rage as Yuya slammed back his defiance. His one spark of courage lasted about half a second, then a brutal punch slammed into his face. That pain yanked him straight back into a memory, him crying alone, nowhere to run. He clung to the memory of shouting for his grandfather, the only person who ever truly comforted him. The scene slides into a calm suburban house. Quiet walls, but a fresh betrayal is about to hit. A voice burst out in disbelief. His grandfather just left his house to Yuya. His parents coldly picked apart their father's will, disgusted by the one last move he made. They're convinced that Grandpa picked Yuya to hurt them straight up out of spite. His younger brother looked at the moment and thought, "Finally, I can get rid of him for good." His sister nodded right away, convinced that once their older brother was gone, their lives would finally start getting better. The sting of his family's rejection didn't just hurt. It carved itself into every single moment of his life. Even his aunt slammed the door on him too, saying she'd done her part and that was that. He snapped back to that gut punch moment when his part-time job suddenly fired him. His boss leaned in and flat out said they wanted to steer clear of any trouble tied to him. Outside, the world didn't soften for a second. Menacing figures lurked everywhere, ready to strike. He flinched hard from the pain, crushed by the day's non-stop abuse and cold rejection. He strode through the midnight streets, a lone shadow swallowed by the crowd. He had nothing but that house to hide in yet without money. He couldn't last a day. Do you ever catch yourself thinking, how did his life end up this hopeless? A strange commotion near the convenience store snapped his attention like a whip. A young woman was begging a pack of thugs to back off and leave her in peace. Rage flared in them as they ignored her desperate pleas and yanked her arm. One of the bullies finally spotted Yuya staring at them from a distance. Panic surged through him, and he couldn't even tell what he was supposed to do next. He spotted their jackets instantly. Those were the unmistakable threads of the Red Ogre gang. The moment it hit him, he bolted because he still remembered every ounce of pain they'd pumped into him. The girl screamed for help as the thugs grabbed her and tried to haul her off. His grandfather's kind words rang in his head like a promise that wouldn't let him go. With courage shaking in his hands, he mustered a feeble shout at the bullies. Fear had him shaking, but he refused to back down. He knew for a fact his grandfather would never, ever turn a blind eye. The thugs zeroed in on him with pure, aggressive intent. He stammered and desperately tried to talk down those chilling figures. The second he spoke, a savage punch exploded straight through his words. A vicious crowd surged on him, kicking and punching him without mercy. He folded into a ball and knew, deep down, this was the only fate waiting for him. With the cops suddenly crashing the scene, the thug's confidence evaporated and panic took over. As the police tore into the scene, the bullies blurted curses and bolted for the hills. Beaten and bruised, he sprawled on the cold pavement, barely able to breathe. He squeezed out a barely there groan as a shadow crept closer. The girl he saved dropped to her knees beside him, and worry flooded her face. Her eyes went wide, filled with real worry for his safety. Overwhelmed, he snapped that he was totally fine and swore he didn't need an ambulance. He grimaced through the pain, fighting to get to his feet while she reached out and steadied him. He couldn't stand the thought of her being nice to him, so he shoved the kindness back and insisted he was totally fine. She watched his hands quake uncontrollably, like the ordeal had shattered every bit of control he had. He quickly bowed, telling her to stay safe now that help had finally arrived. He bolted from the scene, convinced he wasn't worthy of a single drop of her compassion. As he vanished, she shouted after him, swearing she'd repay every ounce of his kindness. She watched him go, grateful worry swirling across her face. He hauled himself back to the one place left standing for him, his grandfather's house, his final sanctuary. In the bathroom, he tore into his wounds, wincing hard like the pain was ripping through him. He glared into the mirror at his bruised, swollen reflection like it was daring him to blink first. Her kindness didn't lift him up. It only tore at his self-loathing until it sank even deeper. He felt it in his bones. He was pathetic and it crushed him. He remembered the moment he tried to wrestle his fate into something different. He crammed until his skull throbbed with pain, praying the next result would be nothing like the last. He tried dieting, weighing every bite with laser precision, but the scale barely budged. He pushed his body past every limit, kept training until his strength gave out, and he crumpled to the ground. In the end, after everything, nothing had really changed for him. Everything he fought for crumbled into failure, and exhaustion crushed him in the end. He clung to memories of his family smiling and packed together while he sat there, utterly alone. He trudged along with his head bowed, and that old, crushing defeat settled back in like it never left. The memory of his grandfather's gentle hand warmed him for a split second. His grandfather had drilled into him to stay patient, swearing that happiness would come knocking on his door. He snapped his gaze upward, and his face twisted like he was screaming without a sound for his grandfather. He faced the shrine with his heart pounding, clinging to his grandfather's final words of encouragement. The grief and despair finally crushed him until he couldn't take it anymore. The cruel words from his tormentors and even his own family kept screaming in his head. A gut-wrenching scream ripped out of him as he slammed into the wall. Rage swallowed him whole as he repeatedly slammed his fist into the wall. He screamed into the void, crushed by the cruel truth that his life had been stripped of all hope. He had nowhere to hide, no home, no peace, nothing that ever made him feel like he belonged. His despair hit like a wall. No dreams, no future, not a single thing to hope for. In a full-blown panic, he hoisted that heavy water container over his head like he was about to explode. He slammed it into the wall and the plaster exploded, cracking the mirror to pieces. The container slammed to a stop amid the wreckage, and he panted like he'd been running for his life. He stood there, staring, lungs burning, at the hole he'd just blasted through the wall. A creepy mist started pouring out of the pitch-black opening. He leaned in and peered through the hole, then froze because a hidden room stretched out behind it. Panic slammed into him the moment he realized he'd smashed his grandfather's home. Staring into the pitch-black abyss, Yuya's eyes bulge as he witnesses something that shouldn't exist. A tiny, thick-set figure slips through the doorway, and suddenly a long, hidden corridor stretches out behind them. He whips his head around, eyes widening, and figures out this weird, jam-packed mess of a place has to be a warehouse. A sly little grin creeps onto his lips as he thinks about the fact that his grandfather built a secret room. Amid those forgotten treasures, helplessness and confusion crash over him like a wave he can't escape. Then his eyes lock onto a jaw-dropping ornate door, standing by itself like it's daring him to open it. He locks eyes on the impossible object, and his face turns into nothing but raw, jaw-dropping wonder. He can't shake the feeling that one ridiculous bit of grandeur has no business sitting right in the middle of a storeroom. But maybe he's thinking, no way this wasn't made here. Someone ripped it out from somewhere else and slapped it right into this spot. Massa. A majestic, stern-faced owl is carved into the door with insane detail, and its wings stretch wide as if they're about to burst open. Something tugs at him out of nowhere, like the door is beckoning him with a voice only he can hear. Hand outstretched, he's hit by an irresistible pull, like his fate is begging him to open that mysterious door. The world explodes into blinding light as he finally earns the title Master of the Door. He's chosen first to step into another world, and when he does, he unlocks mind-blowing new skills. He stumbles into a weird cabin, panicking and shouting, tears streaming as he can't figure out where he is. His eyes flare wide as the pieces click. Then, one sudden thought hits like a bolt of lightning. He unleashes his brand new appraisal skill and spots it instantly. The portal isn't just a portal. It's a doorway to another world. He clutches his head, mind spinning as the terrifying truth about how it works hits like a wave. He locks eyes on the words, and the truth slams into him like the door to another world just cracked open. He flicks through his pathetic stats, then mutters that this whole mess feels like some cruel joke. He glances out the window and panics. This thick, unfamiliar forest isn't anywhere close to his home. As he strides through the cabin, bizarre messages keep popping up again and again, one after another. He notices a letter sitting on the table, and his pulse spikes like it's the first real clue in this totally messed up new reality. He snatches it up, and boom, language comprehension ignites, letting him read that foreign script like it's nothing. A wise sage's letter drops a bombshell this house. Every last thing inside it is now all his. It also reveals that the ownership gets magically registered, so no one else can slip in. A massive grin bursts across his face as the truth hits. Every bit of it is finally his. His gaze locks onto a heap of clothes that screams top tier, like someone dropped a fortune right there. Then he spots a rack of sleek, gleaming weapons, and his excitement spikes with every new find. He hoists a massive, ornate spear off the ground, gritting through the extra weight as it drags his grip. With that boyish grin and shaking excitement, he's convinced every guy secretly dreams of gripping a weapon like this. His insane appraisal skills uncover the truth. This is the absolute spear, a divine weapon so unique it can't be broken. He grunts through the strain, fighting to practice his swings with that ridiculously heavy spear. A notification pops up and tells him he just earned spearmanship. His jaw drops at how fast it happens. He darts a quick glance at the other weapons, but the pressure hits so hard he can't bring himself to stare too closely yet. A sudden, horrifying roar crashes outside, shattering the silence and sends birds exploding into the sky. Massive, clawed feet slam onto the ground right beyond the cabin's protective fence. With the spear clutched in his grip, he can't help but stare at the chaos. Who was this sage? And why did they leave all this just lying around? A massive horned monster with blazing, glowing eyes lunges into view, and pure, hateful malice pours off it like a curse. Yuya's eye snaps his body wide, frozen stiff with raw, primal terror. The beast unleashes a thunderous roar, and its mouth is lined with rows of sharp, wicked teeth. That sound hits like a wrecking ball, shearing through the cabin's walls and ripping straight into his body, so hard it makes his muscles scream. He grinds his teeth hard, face twisted into a brutal grimace as the crushing pressure bears down on him. The monster hurls its fists into thin air again and again, pounding an invisible wall that won't let it cross the property line. Shocked by the hit, Yuya's eyes widen as he scrambles to figure out who or what just stepped in to save him. The muscular, chained, blood-soaked ogre finally has his full name revealed, and it hits like a nightmare, pure and terrifying. Yuya's expression snaps into full-on horror, his mouth hanging open in raw, total disbelief. His expert skill instantly labels it a bloody ogre, and the stats slam you with terrifyingly high numbers. He crumples to the ground, shaking with terror, and screams that the monster is level 300. Crouched on the floor, he shrieks as the monster keeps pounding the barrier without mercy. He grabs his face like it's slipping apart, eyes bulging with pure terror, completely overwhelmed, like he can't breathe in this moment. The monster hammers his fists again and again, smashing the shimmering shield and blasting it with brutal shockwaves. He realizes the barrier won't budge because, as the master of this house, he never gave it permission. The thought hits him hard. If something like that ever lunges at him, he's not surviving a single second. He thinks about bolting back to his own world, but then the question hits, what happens if the master is suddenly gone? So will that monster finally slip into the house and tear everything apart? Hunched by the doorway, a dangerous idea slithers into his mind like a spark before it ignites. Pure terror flickers in his face, then slowly uncertainty hardens into resolve. Now, his every move is fueled by a wild curiosity that crushes his fear from the inside out. He stares at the name Bloody Ogre, and it hits him. It's basically the same kind of monster his bullies were, so he can't help wondering whether he should fight back. He stands his ground in the doorway, grips the absolute spear, and decides to strike right from the safety of his sanctuary. He hurls the spear with everything he's got, and it tears through the air like a blazing streak of pure white light. The impact of his throw jolts him off balance, and as the spear slices forward, he stumbles backward because it's landing right on target. The spear slammed into the ogre, and boom! A blinding burst of pure savage power erupted everywhere. Yuya's face twisted into a wild mix of shock and awe, like he couldn't believe the insane force he just unleashed. The bloody ogre gets swallowed by blazing light, and its massive, terrifying body crumbles into nothing. A monster once stood there until a colossal surge of energy erupted, flooding the whole forest with blinding light. He crumples to the ground, wheezing and laughing at just how ridiculously overpowered that absolute spear is. A triumphant notification blares. Boom! And you've just leveled up. He stares at the pop-up, completely thrown like, wait, what do you mean, level up? He figures it makes perfect sense after all. He just slaughtered a monster. His status screen pops up and it screams a massive leap from level 1 to level 100. The number 100 bursts into sparkling light, making it impossible to ignore just how massive his power jump really is. He just freezes in total shock, jaw dropping as he mutters that this power surge is way beyond what he can handle. A notification pops up and tells him his title comes with a crazy 10,000 bonus points he can spend however he wants. A quiet, rustic cabin sits peacefully in the middle of a twisted, dark forest. He drops to the ground and quickly decides to spend his new points for now. He stares at his brand new status screen, and his stats have been turbocharged across every single category. He can't shake the feeling that something physical just got switched on, like his muscles shot straight to level 100 overnight. He shrugs off the thought, but a tiny glimmer of light suddenly catches his eye. His eyes blow wide the moment he spots something lying on the ground outside. After that bloody ogre got crushed, a glittering pile of loot burst into existence. The first thing on the list is the bloody ogre's fong, an essential material you use to forge razor-sharp weapons. The second one's a magic stone, either a rare special find or something those magical creatures drop when they cross your path. The ultimate prize is a full set of jaw-dropping Bloody Ogre series armor so terrifying it feels like it's staring back. He bursts into this massive, joyful laugh and swears, "This feels exactly like a fantasy world." He realizes that in an everyday life, you never run into something as wild as monster fangs. After snagging his loot, he spots his brand new item box ability, and then bam, he activates it. He fires up the dimensional storage test and his jaw drops when it actually holds anything he wants. A fresh notification suddenly flashes in front of him, letting him know he's got items he can trade in for cold, hard cash. He replays the whole doors deal in his head, memorizes how it works, then makes the call to sell the monster parts. Every single item gets snapped into a mountain of cold, hard cash, stacking up to a total of 5 million yen in seconds. He's standing over that mountain of money, stunned into silence, totally overwhelmed and speechless. In the pitch black, one lone speech bubble pops up like, "What on earth is happening?" And you can practically feel his total confusion. Right at that exact instant, the story snaps to the Grand Arzelia Castle. A sternite named Owen leans in and demands, "Princess Lexia, are you actually listening to me? Meet Lexia von Arzelea, the stunning first princess of the Arzelea kingdom." She tells Owen she's locked in and listening, then orders him to back off while she watches every move. Owen chews her out for the nasty rumors he's been hearing crawling through the city lately. He snaps at her like she's not even there, then rips into her with a shouted, "Are you even listening? On the Grand Castle's balcony, Princess Lexia stood alone, staring up at the starry night as the sky seemed to hold its breath. She'd heard those ugly rumors about her over and over, whipping through high society like smoke that never cleared. Still, somehow, she grinned like today. None of it had the power to touch her. Staring up at the stars, she felt a wild premonition. Something incredible was about to explode into her life. Under the same sky, worlds apart, a plain little house sat in a calm Japanese neighborhood, totally unassuming. But it felt like something big was hiding behind those walls. After everything, Yuya crumpled into his futon inside and realized those past couple of days had felt like an eternity. His thoughts wandered into a haze of bruised memories getting jumped, then somehow fighting his way through it to save a girl. He snapped back to that other world slaying the monster and somehow leveling up like it was destiny. Maybe it hit him, sleep dragged him under, and when he finally woke, he'd swear it was all just a dream. The silent night started slipping away, moment by moment melting into the next. Night swallowed the little house whole as its occupant sank into a deep sleep, haunted by trouble. The clock's hands snapped forward without mercy, counting off the quiet hours like a countdown to something bigger. Tick-tick. The sound echoed through a bedroom that felt totally still, like it was holding its breath. A sharp, pained groan burst out from the sleeping kid sprawled in the futon. He lay sprawled on the floor, thrashing like he couldn't wake up, while muffled sobs soaked into the bedding. A brutal, sudden jolt of pain ripped through his whole body like lightning. He thrashed in his futon, gripping himself like something inside was ripping him open. His hands clamped down on his pajamas, and his face wore silent, crushing agony like a mask. He erupted into a scream, raw, guttural, and full of pain so unbearable it tore through the empty room like thunder. Morning sun burst over the roof in warm gold, and as the sky lit up, birds started screaming out their cheerful songs. A weak, aching groan slipped out as he finally clawed his way back from the night of torment. With blurry eyes, he finally realized a brand new morning had crept in. He jolted upright, slammed by a crushing exhaustion because the pain had kept him from sleeping a wink. He pressed his hand to his head and felt the pain vanish. Relief hit hard, but a cold worry followed, like this could be the start of an illness. His hand slid up to his chin, and surprise hit him like a jolt out of nowhere. He stared at his hands and chest, trying to speak, but all that came out was a baffled, helpless silence. In a panic, he slapped his chest over and over, stunned to feel hard, unfamiliar muscle under his skin. He yanked the covers away in full panic, and a raw scream of total shock tore out of his throat. He stared at his new, ridiculously muscular body, and a cold dread crawled in, like maybe something was terribly wrong with him. In that other world, he screamed in agony and clutched his head after smashing it. Now it hit him. Something felt off. His body wasn't bulky anymore, and his view sat higher than before. But then he realized nothing else mattered, because something urgent demanded his full attention. He planted himself outside the sage's house, the place that would birth his brand new life. He wiped the sweat from his brow, then flashed a relieved grin like he'd just dodged disaster. He dressed up in a snap, picked out clothes that fit like they were made for him, then thanked the sage for letting him borrow them. He flexed his arm, and then it hit him that brutal pain was the reason everything had changed. He remembered the mirror in his house was smashed, so he couldn't see himself clearly at all. Gazing at the royal silk shirt in awe, he tapped his appraisal skill, and his mind blew at just how flawless the quality was. He was left utterly speechless when he realized the dragon god's leather shoes weren't just special, they were magical. Ever since the opportunity finally showed up, he decided it was time to dive into the sage's house for real. He stood surrounded by shelves packed with wild, unbelievable artifacts, soaking in a whole universe of treasures. He raised that magnificent sword, and the shock hit him somehow. He hadn't seen any of this yesterday. He earned the swordsmanship skill, still staring at it in pure disbelief, like, no way this was really happening to him. Then he stumbled onto the death side, an absolutely terrifying weapon people swore could kill death itself. Next, he stared down that unbreakable, infinite gauntlet, and then turned to the terrifying, formless bow. A grin snapped onto his face as he finally met every requirement to unlock real martial arts. His exploration pushed him outside, where a sign just sat there, plain as day, backyard. He couldn't believe his eyes when he spotted a perfectly tended vegetable patch flourishing behind the house. Kneeling there, he couldn't help wondering, did the sage also grow these weird little vegetables himself? His sharp appraisal instantly singled out one plant as the legendary Miraculous complete heal herb. He just froze there, staring in stunned silence, unable to believe what he'd uncovered. Something that simply couldn't be real. Locked up in awe, he stumbled on a hidden garden packed with legendary superfoods that shredded his weaknesses and powered him through. A tight close-up showed the magical fruits shining like pure liquid gold. Nervous sweat drenched his skin as he stared at them, convinced they looked exactly like plain old vegetables. Suddenly, the earth right behind him started to heave, bubble, and explode with a sickening, grotesque roar. He spun around, panic buzzing in his head as he wondered if these vegetables were actually safe to eat. His face snapped into pure shock the instant he saw what was about to emerge. Something enormous, an amorphous sludge monstrosity, erupted from the ground behind the fence. His eyes bulged with pure terror as his words tripped over themselves. "What is that?" His appraisal skills slammed the truth into place. This beast was a level 200 hellslime. He couldn't believe it. One of those monsters this brutal was roaming the very same forest as that blood-soaked ogre. The hellslime exploded forward and hurled a barrage of gelatinous blobs straight at him. The attack exploded against an invisible barrier around the property and fizzled out like it hit a wall of nothing. Disgust curled in his gut as he realized these creatures in this world were downright terrifying. He couldn't shake it, though. Somehow, it still didn't feel half as terrifying as yesterday's bloody ogre. Spear clenched in his grip, he braced for the clash that was coming no matter what. With the garden at his back, he knew it no escape, no delay, and no way out of the fight coming right here. He froze for a split second, and confusion flashed across his face. When he hoisted the absolute spear, he nearly froze because it felt way too light, like it was nothing at all. A flashback ripped him back into his past, seeing his old self strain and wobble, barely managing to hoist it with both hands. The slime hurled in yet another attack, and this time he was already locked in and ready to strike back. With a brand new grace and raw power, he unleashed a counterattack so brutal it shattered everything in its path. He remembered that first battle notification, the spark that lit this new strength inside him. In the middle of the chaos, a shocking realization hit him like a wave, and everything suddenly clicked. His eyes went wide the moment it clicked. He finally saw what his power really was. He stood over the wrecked slime, and in that moment, he understood this was the real blessing of leveling up. System notifications blasted on screen, screaming that he'd leveled up and unlocked a brand new presence detection skill. Now it finally hit him. He had to learn how to use that spear the right way. No excuses. Back in his own world, he decided to hit a bookstore and hunt down some martial arts books. He slammed a towering stack of books onto the counter and asked to buy them. The female cashier stared him down, cheeks blazing bright, and her thoughts suddenly went totally blank. He flashed a gentle smile, leaned in, and asked her if something was wrong, his handsome face lighting up like it had its own spark. She stammered, flailing her hands in panic, and nervously agreed to ring up his purchase while he just watched, so confused he didn't even know what to do. As he stepped out of the store, he flashed her a sincere thank you for all her help. Right as he neared the street, the crosswalk light snapped to green just for him. He strode through the city with his books hugged to his chest, and every step pulled in those wow-worthy, admiring stares from everyone watching. His face went dead serious, and it felt like every single stare pressed down on him. Two girls in the background huddled close, whispering and giggling, their faces blazing because he was painfully handsome. Sweat broke out on him as worry gnawed at his brain. Why in the world was he being watched? He kept panicking that he must have messed up, like, what if his fly was open? He clutched the black moon necklace in his hands, wondering if someone ugly inside like him had any right to wear it. His thoughts ripped back to just a few hours earlier inside the sage's house. He replayed every prize from the hell slime, its magic stone, the core at its heart, and even a coffee-flavored jelly. He suddenly recalled the one item that had grabbed his attention like lightning. It was the black moon necklace, an insanely rare drop packed with wild, powerful magic. In the present, he stretched his arms and slipped the brand new necklace right over his head. He couldn't believe it actually wearing it because in his head, his old self looked so hilariously ridiculous. The phrase rare drop made it sound like there was always a specific, not-so-lucky chance for items to show up. A sharp, calculating stare flashed across his face as he weighed the odds in his mind. He chucked his bonus points into the game to level up his luck stat, then put his theory to the ultimate test. A pedestrian traffic light perched over a leafy tree starts clicking the second it flips to green. As Yin steps onto the crosswalk, he spots that light blinking green again, and his luck feels like it's finally on his side. The word lucky snagged in his mind, igniting a real flash of curiosity. For a split second, he entertains the wildly absurd thought of leveling up his own luck stat. He slams that thought shut, reminding himself this isn't some dream, it's the real world. Still, he can't help thinking how awesome it feels to have skills so convenient they might as well be straight out of a video game. A sudden gut punch warning crashes through his head the moment his skill kicks on presence detection. His calm face instantly cracks his eyes. Blow wide and a jolt of sharp alarm slams through him. His eyes whip across the street and snap onto a tiny blonde girl. That signal is screaming, "Don't walk," and he can't help but wonder what on earth just went wrong. A kid just stands there, clueless in the road, while Yuya tightens his body and prepares to spring into motion. It's coming. He feels that deadly threat slam toward him, right now, and his instincts scream. A motorcycle thug barrels around the corner, roaring at the top of his lungs as he blasts forward. In a flash of sheer speed, Yuya rockets forward and snatches the kid out of harm's way. He carefully grips her arm, steadying her through the shock and making sure she's safe and unhurt. Down on the ground, he blurts out an apology for yanking her just as she fires back, asking if he's okay. The girl dips into a deep bow, but he snaps back. This was the reckless driver's fault, not hers. He drops to his knees in front of her, soft-faced, reaching out to offer comfort and ease her pain. She drops her gaze and starts talking in a language he's never heard before. His language comprehension kicks in, and he grins thankfully. She's not hurt. He freezes for a beat, stunned, because he just realized he understood her foreign words perfectly. She cranes her neck, shocked to the core that he somehow understood a word she'd barely even said. He drops to one knee beside the child, and all that matters to him is that she stays safe. A radiant grin snaps onto her face the moment she thanks him, and she proudly calls him Big Brother. The crowd around him buzzes with awe, all eyes locked on that stunning, multilingual young man. As she slips away safely, the little girl spins back and throws him one last wave. He barrels on, and that strange, heroic encounter hits him like a thunderclap, leaving a mark he can't shake. He grins, stunned that his otherworldly powers aren't just real, they actually work here. He lets out a relieved breath, because getting caught for snatching that kid never happened. That evening, he slips back into the peaceful hush of his grandfather's house, where the silence feels like a blanket. At his desk, he stares down a towering stack of books, praying he didn't bet the wrong future. These titles don't hold back. They span everything from deadly sword skills to the weird, shadowy art of assassination. A determined smile flashes across his face as he steels himself to dive headfirst into his studies. He realizes those recent battles didn't just test him, they lit a real, burning passion for martial arts inside him. Spring break was coming fast, and with no job to worry about, he had all the time in the world to finally learn. He remembers getting fired brutal news back then, but it somehow freed up his time afterward. He's figured out the truth in that other world. Combat isn't a choice. It's just the way life hits you. As he reads, his mind ignites suddenly. He's speed reading, and his real martial arts skill skyrockets. His hardcore study grind gets shattered when a thunderous, stubborn growl roars from his stomach. He strides into the kitchen, itching to cook up that long overdue meal. In his hands, a dazzling magical super tomato straight from the sage's garden sparkles like pure power. He whips up a legendary feast, and in the middle of it all, he masters the art of cooking. Hands clasped tight, he bows his head and gives thanks for the feast laid out before him. That food hits like nothing he's ever tasted before. So unreal. It feels like he's never truly tasted life until now. He digs in and feels that magical stat-boosting veggie power surge through him like a full-body upgrade. Every bite surges through him, and somehow it turns him into a brand-new beast, like his miracle is actually real. His stats spike, and for the next week, he boldly pushes into the forest circling his home to explore everything. A week barrels by, packed so tight with brutal training, jaw-dropping discoveries, and non-stop fights. While he's out exploring, he snatches up brand-new pieces of powerful protective armor. He also forged the legendary, priceless, complete heal herb. With his absolute spear gripped tight in his hands, he's ready to take on anything that comes next. The story blasts to a towering grand castle, the royal home of Princess Lexia von Arzelia. Lexi's mother was just a commoner slave, and that made her spot in the court feel dangerously shaky. And get this, her gorgeous mother wasn't even human. She was a high elf. Born the daughter of a concubine, she lived with one shaky rule in this kingdom. Her status could collapse at any moment. One fateful day, she was laughing and playing in the gardens right there with her older brother. A peaceful day was ripped apart when a maid's terrified screams suddenly burst through the air. A savage wild dog exploded forward and lunged straight at the royal children out of nowhere. That sudden terror ignited something ancient and unstoppable inside the young princess. A violent burst of magic energy tore out of her tiny body, unstoppable and loud as thunder. The blast and insane talent she'd inherited from her mother came down like a bombshell and badly wrecked the first prince. Even though he healed up, that whole incident still cursed her by the royal court's eyes. She got shut out and left standing alone. Today, Princess Lexi's carriage rockets back from a full official inspection. She sits inside, grinning like she just crushed her official duties smooth, flawless, and no problems at all. An attendant leans in and says, Owen, her guardian, worries way too much about her. They also said the king is seriously worried for his safety as he travels down the road. Lexi can't believe it. Her dad still treats her like she's a helpless little kid who needs saving. Suddenly, the horses jerk upright in terror, throwing the carriage into a brutal, screeching stop. The abrupt jerk slams Lexia and her attendant out of their seats, dumping them into a tangled heap. Shaken by the chaos, Princess Lexia snaps, demanding to know what's going on. Outside, the royal carriage sits under a ring of robed, masked assassins, closing in like a silent trap. A royal guard snaps to attention. This isn't some random bandit stunt. It's a cold, planned ambush. Masked figures stand there, their bony faces locked in a cruel grin that screams trouble. An assassin surges to the front and blasts out a crushing magical attack. The guard freezes in shock as he realizes he's standing toe-to-toe with a whole squad of ruthless, high-powered magic users. The royal guards get slammed instantly, their ranks crumpling under a surprise magical assault. Inside, the attendant panics and blurts that assassins are tearing through the place. A loyal guard flings the door open and barks for the princess to run for the forest alone. Her attendant steps forward with fearless nerve, ready to pull off a full-blown diversion so she can slip out and escape. Lexia wore a grim, unbreakable stare and shoved her attendant to hurry now. Once her attendant slips away, Lexia clenches her courage and gears up for a no-turning-back escape. Their skeletal faces bared in the moonlight, the assassins slammed into them with a brutal, merciless assault. Meanwhile, a whole week of brutal, non-stop digging is over, and the armored Yuya has been through it all. On day one of training, he slammed into a brutal elite goblin and fought for his life. On the second try, he fired off his appraisal skill and pinpointed poisonous plants in an instant. By the third day, he'd racked up a whole arsenal of brutally powerful new combat skills. On the fourth day, he pushed his archery to the edge, training with a bow that had no shape at all. The fifth, A hit everyone with a mouth-watering discovery. Those monster drops can be cooked. Day 6 slammed by in a blur, non-stop training drills and brutal fights with no mercy. And today, he's still locked in his fight against the forest's undead monsters. He can't stop thinking about how insanely dense and brutally intense this past week has been. Leaning against a tree, he can't help but feel a little embarrassed talking to himself. This week of non-stop exploring has slammed 2 life-shattering lessons into his head about how this world really works. First off, this forest is packed wall-to-wall with monsters so powerful and dangerous they'll tear you apart the moment you step in. And second, he can't stop wondering why that wise sage picked to live in a place this brutal. He finally gets it. His absurdly fast growth isn't luck at all. It's the kickback from his unique titles. Among all the titles, Otherworlder and First Visitor stand out as the absolute powerhouses. That Otherworlder title supercharges him with extra experience points and shatters his level cap for good. Riley just keeps staring at the situation like, what even counts as a normal growth rate because this is the only one I've ever seen? He flashes a grin, soaking up this fresh start, and can't wait to blaze forward into his next big adventure. One nasty problem won't leave Yuya's head because the new school term is about to kick off. He can't stomach going back to that hell being turned into a human sandbag again for all his tormentors. Becoming a truant feels like you're waving a white flag on yourself, like you're stepping onto a lonely road that ends in misery. Suddenly, his present sense ignites, and he instantly clocks a figure lurking nearby. Sneaking a peek from behind his tree, he spots a hulking, monstrous ogre lurking deep in the forest. The sight suddenly screams Red Ogre Gang in his head, so he grits his teeth and ignores them. But something's off. Every last ogre in the horde is stampeding away in pure terror. His presence detection skill explodes back online, and it screams of an enormous power ripping through the distance. What the heck was that? Unease crept in like a cold shadow, and he couldn't shake it. From miles away, Princess Lexia blurts out how worried she is, staring at just how far they've already gone. She throws out the idea to turn back now, regroup with the others, and hit the plan together. Her hooded guard shuts down her worries, promising that before long, she'll be reunited with her companions. The princess looks like a weight just lifted off her shoulders, yet a flicker of doubt still sparks in her eyes. The guards just nodded along, their faces swallowed by the thick shadows beneath their hoods. They slam around the bend, and the guard blares out that their companions have finally arrived. Lexi's face snaps, still etched with shock so loud it feels unreal. Those rogue figures aren't allies. At all, they're assassins with ghastly, bony, skeletal faces. Dread crashes over her. She's been betrayed, lured straight into a trap. A skeletal assassin leans in and flashes a chilling, triumphant sneer. Cornered at the brink, Lexia clenches her teeth and squares her stance, like death can't break her. As she bolts for freedom, the assassin's boss barks a ruthless order after her. Now! The leader jeers at her and yells that escaping the great demon forest is totally impossible. She sprints through the twisted, crushing forest, a lone survivor carving through the wild all by herself. Panic rips through her thoughts, confused, crushed, and begging the question why her. An assassin traps her on the spot, whips up a glowing sphere of magic, and demands she quit right now. She gasps as a twisted root hooks her foot and she goes flying, crashing hard to the ground. She groans through the pain, and her once elegant clothes are shredded, splattered with dirt, and ruined. The assassin towers over her, sneering like the filthy half-breed's mess is somehow her fault. With a fiery flash of defiance, she declares loud and unshakable that her blood isn't something to hide or be ashamed of. They sneer at her loyal knights, laughing as they realize those warriors died for just a girl. Learning what happened to her guard, she drops her head in grief and whispers their names like a prayer. The lead assassin snaps no more talking and moves in to kill her. Her eyes blow wide with pure terror as she watches the final lethal spell get raised and unleashed. He snaps at her to own her misfortune, then unleashes destructive magic that tears everything apart. She stumbles on a bizarre find, refusing to back down and declaring right then and there that she's got zero regrets. With a savage splash, a body lunges in front of the deadly spell, and blood explodes the moment it lands. Her eyes jolt open, blazing with shock as the sudden bloody violence crashes into the moment. One of her final loyal guards threw himself between her and death, swallowing the fatal hit meant for her. She freezes in terror, her face shaking as she witnesses the sacrifice. The guard's lifeless body drops to the ground, and that's it. His duty is finally over. From the shadows, a fresh terror crawls into view. This time it's a hulking goblin general, 10 times worse. Its eyes blazed with icy brilliance, and it scanned the whole scene like a predator hunting its next move. The assassins shriek in stunned terror when they finally lay eyes on the legendary monster. The creature bursts in out of nowhere and rips straight through the assassins, smashing them with ruthless, brutal force. The last assassin begs for help. Then the plea gets ripped away as a brutal strike ends him instantly. With every other threat wiped out, the goblin general snaps its focus onto Lexia. The monster spits out a deep, guttural growl, and with its fangs bared, it snaps into a vicious, predatory snarl. Lexia only manages a tiny gasp, then her whole body locks up in pure, shaking terror. It hoists its colossal, cleaver-like weapon and lines up the finishing strike. Trapped and utterly helpless, she can't stop thinking this. Really it is this where her story ends. She can't stop replaying how her guards were torn apart in cold blood, and she knows her own death is right around the corner. Defiance ignites in her eyes for one last burst. She flat out refuses to let that be the end. In that exact moment, a blinding burst of light tears through the dark forest. Tears spill into her eyes as she snaps her gaze upward, her face frozen in pure, jaw-dropping shock. A black-clad warrior crashes down from the trees, unleashing a war cry that rips the air apart. He drops right in between the monster and the princess, slamming his body in front of the killing blow. Lexia Starres' mind raced as she tried to figure out who the mysterious stranger could possibly be. She's completely hooked by the way he looks. Pitch black hair, piercing eyes, and she can't look away. He looks like the night sky made real as he whips around, asking if she's okay. The shock hits. Relief floods in, and she crumples forward straight into his arms. He panics hard, frantic to death, praying the shock from all this hasn't killed her. He cradles her gently, pressing his face close as he searches desperately for any flicker of life. With a breath of relief, he realizes she didn't pass out for any sinister reason. Stress just knocked her out. His relief lasts a split second. Then his eyes lock onto the real problem, waiting right there. He carefully lowers her to the ground, then whips around to face the towering goblin general. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as grim determination locked onto his face. The monster glares back, its face twisted into a terrifying mask of primal fury and pure malice. Yuya realizes the creature isn't just watching, it's studying him with terrifying, razor-sharp intelligence. The goblin general surges ahead like a wrecking ball, its huge body streaking forward in a blur. Yuya darts out of the way, surprised by how insanely fast that creature moves. With a thunderous roar, he braces himself to unleash a brutal counterattack. Their weapons slam together, exploding into a burst of sparks that rattles the force floor like it's about to crack. He snaps his appraisal skill on, scanning his opponent's power for the truth behind every number. The stats are downright terrifying, level 200, and his attack power is a brutal 9,000. The general crashes down with a brutal earth-splitting strike, smashing the ground right where Yuya stood. Yi snaps out of the attack with ease, his speed blasting past the monster's every move. He smirks, and the moment he clocks it, he realizes his opponent is pure danger. The monster keeps crashing in again and again, its every move a blur of raw, crushing power. Yuya finally cracks what his enemy is really up to, then shifts gears, going all in on a sharper, smarter game plan. He knows going head-to-head in a straight-up strength contest would be a stupid move. The general jolts with shock when his opponent flips the game plan in the blink of an eye. He decides to kick things off with a ranged attack. He looses an arrow from his shapeless bow, and the shot flares with raw, magical light. He fires off his formless bow's opening and rockets toward his opponent in an instant. The arrow hits dead on, and the massive beast staggers like it just got hit by fate. The monster bellows in agony and wild rage, and you can tell the fight's momentum just got smashed. Its eyes burn brighter with sharpened fury as it gears up to strike back. He swaps to his absolute spear, zeroing in and getting ready to land a game-changing close-range hit. The general slams his foot down, and the earth rips open from the sheer force of it. The absolute spear lands dead on, slicing right through the monster's busted defenses. He digs in with everything he's got and shoves the spear deeper until it bites. A jaw-dropping blast of light detonates at the exact point of impact. His eyes narrowed hard, clocking every sluggish, predictable move the monster made. He swaps to the Omnisword and blasts out his ultimate move, the Zenken. The blade crashes down in a thunderous slash, cleaving the air like it's nothing. The goblin general's two halves crumple onto the floor, totally defeated by the crushing force. Yuya stands right in the middle of the carnage, calm as stone, eyes locked in and focused. He realizes he's not feeling the fear or disgust he thought would hit him. He can't help but wonder, did leveling up also reshape his mind, forging a steel-hard resolve? He whips his focus to the unconscious princess, then starts racing through what he's going to do with her next. After the battle ends, Yuya scans the wreckage, then spots her barely scratched, like the fight barely touched her. Staring at her peaceful, unconscious face, he suddenly realizes something that shakes him to the core. She's the first human he's ever stumbled onto in this bizarre new world. His thoughts spiral into a full-on comedy panic, frantically asking himself what he's supposed to do next. Panic keeps snowballing into the most ridiculous fears imaginable, and even the caption basically screams, "Total chaos, he's lost it." His frantic thoughts get snuffed out the moment he hears voices in the distance yelling, "Lexio-sama!" He snaps his gaze up at the noise, and the moment he does, he realizes her companions are out there right now, hunting for someone nearby. A tight close-up shows his wide eyes going pure panic as the truth finally hits. Staring at the wreckage, he just knows it, those knights are about to show up, and they'll waste no time blaming him for every last slaughter. A jolt of panicked inspiration hits. He finally knows exactly what he has to do. He has to hide. He sprints straight at the giant tree, convinced it's his only shot left. He slams his body against the tree's bark and fires up his assimilation skill to disappear into the surroundings. Right on the edge of disaster, two armored knights, one of them. Owen charged into the clearing just in time. They spot Lexia collapsed and shouting her name. Relief hits them like a wave. Owen rockets to her side, his voice cracking with urgency as he shouts for a medic. Grim determination sharpens his face as he starts sizing up her condition. He whips his eyes over the bodies around him, and his mind scrambles to figure out what the hell just happened. From his hiding spot, Yuya peers out, convinced he made the right move by staying hidden. Owen jolts with a sharp gasp, spotting a ghostly glow seeping from the princess's wounds. Right before his eyes, her wounds snap shut and seal up like magic had just taken the wheel. Tucked behind the tree, and Yia's eyes go wide, she can't stop wondering if some kind of spell just pulled the strings. A medic leans in and tells Owen her injuries are nothing, just minor bruises, then snaps, she probably passed out from the shock. Owen knows exactly what he saw, and he shuts down any hope of sticking around in this deadly place. He barks the command to fall back because the princess's safety comes first. Right before they head out, Owen throws one last searching look across the clearing, like he's hunting for something that might slip away. A tight close-up locks on his narrowed, suspicious eyes, and he feels that impossible presence pressing in on him. Owen's subordinate asks what's wrong, but Owen waves it off and insists it's just his imagination. He leans in and says, "Welcome to the great demon forest, where monstrous things lurk in the dark and power hangs in the air." As he scurries to his hiding place, Yuya's skin prickles with a cold sweat. He's terrified when they bring up the Demon King. The story snaps back to Japan. April's here at last, and with her comes the high school entrance ceremony. In his Spartan room, Yuya clenches his jaw and hastily stuffs his school bag for the very first day. Pure dread twists his face as he drags out a heavy, exhausted sigh. A quick shot of the high school entrance sign hits spring break is officially finished for him. He drops to the floor in a dramatic heap, crushed by the thought of going back to his torment. He glares at the ceiling, already feeling the bullies looming tomorrow, like they're just itching to catch him. He skids across the floor in a ridiculous burst of pure anguish and hopeless despair. At last, he jerks himself upright, and a thick wave of gloom smothers his thoughts as he finally gives in to whatever fate has in store. With raw determination roaring through him, he slaps his own cheeks and drags himself into gear. "I've got to go," he thinks, and the look on his face hardens into pure, grim resolve. An establishing shot slams into the school building as cherry blossoms drift down like slow-motion fireworks. Two schoolgirls spot him rolling up, cheeks blazing as they stare and wonder, "Is he our new transfer student?" A crew of students just gapes as he strides by, stunned by his freakishly long legs and that model level. How is he real? Look. He whips a glance over his shoulder, and the girls behind him burst into thrilled squeals. A tight close-up locks onto the girls, hearts practically exploding as pure joy swallows them whole. They bolt with pure excitement. Shocked he actually locked eyes with them, like their luck just hit a jackpot. In the middle of the classroom chaos, the other students stare and chatter about the scene he's stirring up. He tries to fade into the background, head down, and speed walking through the quiet aisle toward an empty seat. He slips into silence and opens a book, praying the world leaves him alone. But then a rough, gruff voice snaps out behind him, ripping the silence to shreds. Yuya whips around, brow furrowed, and demands, "Who called me?" It's Araki, his chief tormentor, barking the question, demanding to know exactly what he wants. The Araki guy scans him up and down like he's a stranger, doesn't recognize him for a second, and snaps loud asking who he thinks he is. He keeps blasting his voice loud, sharp, and intimidating as the other students watch in fear. With a nervous sweat drop on his cheek, Yuya takes a steady breath and calmly declares, "I'm Tenju Yuya." Araki's face twists into a wild storm of disbelief and raw confusion, like his brain just short-circuited. Araki's friends snap wide-eyed too, and the image of old, heavy-set Yuya slams into their minds like a gut punch. The Araki grabs him by the collar, snarling that he can't possibly be the same fat pig he used to know. He blasts Yuya for allegedly getting plastic surgery, spitting out every word like it's pure poison. The illustration hits you hard. Yuya's towering way, taller than his old bully now. Araki rips into him with a furious scream, warning him not to mess with him. Then his rage keeps climbing higher and higher. Just as the showdown is about to explode, the homeroom teacher storms in and shuts it down instantly. Frustrated, the Araki snaps him off with a dismissive click, and Yuya quickly grabs his seat. He exhales in pure relief, thrilled he dodged a fight on his very first day. He shuts his eyes for a beat, drawing a shaky breath as the tension still buzzes in his veins. Suddenly, the orange-haired boy in front of him snaps around, and pure shock hits his face like a wave. The boy locks eyes with him, and pure soul-crushing confusion floods his face as he blurts, "Who are you?" Yeleen flinched hard when the boy snatched his shoulders and shook him violently, barking for an answer. Later, the classroom is still packed with students. Everyone else keeps staring at Yuya in stunned silence. The orange-haired boy is still lost in his head, staring into the distance like, could Yuya be a transfer student? Next Sunday rolls around, and Yuya just stares at a handwritten shopping list, like it's about to decide his whole day. He's at a packed shopping mall, buzzing with purpose, ready to grab everything he needs to furnish his new house. He stares at his own transformation and realizes it all happened in silence because his mirror was broken. He never even caught it changing. He stares at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, and in that moment he decides he finally looks good enough to step out and be seen. He muses that he can finally lift his head and stop dodging those unpleasant stares. Just as his thoughts start to spiral, two bold young women stride up to him and demand to know if he's free to hang out. Yuya's totally flustered, like he can't even think straight after getting hit on for the very first time. He can't stop wondering what's going on, and his brain immediately replays it like some ridiculous sales pitch. Panic hits him hard, because he knows he's got to turn them down carefully so he won't crush their feelings. With a dazzling, sparkling face, he flashes an apology and blurts that he's got errands to run. His polite refusal went way too far, so the two girls blushed hard and couldn't even find words. They blow him off with a bright smile, thrilled they finally got to see his SSR rank face and soak in that apology. As Yuya turns to leave, two other girls whisper that the famous model, Mio, is shooting photos just around the corner. He strides onto the escalator, climbing toward the second-floor hall with his shopping bag gripped in his hand. He halts in front of a shop window and gapes at the flashy clothes on the mannequins. He tilts his head, deep in thought, trying to figure out what kind of clothes to buy for his brand new life. He can't stop worrying that a place this fancy might slam the door in his face before he even gets inside. His eyes snap to a huge crowd packed into the mall's central hall. Right on the edge of the crowd, a man drops into a deep bow, begging for forgiveness with a panicked, desperate apology. Hikaru the photographer explodes in rage, shouting that the male model is a whole hour late. Mio tries to soothe him, but Hikaru's furious this unprofessional stunt has him seeing red. He praises Mio's grit, calling out how she stayed locked in on her work no matter how famous she's become. He keeps going, ranting like the late model should have taken her cue, while Mio lets out a nervous little laugh. Yuya couldn't grab a single piece of clothing. Frustration burned through him as he let out a heavy sigh. and then he threw in the towel and decided to search somewhere else. He spots the huge crowd once more and can't help but wonder what chaos is brewing. He strains to catch whispers in the crowd. Everyone's talking like disasters brewing over a model's partner. Then, right in the crush of bodies, he spots Mio at the center, and it hits him like a lightning bolt because she's unbelievably beautiful. He clocks that this place is packed tighter than a trap, and he squeezes his way to find a whole new route. Hikaru claps his hands and declares, "We're starting this shoot with just Mio." He rubs his chin, eyes narrowed with worry, because this shoot is all about a modern couple. A staff member asks if someone from the crew can fill in, but Hikaru shuts it down cold. The crew turns on you, grumbling that your clothes just aren't good enough. But the hot-tempered photographer, Hikaru, is hit by a sudden, wild burst of inspiration. His eyes act like a targeting system sweeping over the crowd until they snap onto Tendruya. "Hey, you!" he snarls, jabbing a furious finger straight at the unsuspecting boy in the crowd. A totally rattled Yuya jabs a finger at himself, staring at the man and demanding, "Wait, are you talking about me?" He gets yanked straight into the spotlight, and Hikaru snaps out brutal directions for the perfect pose. His mind is a full-blown siren, pure panic flooding his thoughts as he can't believe how he got trapped in this mess. He tries to plaster on a smile for the camera, but his face locks up like it's been defeated. Mio spots his distress, hands him a bottle of water, and gently steadies him with a reassuring smile. He stammers out his thanks, completely flustered that she's just handled him with such simple, professional courtesy. He's hit instantly by her breathtaking beauty, and that calm, professional presence that somehow feels even more dangerous. He can't stop thinking like, wow, she must be an unbelievably good person to help me like this. The photographer spots his opening, yells a fresh command to the group, "Link arms!" Yuya is utterly stunned by the request, but Mio just beams with that sweet, teasing smile. She slips her hand into his and guides his arm step by step, showing him exactly how to nail that couple shot. That sudden, total surprise hit him like lightning, shocking him to the core. Mio asks if he's okay, but all he can do is stammer out that it's nothing. His mind detonates with sensory overload. Her warmth, her softness, and that incredible scent hit him like a wave. A sudden realization slices through his panic the moment he locks eyes with Mio's razor-sharp, professional face. She rests her head on his shoulder, face calm and locked in, like nothing in the world can pull her away from the job. He knows his panic was completely off the mark because to her, this is nothing more than work. He tells himself Mio's a pro, and he has to lock in too, no distractions. He digs in and tries to lock in his focus, but every touch throws his head off the rails completely. The photographer finally yells, "Break," and just like that, Yuya's non-stop torment cuts off. Utterly wiped out, Yuya crumples onto a nearby bench, groaning, "It's impossible." Hikaru stares at the photos, grumbling that they don't capture enough of that "we're together" vibe. You're freaking out inside, bitterly thinking he has zero clue what that feels like. Mio slides up to him on the bench and asks, right through the moment, if the shooting has left him wiped out. He shoots upright and swears he's totally fine, ready to keep going. She beams at him, thanks him for his help, and tells him everyone's absolutely thrilled with the pictures. With a bright, warm smile, she tells him she wants to thank him right to his face. Her straight-up kindness hits him like a truck, and he freezes no words, just shock. They squeeze onto the bench side by side, trading calm words and stealing a rare, quiet moment together. He blurts out that he's blown away by her work because this whole world feels totally brand new to him. Mio quickly admits that when she first started, she kept messing up 2 constant mistakes, just like everyone else. She tells him, and you can hear it in her voice, how he manages to be so considerate for others is nothing short of incredible. He drops his gaze and snaps that he's buried in his own problems. There's no room in his head to care about anyone else. But he won't let it go. He swears Mio's different, juggling her job flawlessly while staying razor-aware the whole time. She stares at him with a tender glow, her heart swelling as she realizes what a genuinely kind soul he is. She suddenly snaps to the truth after everything. She still has no idea what his name is. He flashes his name, Yuya, and writes out the characters right there so she can see them. He tells everyone his grandfather raised him on kindness, and that's why he's determined to be exactly that. He scratches his head and grimly admits he's still miles away from that perfect goal. Mio watches him, her eyes thoughtful, like she's quietly clocked his whole story and understands it down to the bone. Next, she calls him by name and tells him, "No need to rush your journey." He freezes when he hears someone say his name. Just like that, it hits him hard. With a bright, radiant smile, she pushes him to trust himself and move at his own pace. She admits that teaming up with him today was way more fun than she ever expected. She scoots in real close and fires the question, "Tell me, do you really think anything can be fun when you only win?" That word fun hangs in the air as he wrestles with what it really means. He flashes back to his old life every single day, a desperate, brutal struggle that hurt like hell. But now that he's found the door, everything about his world flips upside down. That photographer, watching from a distance, can't believe how their whole vibe just flips. He blurts out, "So is it really okay for someone like me to have fun?" Mio shuts her eyes and tells him, smiling softly like it's only natural. Her unconditional acceptance disarms him, and he can't help but stare at her in pure wonder. A huge shift hits him hard. His eyes clear up like something inside finally snapped into place. For the first time ever, he finally flashes a real, happy smile to someone, and it hits like a victory. The photographer snaps into a frenzy, realizing this is the exact candid shot he's been chasing. The photo shoot is over, and the crew starts yanking gear into cases like the clock just hit off limits. The photographer barrels up to Yuya, voice shaking as he sincerely thanks him for saving the day. Yuya says he's happy to help, but Hikaru still can't shake the feeling that he owes him. He throws up a dramatic thumbs up and announces with total confidence that the photos are perfect. Then he shoves a huge shopping bag into Yuya's hands, like a heartfelt thank you he couldn't leave unsaid. Inside, you'll find the full, pricey outfit he wore for the photo shoot. Yuya is flustered out of his mind, swearing that he'll pay for the clothes himself. Hikaru shuts the idea down and tells him it's a gift, not payment. He pushes Yuya to take the clothes, saying they're his hard-earned reward, and he's not letting him refuse. Even the store owner can't stop grinning, because having that handsome boy around is top-tier promotion. As they're about to split, Mio throws her gratitude at Yuya and thanks him for everything he's done. Yuya says that teaming up with a pro gave him an experience he'll never forget. Mio clasped her hands and admitted, cheeks blazing, that she had fun too. She beams with hope, praying they'll cross paths again someday. Yuya nods fast and bright, practically bursting with excitement. He swears he'll back her career all the way. Their sweet goodbye gets yanked to a stop when the late male model finally shows up. The model smirks like figures, because the heroes are always late, setting the photographer off with pure, boiling rage. Mio leans in and quietly admits that this is exactly the model she was meant to shoot. With a smug grin, he barks at his entourage, demanding to know if they're all heading out to drink until morning. Then he slides his arm around Mio and blurts out just how thrilled he is to finally see her. His hand clamps down on her shoulder, and suddenly his attitude turns sharp, hostile, and completely unwelcome. He pushes her to end the shoot already because he's desperate to get her over to his place for drinks. Yuya shoots in on the spot, throwing himself between the model and that terrified meow. The model glares down at him, its annoyance flaring at the sudden interruption. He snaps, demands to know who Yuya thinks he is, and tells him to get lost and shut his mouth. Yuya calmly but firmly calls out that Mio's clearly in trouble and urges him to back away. Mio keeps her eyes glued on Yuya, worry burning in her expression as she fears for his safety. The model steps right up in his space and unleashes a full-on rant, screaming that nobody's fighting back. Yuya blurts out, totally thrown off, "Who are you?" And that hits me like a punch to the chest, no joke. He snaps into panic the second it hits him. He wasn't trying to insult anyone at all. His face twitches, and just like that, his cool mask cracks after the insult hits. He insists he finally gets it, thinking Yuya's not just here to duel, but here to steal the spotlight and prove he's better than him. He lunges in with a wild punch, screaming that Yuya is nothing but an annoying pest and that he should die. Mio shrieks his name in pure terror as a devastating punch rockets straight for his face. But Yuya's eyes stay ice calm, locking onto the attack with unnerving, razor-sharp clarity. His foresight kicks in, and he slips the clumsy strike like it's nothing. The model can only choke on a gasp as its attack gets swatted aside without even a flinch. His weakness detection lights up his skill highlights, and then boom, he peels back every single one of his opponent's vulnerabilities. He rockets across the screen in a blur, and his hand lands each hit with deadly, perfectly controlled precision. With his real martial arts, he shoves the model down and cinches a brutal joint lock. The clash ends just as fast as it starts, swift, brutal, and totally over. In the stunned crowd, a dazed Neo can't believe his eyes, while the onlookers whisper in sheer awe at what just went down. A full-on panic hits him when he finally realizes he moved on. Pure instinct sweat beads roll down his face. The system demands its release as Yuya realizes his body moved on its own. The defeated model scrambles to spin himself as the victim, bragging up his boxing skills like that somehow excuses everything. Rage erupts. He screams for the police, spiraling into hysterics as he insists he's been assaulted. Hikaru, that cocky photographer, lifts a tablet like a trophy and smirks that it's a downright disgrace for the model. Mio screams his name, and a brutal flashback slices in, showing the model's earlier promise to murder him. Hikaru tells everyone he recorded the whole assault, then drops the bomb that the arrogant model's career is finished for good. That career-ending scream just rang out like a warning bell, proving his actions were straight-up crime. Yia swings his focus to Mio and asks the popular model, in a soft voice, if she's really okay. Mio's cheeks flared crimson. She choked out a stammer, insisting she's totally fine. Seeing her turn bright red, Yuya rushes to get help, but she snaps back that she's totally fine. Mio slams the moment to a halt, grabbing him before he can leave. She's determined to thank him properly, one last time, for all his help. With a bright, hopeful look on her face, Mio tells him she'd love to see him again sometime. He bursts into a dazzling smile and eagerly agrees to her plan to meet again. As Yuya pulls away, the grateful photographer and his crew send him off with bright, happy waves. Strolling through the city, he catches his breath and thinks back on those wild days, every whirlwind moment, and the life-changing new experience he earned. He clutches Mio's goodbye in his heart, praying they'll cross paths again someday in the future. He decides to scout every magazine and every TV broadcast, hunting for the moment he can see her again. On the way home by train, Mio stays quiet, but her mind races, replaying every shocking twist from the day. Today's events hit different special for Yuya, and just as unforgettable for Yo. She stares at his name, eyes going soft as she whispers it to herself like a secret. The photographer studies his photos, grinning because the faces in them are real pure joy, captured the way it's meant to be. Two girls whisper non-stop about a slick mystery hunk, then plot to hunt him down in the magazines. A post about him explodes across social media and goes viral, signaling the whole world is about to flip into major change. The story cuts to the massive, jaw-dropping UCY Academy campus elite, untouchable, and staring right back. Inside, an ornate door bears a bold sign that screams, Chairman's Office. A man sits hunched at his desk, back turned, and snaps into action as he answers the call. Chairman Huju scans a report and realizes case closed. Yuya's the one who saved his daughter. The report goes all out with a crisp, clear photo of Yuya rocking his school uniform. Riding in a chauffeured car, Hujukori answers her father's call with nothing but respect in her voice. She can't stop thinking about Yuya's selfless bravery, and she's determined to thank him the right way for what he did. On the call, her father listens, then flat out agrees, telling her she's right and she nailed it. He tells her to send a proper formal invitation and invite Yuya over to their home. The story snaps back to Yuya's old high school gray, lifeless, and utterly forgettable. An old crony grills the twins about that rough situation, but Yuta shoots him a warning, shut up. That crony starts whispering rumors about a smoking hot new student, same family name as them. Sora thrusts a photo into her brother's hands, showing transformed Yuya spreading through the halls like wildfire. Yuta just freezes, staring at his phone in total shock, like his brain can't even wrap its head around what he's seeing. The crony questions the fat pig, and Yuta snaps with pure rage, shouting at him to shut up. Sora spits on the rumor with pure contempt, snarling that his underling's presence is pointless. The crony shouts under his breath that he despises it. Just hearing that pig's name makes his skin crawl. A tight close-up catches the crony's eyes, blazing with leftover anger and hard-stored resentment. In the schoolyard, A brand new gang storms in and mercilessly smashes the last remaining remnants of the Red Ogre. Inside a classroom, Yuya and his classmates are stuck in a seemingly normal school day. At least that's what it looks like. The British teacher, Sawada, rips a magazine right out of a terrified student's hands. He's fuming because students keep stuffing the school with magazines right there, waving Mio's newest cover like it owns the place. Yuya spots Mio on the cover, and his jaw drops. He can't believe she's a cover model again. A classmate freaks out when he realizes he might have just insulted the famous model's boyfriend. Yuya suddenly realizes no phone, no TV, and not a single person he can call for help. He slumps his head into his palm, staring off like, where the heck did those photos go? Sawada slams his desk and erupts, roaring Yuya's name, yanking him out of his thoughts like a fire alarm. The teacher snaps at Yuya in pure fury, demanding he translate the brutal passage carved onto the blackboard. He taunts Yuya with a smirk, swearing he's got no way to crack that advanced university-level text. Yuya stands up and gives the teacher a quiet, instant nod like he's accepting the challenge without a word. His language comprehension kicks in, and the foreign text snaps into crystal-clear meaning. He starts reciting the translation perfectly, and his voice stays calm, steady, and unshakable. His classmates just gawk in total disbelief, stunned by how perfectly he translated it. The teacher's face snaps into pure shock, and a cold sweat starts pouring down as he hears it. After it was all done, Yuya leaned in with a respectful smile and asked the stunned teacher if his translation was good enough. The teacher's face twists into a full-on, no-holds-barred rage mask. Sawada lunges into a furious scream, calling Yuya a cheater, but the second she accuses him, Yuya snaps back and denies it fast. The teacher snaps him quiet and orders him to the staff room after class, straight up for punishment. In the staff room, Yuya is staring down a towering pile of brutal, heavy cardboard boxes. So why is he forced to haul every single box to another building during his lunch break? What did he even do to deserve that? When Yuya asks if he has to do it solo, the teacher grins and smugly says, "Yes, alone." Sawada snorted to himself, sure those heavy boxes would crush you and break your spirit. She's convinced that making Yuya haul stuff back and forth over and over will finally hammer the lesson into him. Yeah, he effortlessly hoists a mountain of boxes, leaving his teacher completely stunned. He backs off and that towering stack is so massive there's no way he squeezes through the door. The teacher's left, staring in shock, sputtering that it can't be real. The story snaps over to an outdoor walkway linking the school buildings. From the window, the twins stare in pure shock as Yuya hauls that massive load like it's nothing. Yuya reflex supercharged his stats, and those brutal, heavy boxes somehow started feeling weirdly light in his hands. With his brand new strength, he's convinced he could hustle as a full-on mover without breaking a sweat. Yuta's voice slices through the air, dripping with venom as he sneers, calling out to his damn brother. Yuya snaps to a stop and swings around, wearing a calm mask as his siblings rush in. The twins stare him down, their every posture screaming arrogance and hatred. A tight close-up locks onto the twins' faces as they stare, eyes burning with questions and intensity. Flustered out of his mind, Yuya just wished he could have slipped away and asked, straight up, what they wanted. The twins' faces went blank with shock when their brother finally shot back a real response. They watched him walk away, and Sora's stomach twisted. Was this really her brother? Yuya snaps to the truth. This is the first time they're seeing him in his totally transformed form. Yuta charges in and roars that he's nothing but a pathetic knockoff of something far better. Sora steps in and tells them straight up they're here to verify the rumors behind his crazy dramatic transformation. Flustered, Yuya blurts that sure, he's changed, but it's no big deal. Rage rockets through Yuta as he snaps, demanding to know exactly how you pulled off the change. A panicked Yuya blurts out that he leveled up knowing full well they'll never swallow the crazy truth. Yuta shrugs it off like it's just plastic surgery, insisting the only thing that's changed is his face. He snaps at his brother, telling him to quit acting cocky, then declares that Hill will never, ever be their equal. Yuya finally clocks it through their eyes. Plastic surgery is the only logical answer. The twins sneer at his silence, treating it like proof they're far superior. He can't stop staring at how deep their hatred for him really goes. A gut punch memory crashes back him, staring into the darkness, terrified that his very existence might have sparked all that misery. Yuta sneers, holding up a document and cruelly asking if he sold off their grandfather's trashy house. Your eyes go wide and a flash of pure agony rips across his face. As they laugh, a dark silhouette swallows the scene, and he snaps, "Stop!" The twins freeze in place, thrown off by the raw, uncharacteristic fury exploding in his voice. He vows to keep their grandfather's secret buried, then demands they straighten up and show him the respect he's owed. Right as the twins step away from the school, a sleek black car glides up to the curb. Through the tinted glass of a luxury car, a young woman stares out like the whole world just caught her attention. A brutal crash hits out of nowhere, and school papers explode everywhere. Yuya lies flat on the ground, completely crushed, while his siblings tower over him like a closing storm. Yuta's brother bursts out in a furious shout, calling him an inferior species and sneering that he'll never win. His sister Sora calls him clueless with zero future in sight. A swarm of students crowds in, buzzing with questions about what's igniting the commotion. Sawada, the brutish teacher, stomps into the scene with a cruel grin that says he's about to cause trouble. His face tightens as he locks in on the confrontation exploding in front of him. The teacher's polished shoes strike the floor, and you can feel the fury in his step like he's about to pounce to do harm. With a smug grin, he taunts Yuya, demanding what on earth he thinks he's doing, throwing hands with younger students. The twin duo slinks into victim mode, blurting to the teacher that they're in trouble. A fresh figure with long black hair pushes through the stunt crowd. Her voice stays icy calm as it slices through the chaos, and she demands, "Give me a moment." The students gasp in shock as they clock her, recognizing her elite UCI Academy uniform instantly. They pin her down as a student council rep from that prestigious school everyone dreams about. That graceful young woman stands there, cool as ice, and calmly sizes up the total chaos around her. She leans in, eyes soft, and breaks into a gentle, knowing smile as she looks down at Yuya. Yuya stared up at her, totally lost, like his brain couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. She drops to her knees beside him and demands, "Are you Tenju, Yuya-san?" She lets out a tiny laugh and shoots, "Do you remember when you helped me before?" A wild memory slams into Yuya's head. The convenience store thugs right there. He recoils in shock, but she breaks into a smile. Thrilled, he remembers. He blurts his relief with a stutter, staring at her like, "How on earth did you even know my name?" She tells him she had him secretly investigated just to figure out how to thank him. Yuta and Sora spot the elite uniform and panic spikes in their chests. Kaori grabs Yuya by the vibe and demands to know what the hell he's doing with his damn siblings. The twins stare in silence, their faces twisted with pure disgust and sharp suspicion. Her sharply dressed secretary leans in and reminds her, "All right, time to hit the books and get down to business." Kaori formally invites Yuya to transfer to UCI Academy, and she makes it clear they'd gladly welcome him. UCI Academy is a sprawling, royal-looking school built for students with freak-level talent. She drops into a deep bow and introduces herself with full formality. Hoju Kari, a student council member. Yuya panics on the spot, flailing his hands like crazy as he blurts out that there's no way he can show up. The secretary leans in and says Kaori's dad, the chairman himself, extends the invitation. He swears with pure humility that he didn't do anything special to earn that kind of honor. Kaori leans in and tells him this while everyone else looked away. He's the only one who actually moved. She swears he really had her back, and honestly, only a few people could pull off protection like that. He shoots her a grateful nod for the offer, then admits, "I don't have any special talents." Kaori flashed a bright smile, ready to answer his humble refusal right on the edge of the next moment. The twins cut in immediately, shouting that they should be admitted instead of Uya. Kaori's eyes sharpen as she demands, "What do you mean by that?" They brag non-stop about their top-tier grades, their athletic dominance, and every club win they can brag about. Her smile fades into something icy the moment she spits out one cold line, "I refuse." The twins freeze in stunned silence, totally unable to process the brutal rejection. She snaps her head to them and shuts them down with a clear, rock-solid refusal. She declares Yuya as her benefactor and vows she'll never recommend the people who hurt him. They stuttered out that they were only a little excited, then fired off those rude words like they didn't care who they hurt. Secretary Cooley declares they've already been investigated for their usual conduct. She tells them that their investigation dragged the twins' nasty past into the light, one filled with years of bullying Yuya. Yuta's dripping with sweat as he blurts out, trembling with desperation, "What proof do you even have?" The secretary demanded he tell her what he'd been doing just a few seconds ago. She lays out every threat they made, then points out the teacher who just sat there and watched it all unfold. Kaori nods and bluntly says they're absolutely not a fit for UCI Academy. The twins get crushed with embarrassment as the other students start snickering around them. Kaori snaps her focus right back onto the stunned Yuya. She tells you that UCI Academy doesn't just care about skills, it judges your character first every single time. His gift for doing good isn't just impressive, it screams, "Enroll," and he's completely qualified. He snatches up the boxes in a flash, saying he'll clean all this up first. A crystal-clear sky lets everyone breathe for a split second right before the next chaos hits. A slick black luxury car rolls up to the school curb like it owns the place. Yuia's jaw drops when she realizes this fancy high-class car is actually meant for Kalwari. She blushes as she tells him her father's been pacing in worry ever since that incident. Yaya watches, and the weight of her father's worry hits her like a wave. He's just relieved she's been safe ever since that day. She says hardly anyone can truly do good, but he's one of the rare ones who actually can. Determination flashes across her face as she pulls him in and invites him to step into UCI Academy. He climbs into the car with her and ditches his old school for good. Yuta and Sora stare as they storm off, their faces twisted in pure, boiling rage. They swear they'll make him regret humiliating them. No exceptions. In the car, Kaori beams at Yuya like everything's perfect as she welcomes him to UCI Academy. Yuya stumbles in pure confusion, totally baffled about how he got pulled into this mess in the first place. Kaori presses him for answers and he blurts, "It's nothing," like he can't even let the truth breathe. With a bright grin, she says they're moments away from pulling up at the school. Yuya leans toward the window, and his face lights up with pure, jaw-dropping amazement. The magnificent UCI Academy towers over them, daring them to chase every wild possibility inside. The school grounds gleam like a dream, sparkling fountains, perfectly manicured rose gardens, all shining in immaculate peace. Inside, he trails Cory up a huge, sweeping staircase, completely stunned. It's like he's suddenly torn through reality and landed in a whole new world. He peeks through the window at the other students and suddenly he feels totally out of place. He can't stop panicking that he's about to make her miss her afternoon classes. Shiri tells him, "Don't worry," because she already called her father and got it handled. Yuya's world flips upside down when she finds out her father is actually the school's chairman. He's relieved he didn't keep her waiting, but he's still totally rattled. She told him, "Forget the family name, call me Kaori." He's so rattled he can't even say yes. He blurts that it's asking way too much. They burst up to a door and a plaque above it screams, "Chairman's office." They step into that massive gold-splashed office, and there behind the desk sits a man like he owns the whole world. Yuya practically freezes when he sees how massive the room is. The chairman breaks into a warm smile, then introduces himself. "I'm Hoshut Tsukasa," like they've known each other for years. He whirls around and thanks Yuya. Saving his daughter comes first, no exceptions. Yuya flails his hands like crazy, insisting it's nothing, just some small thing, not even close to that big of a deal. The chairman dips into a deep bow and declares loud and proud that Yuya's move deserves every bit of his respect. You can only stand there, stunned, speechless, as that gesture of respect hits you like a wave. He suddenly clocks it. The chairman is repeating the exact same words his daughter said. He's convinced they're exactly the same, like a real father and daughter meant to fit perfectly. UCI Academy's jaw-dropping architecture towers against the sky like it's daring the world to look closer. They finally lock in, start talking for real, and everything clicks. Yeah, they get the whole situation. He leaned in and demanded to know why Kaori was stuck all by herself that day. She demands he call her Kaori, then shrugs off all the formalities like they're a joke. Her father nods along and shuts it down, saying there's no reason to keep her so far away. Yuya gets completely swallowed by the dazzling power she's got. Her aura screams class, status, and sheer dominance. In his office, Chairman Hujo leans in and interrogates Yuya about every twist of his life. Kaori lays it out she wants her freedom, and she does not want bodyguards shadowing her every move. The chairman let out heavy sighs and finally admitted that the latest events have made an escort a must. Choked up, he blurts out how precious his daughter is, and she gently wraps him in comfort. Yuya studies the screen filled with paternal love, his face thoughtful as the warmth hits him. He sits there, staring into the flames, shocked by how this cozy family bond feels nothing like his own. The chairman steadies his nerves, then gears up to slam into the main topic. He straight up asks whether Yuya's got any interest in transferring to UCY Academy. Yuya's eyes go wide because that wild offer hits him like a punch to the gut. His face darkens as he silently weighs that offer's crushing weight. The chairman pushes for Yuya to show up, promising to wipe out every single fee if he'll just attend. Kaori stands there, eyes locked on him, and you can see worry creeping across her face. Yuya drops his gaze and the same old insecurities come roaring back into his head, refusing to let him breathe. The chairman flat out declares that UCI is an elite school built for geniuses. Yuya quietly asks, "Do you really think someone like me can show up?" The chairman and his coworker leaned in, hanging on every word as he tossed out a self-deprecating question. Then the chairman leans in and drops the question, "So tell me, what does Yuya call a genius?" Yuya blurts out that only someone with rare, all-around, unbeatable talent could have done this. The chairman lays out his own take, and then boom, a genius cracks the shortcut straight to the truth. And with sheer grit, he insists that anyone can push hard enough to reach that same destination. He tells Yuya, "Stop locking yourself into limits. Go try everything and soak up as much as you can." He built this school so these kids could get life-changing experiences they'd never forget. He tells Yuya not to put himself down, then urges him to step up, one slow breath at a time, and really confront what he's capable of. Yuya falls silent, completely struck by the chairman's eye-opening wisdom. The chairman leans in with a sharp smile, instantly getting how heavy this decision truly is. He tells you, "Just hit the school tour for now." A teacher slams into the classroom mid-lesson to announce a trial student is being sent in for the afternoon. She flashes a mischievous shush at the overexcited class, and the whole room finally snaps into focus, ready to begin. Aya trembles as she sneaks a nervous peek into the room, while the teacher calls on everyone to introduce themselves. Tenju Yuya stands rigid in front of the class and announces, "I'm Tenju Yuya." After he drops into that deep bow, the whole classroom goes utterly silent. Yuya panics, spiraling as he worries that his simple introduction just crashed the whole social vibe. The teacher snorts a little laugh, confesses she was scared too, and then shoots him a grateful thank you. She points him toward the empty seat in the back, right by the window. He swings to his brand new seat and flashes a respectful greeting. The girl tilts her chin up, her face icy calm as she presses him with the question. They stumble through an awkward greeting while the teacher gets ready to jump back into the lesson. Yuya suddenly realizes he's missing a textbook, and panic hits as he frets about having to ask someone to share. The girl beside him silently shoves her book between their desks, like a secret only they can hear. She jabs a finger at the exact page, then tells him right there where the lesson is hiding. A classmate points at the helpful girl and blurts that she's Hayudo Yukon. Yuya's jaw drops when his silent neighbor suddenly shows up with the kindest surprise imaginable. He throws Hayudo a grateful nod, and Hayudo waves it off, telling him, "Don't stress it." Right up front, the teacher keeps pushing through her mind-bending lesson like it's her toughest challenge yet. Later, Cory grabs a bewildered Yuya by the guidance and helps him power through a lesson on a tablet. In the back of the room, Yuya and Cory team up, and the whole class locks in on what they're about to do. The school bell shrieks, snapping the whole day shut like it never happened. The second class ends. Yuya gets mobbed by his brand new, wildly curious classmates. They swarm him with non-stop questions about who he is and where he comes from. He shoots back, defensively insisting he's only there for a quick trial visit. A bright, orange-haired kid steps in like a spark, shouting for everyone to calm down. He bows and apologizes for the wild crowd, then promises they'll all be able to talk later. He reassures a grateful Yuya, telling him his classmates never meant to hurt him. He steps up and introduces himself, Igarashi Ryo, and greets Yuya with a warm, welcoming grin. Ryo's bright, friendly energy is so dazzling that Yuya can barely keep up. Ryo grabs Yuya and hypes him up to join the amazing school cafeteria with him. Yuya grins and agrees without hesitation, then blurts that he hasn't eaten lunch yet. A brand new bespectacled kid shows up out of nowhere, and right on cue, Ryo cracks a joke about grabbing a snack. The quiet boy blurts out, "Can I come too?" And Yuya nods, letting him tag along. He steps up and says, "I'm Karada Shingo," and Yuya fires right back with the same greeting. An awkward silence crashes down between the two shy boys, and neither dares to break it. Yuya feels this crushing pressure to force out small talk with his brand new acquaintance. He flashes a wide, harmless smile like a peace offering, signaling, "I mean no harm." Ryo watches closely, clocking that the two give off the exact same vibe. Ryo proudly unveils the sprawling, modern open-air cafeteria at Yusei Academy. He brags that they're serving up gourmet international dishes cooked by 3-star chefs. Yuya's idea of what a cafeteria even was gets blown to pieces. He's pure shock. Ryo smirks and thrusts the menu toward him like, "Go on, check this out." Yuya's jaw drops when he realizes every jaw-dropping dish in this place costs just 500 yen. Ryo tells everyone the daily special is totally free and all student policy meant to take the pressure off. The chairman's whole philosophy is simple. Throw young people into the wild and let them rack up experiences. Yuya stood there, clutching the menu, quietly reeling from the sheer generosity that just got thrown his way. The moment their delicious meal ends, the table's left in ruins, empty plates piled up like the night just got swallowed. Ryo fires off a question about clubs and drops the fact that UCI is basically a sports powerhouse. He offers to take you around and asks which club you're up for. Then, he spills his own curiosity the second he finds it. Yuya admits he never even thought about joining clubs, because money anxiety hit him first. Ryo finally clicks that Yuya's earlier, "I'm hungry," wasn't a joke at all. Ryo admits with a straight-up honesty that he's not part of any club at all. Yuya freezes in shock, fully convinced Ryo would have landed on a sports team. Ryo claims he used to live for soccer, but these days he's chasing a taste of everything. He jumps in to lend a hand to different clubs anytime they're short a player. Yuya can't stop himself. This wild, offbeat take on school activities has him absolutely hooked. Shingo can't stop gushing about how insanely amazing Ryo is every time he helps their club. Shingo grins and says he's damn glad people think of him as Ryo's friend. Yuya flashes a gentle smile, watching their real bond click into place. He finally gets at the kind of joy that hits when someone actually sees you as a friend. Ryo leans in and grills Shingo about his own far weirder club. Shingo beams and proudly declares that he's officially joined the gaming club. He tells them they're also grinding at programming, chasing the dream of building their own games. He claims the school trusts them so much that they're allowed to bring their consoles to class. Shingo makes it crystal clear there's no way he'd ever betray that trust. Yuya grins to himself, convinced that OCI is the kind of school that hits different. Ryo leans in and asks Yuya, "So do you even have a thing for sports?" Yuya's mind races to his otherworldly arsenal, and he starts naming his spears and bows like they're about to be unleashed. Ryo's face lights up as he blurts out he's into martial arts, straight up hinting he's eyeing the Kudo Club. They slam into a traditional, jaw-dropping Japanese archery dojo that feels like it's steeped in history. You knock an arrow, loose it. Boom! Straight into the bullseye, and it even splits the shaft of the last one. His real martial arts mastery explodes on screen in flawless, perfectly controlled form. Ryo and Shingo are totally stunned, whispering with wide-eyed awe at his insane talent. The club's advisor lunges forward, gripping the moment, and begs Yuya, passion in every word, to join their team. Yuya smiles politely and tells them, "I'm just touring the school, I'm not joining the archery club." The advisor slams his hand down, cursing how this raw talent is wasted if he keeps fumbling in experience. With her brain spinning, the advisor leans in and asks, Ye straight up if he's got any siblings. She remembers spotting the twins Tenju at last year's junior high tournament. The instant someone brings up Yuya's estranged family, a dark shadow slices across his face. The advisor straight up says the twins' skills are solid, but their attitude stinks. A quick flashback rips open, and there they are, his arrogant siblings, Yuta and Sora, smirking like they own the world. Yuya leans in and quietly admits they're his siblings, then nods at their athletic talent like it finally all clicks. Ryo and Shingo snatched him up, buzzing with excitement, shouting that he's got a secret talent no one's uncovered yet. Blushing and flustered, Yuya keeps insisting he's nobody special, even while the proof keeps screaming otherwise. His new friends are still buzzing, jaws dropping at the insane archery skills he just showed off. He falls silent for a moment, soaking in that warm, electric feeling of being praised by his friends. He's stunned, speechless, overwhelmed by how real their support is and how much they truly admire him. Ryo and Shingo light up at the thought of watching a friend's powers get the recognition they deserve. The advisor shoots a furious shh at the group, cracking down because the dojo's too quiet for all that noise. As they walk out, Yuya can't help but think how unbelievably kind these new people in his life are. The tour keeps rolling, and the Academy's massive, breathtaking library steals the spotlight. He can't believe it here. They treat him like a real human, like an equal. On the field, Ryo whips past the defender with slick, non-stop dribbles, keeping the soccer ball glued to his feet. Yuya stands there, eyes locked on the scene, amazed that every single person around him shines bright without an ounce of jealousy. He looks around and gets hit by the non-stop energy of his cheerful, vibrant classmates, laughing and buzzing everywhere. Their effortless friendship couldn't be more different from the nasty hostility he used to endure at his old school. With a bright smile, the female student radiates the Academy's warm, welcoming spirit. The tour ends with them staring in awe at the towering, grand palatial school building. In the chairman's office, Yuya leans in and tells him the school was absolutely unreal. He says the thing that hit him the hardest was seeing how much fun everyone was genuinely having. His old insecurities crash back in, and he can't stop asking himself, am I really worthy of a place like this? He can't shake the thought that maybe someone better suited should be standing there instead of him. The chairman sits there, soaking in every word as Yuya pours out his doubts with a raw, heartfelt honesty. With a calm, wise smile, he tells them that how much you're worth isn't just something you decide yourself, others can measure it too. Yield jerks his gaze upward, stunned and completely baffled by the chairman's jaw-dropping words. The chairman leans in and asks if he's really sitting there thinking he doesn't have the worth to go to OCI. He meets Yuya's eyes with pure sincerity and tells him he truly believes Yuya has that value. Your eyes blow wide open and you're left speechless by this brutal, totally unexpected affirmation. The chairman leans in and tells him straight up, now it's on Yuya to find that value for himself. He says UCI Academy is exactly the place for that wild journey of discovery. He slaps a hand on his shoulder and tells Yuya, you've got time, take it slow, don't rush. Those words slam him with a rush of memory. His grandfather right there handing him the exact same advice. A brand new, unbreakable resolve locks into Yu's eyes and hardens his whole expression. He makes his choice back straight, confidence blazing in his eyes. He leans in and tells the chairman if they want him, he's demanding a spot at UCI Academy. Chairman Huju flashes a warm smile after all this time. His invitation finally gets accepted. He warmly greets Yuya at the school, and his voice booms across the whole campus. That night, Yuya slips back into the calm, familiar comfort of his grandfather's house. He drops to his knees in front of the little memorial shrine, hands clasped tight as his thoughts whirl. He leans in close to the photo and calls out, Grandpa? He tells his late grandfather, I've decided I'm enrolling at UCI Academy. He checks his calendar and spots that his transfer is set for next week. He realizes his life is about to get slammed with non-stop chaos. He stops dead for a beat, eyes sharpening like a plan just snapped into place. With a determined grin, he locks in his next move and commits. Right before his new school life kicks off, he vows to dive into the other world one last time. Basin's world flips. Then, he finds himself staring at the grand castle of the Arzelia Kingdom in the other world. Deep inside the castle, an ornate door groans and creaks as it swings open into a grim bedchamber. Princess Lexia jolts upright in her lavish bed and grants her visitor access. Her loyal knight Owen bursts into the room and bows formally, addressing her like the rules demand. He asks if she's feeling better, and she flashes a reassuring smile like, I'm fine, really. Owen takes her answer with a tired sigh, but the worry in him is crystal clear. Then he leans in and begs her to tell him one more time what really went down in the great demon forest. Lexia nods and shuts her eyes, trying to drag the nightmare back into her mind. A flashback rips open her, and her whole retinue get ambushed out of nowhere by rogue assassins. Cornered by a monstrous goblin general, she felt death closing in like a trap, like she was about to die right there. Then, with her voice blazing wonder, she says a man suddenly appeared and saved me. Owen stared, stunned, and demanded to know if there really was someone else standing there with her. Lexi's eyes lit up as she gushed about the man with jet black hair and striking black eyes. She can't stop fawning over his noble elegance and ironclad knightly strength, completely swept away in a deliriously romantic daydream. In her stunned silence, she blurts out, "What if it was all just a hallucination?" Owen shuts that down, then admits he felt a weird, sudden presence too, and it vanished just as fast. Lexi's hopes rocket upward as she blurts, "So you're telling me my mysterious savior is real?" A blush blooms on her face as she finally realizes her dream rescuer was real, not some fantasy. Owen starts guessing who the man is, and the second he spots the black hair, he realizes it's basically unheard of in their kingdom. He shrugs it off for the moment, seeing no reason to stay on high alert. He glances back at the princess she's stuck in her own head, cheeks dusted with a faint blush. Lexia's eyes burn with resolve. She knows she has to find him one last time. Owen freezes, hit hard by the sudden raging fire blazing in her eyes. Lexia clenches her resolve and says, "All right, we're hitting the great demon forest again. Let's go." She brushes off Owen's warnings about the danger, convinced that everything will somehow be fine. She bolts out the door, telling everyone she's going straight to her father to demand permission. Owen lunges after her, but his pleat loud, sharp echoes through the empty castle halls as she vanishes. A few days later, the story slips into a thick, sun-dappled forest where the trees swallow the light. Yuya, all decked out in black armor, studies a magical map of the territory he's been mapping out. He spots the crooked, ancient tree, the same one where he once risked everything to save that girl. He can't forget the goblin general he went toe-to-toe with there, shockingly brutal, built like a tank. With a smug fist pump, he decides to push further into the woods. The deeper he goes, the darker the forest grows, like it's getting ready to loom over him. He blurts out that the woods are swallowing him up darker, deeper, and way more terrifying than before. A bead of sweat pops onto his brow as that brutal, crushing aura slams into him. He creeps forward with razor-sharp caution, senses screaming at full volume so he can dodge every dangerous surprise. His presence detection ability suddenly explodes awake, screaming that a threat is lurking nearby. He leans in through the trees, eyes locked on a searing bright light spilling from a clearing up ahead. A gigantic, bone-chilling roar rips through the forest, rattling the ground like it's about to crack. A massive devil bear crashes into the scene, and Yuya's appraisal skill flashes its terrifying stats right on the spot. The numbers don't lie. This thing's a monster at level 450, packing a brutal 10,500 attack power. With his assimilation skill masking everything, Yuya calmly admits the creature's strength is far beyond his own. His face tightens instantly, and his eyes lock in sharp, focused, and fueled by pure determination. He realizes that going toe-to-toe in a straight physical fight would be a terrible mistake. A glowing portal rips open on his screen, an item box made of pure light, ready to swallow anything he owns. He finally gets it. This world runs on one brutal rule: only the strongest survive. He has to stay stone calm, size up his own power versus his enemies, and do whatever it takes to survive. He raises a bow with no shape at all, and as he gets ready to strike, an arrow made of pure light forms in his hand. Yuya unleashes an arrow from his formless bow, and it slams straight into the colossal devil bear. The beast bellows in pure rage, and the first strike barely even phases it. A colossal monster barrels ahead, and its massive size hits like a gut punch, so huge it practically steals the air from your lungs. Its eyes blaze with rage as it surges forward, closing in to strike. Yuya spots his bow as useless, then instantly flips his strategy and moves on. The absolute spear crashes head-on into the bear's claws with a bone-shaking impact. He's stunned by how brutally powerful the monster's strength is. He barely slips out of the way as the furious beast swings a crushing strike at him. That near miss hits like a hammer. He skids backward hard, like the world yanked him away at the last second. He realizes a basic showdown won't stand a chance against what's really coming. The bear snaps its jaws open, and a weird, crackling power surges into the air. It erupts with a brutal blast of raw, untamed magic that tears everything apart. Yuya gets completely blindsided by a sudden attack he never saw coming. A magical blast detonates with a thunderous boom, and the whole forest erupts into roaring flames. He jolts only to realize he's been sealed inside a furious ring of flame. He can't believe it. He's staring at that monster like, "Wait, can you even cast magic?" The bear keeps up its rampage, hurling wave after wave of fireballs like it's trying to burn the whole world down. He darts out of the way of every blazing projectile, and you can practically see his crazy agility working at full power. He can still picture soldiers casting magic, yet not a single monster ever showed up. He can't help but wonder, are monsters even capable of pulling off something like this? That brutal heat from the inferno blares down on him, forcing him to keep his distance. He knows he can't cast a single spell, so it'll come down to who can outlast the other in the long haul. He's stuck staring from a distance, screaming inside because he can't get anywhere near the fire and those claws. The beast bellows in victory from deep inside its scorching, fiery realm. Then hits him. His own thoughts spark a sudden, brilliant strategy. He clenches his fist and wastes no time. He's ready to unleash his new plan. He lets out a thunderous battle cry and charges straight at the beast. His first move is simple. He rushes to smash out that raging wall of fire. He whirls his death scythe and hacks a blazing trail straight through the inferno. He fakes a straight-on charge, then slips a gap open for the real strike. His real killer move is the absolute spear. He hurls it with pinpoint perfection, and it lands like a promise kept. His hand is empty, yet the divine weapon rockets straight toward its target. The spear hits dead on, and for a heartbeat the bear's magic gets violently disrupted. With a satisfied grin, he confirms the fire's finally been put out. Rage-fueled, the bear lunges and smashes him aside with a brutal, thunderous swipe. He lands clean on his feet and locks onto the beast's deadly claws. He darts out of the way again, just barely escaping another vicious swipe from the monster's massive claws. He figures that getting right up in their space is probably the way to win. His weakness detection power kicks in, and his senses suddenly snap razor sharp. A glowing targeting reticle snaps onto a weak spot right on the bear's chest. He blazes with confidence and declares the bear weak as he winds up a devastating punch. He rips forward with a bone-crushing punch, his fist flashing like a blur as it lands. The impact smacks dead center on the monster's exact weak spot. The bear screams one last agonizing roar as the impact hits. The blast hits with a deafening force, ripping through the air and tearing it apart in a gigantic shockwave. The creature's massive body starts breaking apart, pixel by pixel, into a storm of glowing light particles. He stands tall in victory, the legendary infinite gauntlet blazing on his arm. A system notification bursts onto the screen, proudly screaming that he's leveled up. Miles away, a deafening blast rips through the mountains, shaking everything to the bone. Princess Lexia and her knights charge through the pitch-black, tangled depths of the dense forest. She freezes in place, and that distant roar of battle hooks her attention instantly. Owen grabs her attention and warns her. One wrong step into the great demon forest could spell disaster. She clenches her resolve and won't turn back, swearing she has to thank the one who saved her. She says with pure royal pride that she'll thank them even when they've done it wrong. She just knows it. Her mysterious hero is right around the corner. She pushes them forward, swearing she remembers every twist of this forest path. Owen doubts her words, and as he searches for the same spark, he feels absolutely nothing. He chalks her premonition up to the blessing coursing through her high elf blood. He barks at his men to stay razor alert and guard the princess with their lives. He leans in and warns them out in the great demon forest. Anything can happen. Out of nowhere, a huge clawed hand crashes into the ground right beside him. A screaming horde of goblins with glowing eyes ambushes them out of nowhere. Elsewhere deep in the forest, Yuya's senses suddenly screamed at him. His present sense snaps to life, screaming that danger is right there. He fires up his skill and starts sensing every presence around him, like he can feel them breathing in the air. He doesn't just feel one or two monsters, he realizes an entire horde is closing in on him. He realizes the monsters aren't just lurking, they're tearing into someone right now. I see it like a pack of goblin elites going to war, clashing head-on with humans. Vicious goblin elites burst into the chaos, charging headfirst with total wild abandon. A knight gasps in total disbelief as he stares down the elite goblins. Owen throws himself into the chaos, screaming at his men to guard the princess no matter what. The royal knights are brave as hell, but the enemy's sheer numbers are crushing them one wave at a time. A hulking goblin blasts one of the armored knights straight into the air. That brutal hit slams the knight's helmet clean off like it never stood a chance. A goblin looms over the fallen knight, gripping the moment like it's about to end everything. The disarmed knight can only freeze in pure terror, knowing doom is about to crush him. The monster hoists its massive sword high, ready to carve the life out with one brutal killing strike. A hulking, way more menacing goblin snaps forward, teeth jagged and bared as it snarls. Princess Lexia is suddenly cut off from her guards, trembling like she's about to be swallowed by the dark. Every week, she rips out a warning and dares the monsters closing in to back off. While Owen is locked in his own brawl, he rips out the princess's name in a full-throated scream. Two goblins snarled like monsters as they boxed her in. The princess is boxed in tight. Every escape route is shut down, and she's surrounded. The goblins burst out nasty, guttural laughs, then creep closer with leering grins. She gasps in terror, and her face turns bone white with fear. The moment her claws lunge at her, she tears the air apart with a piercing scream. Suddenly, a blazing streak of light rips straight through the goblins' ranks. Yuya drops out of nowhere, and his spear is already swinging before anyone can even blink. Lexi freezes in wide-eyed terror, staring at her brand-new rescuer like her world just exploded. He shuts off his assimilation skill and snaps back into plain sight. He slips through the shadows like a phantom, and with one brutal slash, he drops a goblin in an instant. Owen's jaw drops as he stares at this young man, totally stunned like, where did you even come from? He keeps hammering the goblin horde with non-stop, razor-sharp attacks. A cold fury hardens his face as he fights tooth and nail to protect them. Owen can't even blink. He's still trying to wrap his head around the impossible scene in front of him. He locks onto the warrior's rare black hair and those piercing black eyes. He can't shake the feeling. Could this really be the same man from before? All the other knights just gawk in shock because this madman is battling completely alone. Owen is left totally stunned, like that power display just blew his mind clean out of his skull. When the final goblin drops, Yuya just stands there calm as chaos rages all around him. Knight Commander Owen stares in disbelief, shouting at the mysterious warrior like he can't believe his eyes. Yuya shot up her hand, "Don't worry," then awkwardly fumbled for words like her voice betrayed her. Princess Lexia lunges forward screaming, snatching his armored arm to yank him to a halt. Blindsided by the sudden move, Yuya just freezes and blurts out stammering confusion. With a brilliant, sparkling grin, Lexia clasps her hands tight and fires off a bold request. Yuya's brain sputters and shuts down, and his face turns into a full-blown, cartoon-level storm of total confusion. Gazing up at her savior, Lexia repeats her desperate plea, "Marry me," with all the conviction in the world. Question marks start popping all around Yuya's head, and the more he tries to make sense of it, the more his confusion explodes. Owen is mortified, snapping at the princess and schooling her for that reckless, sudden proposal. She insists, eyes blazing, that it was love at first sight and says that's all the proof you need. Lexia beams and insists Yuya has to be living here, right, as horror crawls all over Owen's face. Owen's eyes bulge with pure shock at the thought of a house hiding in this deadly forest. They stare at a peaceful cabin, a calm little sanctuary sitting inside those terrifying woods. Owen shoots back, "Isn't living in a place like that insanely dangerous?" Yuya flashes a calm grin and tells them monsters can't cross the line onto his property. The knight snaps to it this place has to be guarded, and something powerful is about to lock it down with a barrier. Owen can't stop wondering if Yuya is even human, while Lexia yanks his arm hard. Lexia can't catch her breath inside, spiraling over how she looks right in front of her fated one. She's fretting over her hair and outfit, convinced she should have snuck a mirror in because now she's stuck wondering what she even looks like. With fresh fire in her chest, she clenches her fists and declares to herself that she's going to give it everything. A stunned Owen blurts out, "Wait, what is this? What are you trying so desperately to do?" On the porch of that rustic cabin, an awkward silence slams into the air and refuses to break. Yuya pushes them to do a real reintroduction and actually get to know each other again the right way. The knight steps forward and boldly declares, "I'm Owen, ready to serve Princess Lexia." Then he drops into a deep bow, thanking Yuya for rescuing the princess of their kingdom. Yuya flicks his hands like it's nothing and shrugs, "I'm just passing through. Da." Just as Owen tries to press on, the princess steps in and shuts him down right there, before he can say another word. With a dazzling grin, she drops the truth she's Lexia von Arzelia, the first princess. The title First Princess slams into you like a sucker punch. He stiffens up and puts on a formal front, but Owen cuts in and tells him to loosen up because he's the one funding them. Owen clocks that Yuya has absolutely no clue about their fame, and that hits Lexia hard. She looks sad in an instant. Yuya stammered an apology, testing out the formal title like it was a spell, Lexia Sama. Her face lights up and she insists he toss the Sama and just calls her Lexia. Yuya can't shake the feeling that this is some kind of trend. Then he remembers. Kaori pulled a stunt just like this. Lexia pouts and snaps that she hates the stiff formality between them. Owen shoots out a sly idea for a secret name just for the two of them when they're alone. The moment the princess imagined a secret, intimate name, her face erupted in a furious blush. "I'm sorry for the detour, but you can feel it how wrecked the night feels when you're running on nothing." Yuya steps forward and tells everyone, "I'm Tenji Yuya," like it's nothing. Then admits he lives deep in the forest. Owen blurts out that the name feels totally alien in Arzelia, like it doesn't belong there. That night finally pulls the curtain back, showing the brutal reason they're headed into those deadly woods. He tells them straight up they didn't stumble into this cursed forest by accident. They came here on purpose, to track him down. Lexia barrels toward him, urgently spilling that she'd been desperate to thank him right there, face to face. She admits that simple words of thanks can't even come close to what she truly feels. So, as her final, heartfelt thank you, she grabs his attention and begs him again to marry her. Owen snaps at her for charging in too fast, but she won't back down. She's convinced love at first sight is absolutely real. Yuya gives an awkward little smile, confessing, "I'm flattered, but this is happening way too fast." He drops his head and humbly admits he doesn't deserve to stand anywhere near someone of royal blood. Lexia doesn't let up. She leans in and shoots back with a fresh idea. What if we start as friends? The word friends keeps echoing in Yuya's head, and it feels totally alien to him. Lexia blushes and, in a shy little rush, asks if you'll be her friend. Behind her back, the other nobles in her party snicker and scoff at her plan. Owen cuts through the noise, telling them that in this laid-back setting, it's totally fine. She locks eyes with him, bright and hopeful, and pleads, "So it's not okay." Yuya stops dead for a beat, eyes sharp and mind racing as seriousness settles on his face. He finally agrees because it's the very first time anyone's ever asked him to be their friend. Lexia beams with pure joy, clasps his hands, and practically jumps at the chance to accept his friendship. She catches herself thinking, friendship is the first step, and once you take it, true love isn't far behind. Owen clears his throat and blurts, "There's one more thing I've got to ask." He tells her that the king, her own father, also can't wait to thank him. He steps up and formally demands that Yuya come visit them at the royal castle. Ai realizes that if he wants answers, he's got to march straight up and face the king himself. The sight of that towering royal king hits him like a nightmare pure terror. Panic hits him hard. He flails his hands and blurts that he can't pull off something that sudden. Owen tells Lexia's story like it's priceless, calling her a national treasure and saying the person who saved her matters just as much. If the king doesn't offer thanks, every other nation will smell weakness and pounce. Yuya straight up admits he has zero clue about this world's politics or even what's going on in other countries. He can't shake the doubt. Does it really make sense to let someone so clueless about etiquette just go on like that? Lexia and Owen are left stunned by how deeply he thinks. Owen steadied him and told him to breathe, then admitted plain as day that even he wasn't perfect. Aya shoots a question, "Do I have to go right now?" And Owen tells him, "Nah, we can wait." Owen figures the trip and the stay will last about a week. Yuya pauses and thinks, a whole week, and suddenly it hits him that skipping school for that long is a problem he can't ignore. Then it hits him. Bam! An inspiration sparks as he remembers Golden Week is coming up. He leaned in and asked if they could hold off for around 20 days, because that timing would be perfect for him. With the sun sinking low, their meeting hits its final moment like the story just reached the last page. The royal retinue snaps into motion and prepares to leave the safety of Yuya's home sanctuary. Owen shoots the question, asking if he's really sure he doesn't need someone to escort him out of the forest. Yuya flashes a grin and says, "Yeah, I'm used to danger, I'll be fine." Lexia shoots Owen a sharp, quiet look, calling him out for trying to rush past her time with you. So the knight presses Yuya. Why on earth would he risk his life by choosing a place this dangerous? He guesses it's for research, but the risks are so huge they feel impossible. Worried Ye leans in and blurts, "So the forest really is that deadly?" His innocent question blows Lexia and Owen's minds completely. Owen fires a question, "So you didn't know?" And Yuya can only stammer out some messy, half-explained circumstances. As the night winds down, he realizes he has to guard his home with secret, powerful magic. The narration slams the truth into your head. This is the great demon forest, where terrifying monsters roam and fear is the air you breathe. It's a hideout packed with powers no one understands one step in, and any normal person gets crushed. That place is swallowed by so much raw danger that nobody in their right mind ever dares to step inside. Yeah, meanwhile, he can't stop wondering why his own grandfather built that house here. He jolts to the realization this kind of danger isn't just scary, it's downright abnormal for this world. Owen snaps a warning monsters, and shadows are keeping their eyes on them non-stop. The second they hear Goblin General, Yuya and Lexi snap to attention like someone just slammed a door in their faces. Lexia drops the truth. The monster Yuya flattened earlier wasn't just any enemy. It was a Goblin General. The revelation hits Owen like a thunderclap and he stumbles backward in pure, shaking disbelief. He can't help but wonder, did they just bump into something with power beyond anything they've ever seen? A sudden burst of movement snaps their attention. New danger is already here. A threat streaks through the dark at blinding speed, and the knight never even sees it coming. Owen and Lexia scream Yu's name at the top of their lungs and the alarm goes off. Yuya snaps into motion, throwing his gauntlet up to intercept Lexia's attacker before the blade can land. Yuya unleashes his power, swearing he'll protect Owen and Lexia no matter what it costs. He charges straight at the rampaging monster, gripping his courage tight as he prepares to face that beast solo. Owen's jaw drops in shock as he stares, thinking, how in the world can one man take on something like that? At first, Owen pegged him as a possible assassin, but Yuya never once gave off that deadly vibe. He couldn't wrap his head around the insane combat skill and fearless presence this weird kid carried. Yuya fought like a beast, eyes sharp and steps steady, guarding them with every ounce of his strength. As Yuya smashes the earth to pieces, Owen can't help wondering, who is he, really? Owen realized the real nightmare. What if his power slipped straight into the enemy's grip? Lexi erupts in cheers, practically glowing as she gushes about how insanely amazing her Yasama is. At last, they burst into the forest's edge, and the knights erupted in cheers after barely surviving. He took down the devil bear by himself, like that beast was meant to be stopped by an entire army. Ye demands a meetup at the forest exit in 20 days, and Owen instantly agrees. Owen grins and swears that he and his knights are coming to drag him back. Lexi suddenly lunges in and wraps her arms around a frozen Yuya, leaving Owen horrified. She grips him so tight, whispering, "It's just too heartbreaking to leave each other." Totally flustered, Yuya just blurts out her own name, stammering in pure confusion. She blurts out that every bit of his kindness and bravery has only made her feelings for him burn even hotter. She swears that the next time they cross paths, she'll steal his heart for good. She flashes a confident grin, jabs her finger ahead, and warns him to get ready. Overwhelmed, Yuya can barely get the words out. His weasels stumble out weak and stuttering. Owen crumples in despair, wondering how anyone thought this whole setup was a good idea. In a creepy villa tucked in the royal capital of Moners, a chilling plot starts to unfold. A nobleman snaps, demanding answers from a kneeling assassin after the mission crumbles. Shadow swallowed his face as he sneered, asking coldly why Princess Lexia was still alive. The assassin leans in and tells her, "I lost you in the cursed, great demon forest." The nobleman murmurs the forest's name, and you can see his thoughts turning like sparks behind his eyes. He says the monster wiped out his comrades. Then, Lexia somehow gets spared. A nobleman explodes with rage, demanding answers as he can't believe the monster picked off only the assassins. While the assassin chokes out an apology, the nobleman sneers and throws him out like a worthless tool. He sneers, stunned that anyone would dare suspect his real identity. The assassin panics because without any bodies to claim, he fears those other men are still out there, slipping through the dark. Rage erupts in the nobleman's chest as he slams a bottle onto the floor. He towers over the man, and the message hits hard. Only his mercy keeps him breathing. His face twists into a savage mask of rage as he erupts in a full-throttle scream. He forces his breathing to steady, then nods and tells the assassin he'll give it one more shot to pull it off. He tells him straight up, if this fails again, he's done, and there won't be any place for him left. The assassin sinks into a deep bow, swearing his life on the mission like it's a blood oath. He curses Lexi's bloodline through gritted teeth, swearing that next time he'll rip her life apart. In Japan, Year looks back on the wild, unbelievable stuff that just happened. Chairman Huju sits down beside Yuya and tells him, straight up, that the new uniform fits him perfectly. Yuya gets the shock of a lifetime starting today. He's officially a student at UCI Academy. The chairman spots the unease in Yuya's face and tells him it's time to stop doubting himself and grab some real confidence. Yuya fires off a question, then the chairman brushes it off, insisting there's nothing to worry about. He tells Yuya, if you ever need help with anything, come find me. The chairman leans in and says, my daughter Kaori's tied up with something else today. Locked in the student council room, Kori shoots a storm of thoughts toward Yuya. The teacher grins and officially welcomes Tangi Yuya back as the brand new student. The whole class explodes into this huge, happy cheer, and Uya is completely caught off guard. Ryo and Shingo, his new friends, erupt into loud waves from their seats, like they're cheering him on to the next chapter. Hayudo Kid lifts her math book and asks, want to take a look? As the class kicks off, Yu flashes a real, heartfelt smile that lights up his whole face. From her desk, she watches the new student like it's a front row seat to the best show in town, while another girl leans in with sharp, burning curiosity. A curious little smile flickers across her lips as she watches him like it's the beginning of something. Later that afternoon, the students funnel into gym class for physical education. On the field, Ryo plants the ball with precision and blasts it home, scoring a goal. From the sidelines, a group of girls erupted into cheers, shouting for the players down on the field. Yuya leans in and tells Hayuto Kid, Ryo is an absolute beast on the field. Keith asks why he's not in the game, and he snaps back that his uniform never showed up. She tells them the girls aren't training right now, they're on break, done with their own drills. He clocks that the girls keep showing up to sit in the stands and cheer on the boys' games. A bubbly girl named Kazama Kori beams at the transfer student and cheerfully shouts, hey, I'm me. She demands that he drops the formal stuff and calls her Kid, and in return she'll call him Yu Koen. Yuya grins, but inside he can't shake the thought he's still getting used to all of this. Kazuma swings in and playfully tackles Hayudo, then fires off, so why are you watching the boys play? The three students finally drop into their seats and lock in on the soccer match playing out below. Ryo darts through the chaos at insane speed, slipping between the other players like they're not even there. Kazuma can't help but praise the boys for the insane power they're unleashing on the field. When the girls explode into cheers, Yuya can't help but wonder, how on earth is their support so powerful? The moment the girl cheers, his power surges and his motivation rockets. Right then, their composure crashes, and they start playing reckless with zero restraint. Ryo, fed up with their messed up plays, snaps, you're all idiots, with pure rage. Yuya clocks it right away. Her and Hayudo aren't just around each other, they're genuinely good friends. Kazuma snaps her head around to stare at him, curiosity lighting up her expression. She'll admit, yeah, that's part of it, but trust me, there's a bigger reason she showed up. Down on the field, a player lunges in hard and tackles Ryo straight down, clawing for the ball like his life depends on it. She whips back to Yuya with a dazzling grin and tells him, straight up, that she wanted to talk. The other players storm up, furious at the reckless student for putting everyone in real danger with his reckless play. Ryo steps right up to him and snaps, calling him a fool to his face. He roars that soccer is all about a squad working together, not some solo show. Hayudo shoots a dry comment at the showboating player, pathetic prince. The prince, Ichinos, winds up for a jaw-dropping shot on goal. He vows that his magnificent form will get scorched into their memories forever. Kazuma shrugs and says, Ichinos isn't terrible, he's just a little too pitiful for comfort. He blasts off his special shot only for the trajectory to go wildly off the mark. The ball explodes toward the stands, a black and white streak that's pure speed. Ryo yells in pure frustration, screaming, "Where were you aiming?" The girls in the bleachers shriek like crazy and huddle down for cover, panic swallowing everything. As Kazama screams a warning, Yuya lunges in and throws herself in front of Hayudo to shield her. Panic rips through Kazuma. She stumbles, loses her balance, and starts tumbling backward. Hayudo keeds. I snapped in shock, staring down the danger closing in fast. Time crawls as Kazama plummets, pinned to the truth that he can't stop his fall. With lightning speed, Yuya lunges forward and catches her right in his arms. Her eyes fly wide in pure shock the second she realizes she's cradled in Yuya's arms. The soccer ball keeps flying like a bullet, straight at them with deadly intent. Hayudo screams Kazama's name at the top of her lungs, and pure terror pours through every word. She shoots forward, arms stretched out like she can grab fate itself and stop it cold. With Kazama tucked in his arms, Yuya twists hard and slides into the path of the incoming projectile. His kick blasts the ball backward like it shouldn't even be possible, pure explosive force. Ryo just freezes in total disbelief, whispering, "No way, this can't be real." Hayudo's left frozen in shock, her thoughts scrambling to make sense of what just went down. On the soccer field, two of Yuya's classmates lock eyes in total shock. One of them barely manages to say, "Seriously." In a blur of raw speed, Yuya rockets forward and throws himself in front of Kazama Kuri, just as the ball comes screaming in. He's left speechless by his own wild moves, staring at his hands like, what the heck did I just pull off? Kuri lifts his gaze to him from the safety of his arms, cheeks blazing as he blurts out his name, stumbling over the words. He panics and blurts out apologies for touching her, convinced she must feel sick of him. His classmates come flooding over, stunned by his superhuman speed, and start gushing that it looks ripped straight out of an action movie. One of the girls reaches for his arm and gasps, shocked by the tight, toned muscle she finds hiding under his uniform. Then the other girls chime in, praising his ripped physique and marveling at just how solidly built he is. Yuya whips, twists, and launches a brutal kick. Then the ball rockets straight back toward the opposite goal. Akira, his friend, shouts from out on the field, checking fast to see if everyone's really okay. He carefully lifts Kuri up after his heroic save, and she quickly tells him she's totally fine. Other players start circling in, and the quiet key slips away from them in a flash. The arrogant player, Achinos, drops low and slides on his knees, then blurts out a dramatic, heartfelt apology like he means it. He drops his head to the ground and blurts out non-stop apologies for his reckless show-off move. Yuya shrugs off the apology, says nobody got hurt, and can't help thinking, wow, what an interesting guy. The Kakaronils swore their lives to Kaori right in front of her, and her disgust practically burst out of her mouth. Akira snaps his full focus onto Yuya, the hero stealing the spotlight right now. Akira Ichinos introduces himself and beams at Yuya, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for the help. Yuya accepts his friendship, then leans in and warns him, next time be way more careful. Ryo laughs and insists Akira isn't some villain. He's just got plenty of wild little quirks. Watching his new friends light up the moment, Yuya can't help but grin. This is seriously fun. For the first time, it feels like he's finally surrounded by people who are actually fun and genuinely interesting. The story whips us right into the grand palace-like main building of UCY Academy. Inside, a sign on the double doors points straight to the girls' changing room. Fujikori bursts into the locker room after wrapping up her student council work for the day. Her friend bursts up to greet her and confirms it. Today is Yuya's very first official day at the school. Her friends can't help but wonder if he's truly fitting in, convinced he'll end up okay once he's around their kind classmates. One of the girls blurts out that maybe, just maybe, she can score a chance to talk to him after school. Out of nowhere, a roaring, excited commotion bursts from the other side of the door, yanking her attention instantly. Kazumakori bursts in, grinning like crazy, and tells Kaide about the wild, unbelievable thing she just saw. Hoshikori's friend swings in with a greeting, and Kori leans in like, "So how'd PE go?" Kazama barrels over, practically bursting to spill every detail about the mind-blowing new transfer student. Hoshikori's eyes widen when they hear Yuya's name get tossed around with pure electric excitement. Kazuma starts spilling the wild, unbelievable stuff that just went down on the soccer field. She blurts out what went down, then suddenly catches nothing under her feet. She trips, spins backward, and crashes to the ground. Right when she thought she'd hit the floor, you swooped in, grabbed her back, and then, boom, you slammed in the goal. Hayudo Kid fully confirms it, swearing his own moves felt ripped straight out of an anime. The other girls nod in sync, gushing that he's a total cool, handsome prince. Huzukori bursts into a relieved grin, totally overjoyed that Yuya is finally fitting in perfectly. Another girl blurts out just how cool and insanely handsome he is. If you already have a girlfriend, that question hits Hoshikori like a jolt. His heart skips before he can even breathe. A friend jokes, "So are you and Yuya dating?" And Kaori's whole world flips, panic hits, and she blurts out, "No way." Hayudo's grin spreads as he watches Kori squirm, and it's so soft it feels like he's holding back a laugh. The girls snap to it, class is about to start, and they sprint like their lives depend on it. Her friends wave her off, cheering her on and praying she crushes it in her next PE class. Kaori stands by herself for a heartbeat, staring through the rows of lockers like her thoughts have nowhere else to go. She grips her shirt tight, stunned by the rush of relief that hit her a moment ago, like she still can't believe it. After school, Ryo and Shingo shoot Yuya a quick wave and then head out to finally make their way home. Just as Yuya spins to head out, he spots someone posted up by the school gates, waiting for him. It's Huju Kaori, standing perfectly still right by the school's grand entrance, like she's daring the whole place to look at her. She beams at him with a warm, welcoming smile the moment he steps into her space. She asks, right to his face, if he's headed home, and her friends watch closely, eyes buzzing with curiosity. She leaned in and asked how his very first official day went, genuinely praying he loved every second of it. He reels back to that moment the chairman told him his daughter had been up all night, worried sick about him. He lights up, telling everyone how kind they are, and he's genuinely thrilled he transferred to Uzi. She lights up the second he says it, clutching her uniform to her chest like it's the best news she's ever heard. A soft, tender smile blooms on her lips as she drinks in his heartfelt words. He asks if she's waiting for a ride, and then she hits him with the truth. She's not here for a lift. She came for him. She shoots him a hopeful, rosy look and asks, with bated breath, what he's doing after school. She strides ahead, firing back, "Come on, follow me," and drags him through the non-stop chaos of the city streets. They stride through a buzzy shopping district packed with UCI students. Other students who pass by slam to a stop, staring in shock, and the moment they spot the two of them together, curiosity ignites. The street was pulsing with energy, a whole different world from the bleak neighborhood he'd left behind. Kaori tells them that the trendiest shops around here aren't just popular, they're getting featured on TV. Yuya whips his eyes around the crowded, stylish streets, still trying to shake the nerves crawling up his spine. She points out a super popular cafe and starts acting like his hype, personal tour guide. Yuya can't stop thinking, does she even have other plans waiting for her, like those student council duties after their walk? He asks if she needs anything, and her face instantly lights up at his concern. She pops the offer to give him a full tour of the area because she wants to thank him again for the help he gave. He feels like she's already gotten more than her share of thanks, so he refuses to waste even a second of her valuable time. She asks, straight up, if it's really so wrong that she just wants to sit with him and talk. He tells himself, as long as she's having fun, then me being here is totally okay. Kori catches sight of a famous craving shop in the distance and urges them to go there. They roll up to the Nicoya crepe shop, and there's a mile-long line packed with hungry, buzzing customers. She leans in and tells him just how legendary this shop is, because their rare premium strawberry crepe is the real celebrity. Yuya can't help but stare at her non-stop excitement, convinced that crepe is going to be absolutely unreal. With a fierce glare, she tells them to charge forward and take their chances in that long, snaking line. She grabs his hand and pushes through the packed crowd, steering him toward the popular shop. Other girls in the line instantly blush and squeal when they spot that stunning couple. Strangers in the stands stare in awe as the two of them rock their UCI uniforms, practically declaring them the perfect couple. Yuya suddenly feels everyone's gaze like heavy stares pressing on his chest, and it makes him squirm with discomfort. Panic hits hard, those old insecurities flare up, and he's convinced he doesn't belong in this trendy shop. A bunch of schoolgirls creeped up on them, and one of them finally blurted out to him in a shaky, timid voice. They spot him in that magazine and immediately dogpile him, shouting for photos and autographs like there's no time to waste. Swamped by the sudden spotlight, he snaps that they've got to be mistaken, like he's someone else entirely. Kaori spots his panic, yanks his tie, and drags him out of the overhyped crowd before they swarm him again. Panic hits him again as he realizes she's yanked his hand to drag him to safety. She suddenly realizes their hands have been locked together the entire time, then panics, apologizing non-stop while heat rushes into her cheeks. They huddle together in the middle of the crowd, both shaking with this sugary, shared embarrassment that hits like lightning. The audience can't help but melt those sweet little awkward moments, feel totally innocent, and they hit right in the heart. That moment yanks him straight into a brutal flashback, back when girls recoiled from him with nothing but disgust. He still remembers every cruel, hateful thing they said, and it hits like a punch compared to what he's dealing with right now. Kaori smiles sweetly and admits, "This is the first time I've ever held a boy's hand." He freezes in shocked silence, then lets out a wave of relief when he realizes she isn't angry at all. They snagged those rare, limited edition crepes and tore into them on a quiet bench, smiling like they'd hit the jackpot. She realizes she's the last one standing, then breaks off a bite of her blueberry crepe and offers it to him. He leans in and takes a bite of her crepe, gladly accepting her sweet offer. That moment feels weirdly close, and both of them break into blushes when she blurts out how insanely delicious it is. He studies the crepe's flavor breakdown, and the results hit him like a knockout perfect balance, top-tier quality. Yuya's face explodes into a blush as he finally tastes crepe for the first time, and the pure, sweet joy hits him like a shockwave. Next to smiling Kaori, Yuya grins and declares that sweets are straight-up amazing, then begs for more. Kaori feeds Yuya a bite of her crepe herself, and the moment it hits his mouth, panic detonates in him. He reluctantly takes the offered bite, and that sudden closeness hits him like a punch, his mind spinning out of control. When Kaori leans in, horror hits him. He realizes this feels way too much like an indirect kiss. She flashes a sweet smile and tells him it's the most delicious thing ever, while he chews slowly, lost in thought. The idea of an indirect kiss hits him like a spark, and as he eats, his face flames red. Hit by the flavor like a truck, he blurts out, "This is insanely delicious." Kaori's beaming, thrilled. He said yes, and she feels it too, every bit of it. A blushing Cory glances down at his crepe, and a shy little thought starts to bloom in his head. That stolen private moment hits them like lightning. Both of them blush hard and lose all control, totally flustered. Kaori snaps her face away, whispering that she's so embarrassed she can't even bring herself to look at him. He panics on the spot, blurts out sorry non-stop, and keeps asking if he messed up somehow. They both blurt out shaky apologies, and their conversation tumbles into a full-blown, flustered chaos. Panicked and desperate to make it right, he thrusts his own crepe into her hands. Kaori's eyes widen in shock as the second he blurts it out, he instantly clocks exactly what he just said, and it hits like a punch. His thoughts race as he scrambles to explain why his offer is really just him paying the favor back. She locks eyes with him and breaks into a warm, gentle smile that somehow says, "I get you." She leans in close, takes his offer, and nibbles a tiny bite. She flashes a radiant smile and basically confirms it. His crepe is just as mind-blowingly delicious. Her effortless closeness hits Yuya like lightning. He's instantly stunned, cheeks blazing, and stuck to the spot, unable to move. The sky stays perfectly clear as they start their quiet walk home together. Corey thanks him for the day and rushes out an apology, saying sorry for forcing him to play your guide. He grins and says he loved every second, then looks blown away by her deep local know-how. Corey shyly admits this is her very first time ever ditching the routine and hanging out after school. She admits her sheltered life left her struggling to connect with anyone, no matter their gender. But she flashes a grin and gushes that she's insanely happy they've become friends. He leans in like he's really hearing them, and the moment he clocks their loneliness, everything clicks like he's staring at his own isolation in someone else's eyes. He realizes there's no way he could ever truly grasp the kind of pain someone like her has to live with. He finally admits it turns out he's not just nervous. He's never even hung out with a girl before. When she asks if he's got a girlfriend, he blurts out a frantic, no way denial, like he's panicking. Kaori shoots him a knowing glance, and that calm, razor-sharp intensity spills the truth of her feelings. Her mysterious reaction totally throws him off, and he can't figure out what it all means. As a worker rolls the cart past, Corey's shyness cracks open, and he starts saying a little more. Suddenly, he catches his foot on nothing. Then his towering tower of crates lurches and starts to fall. Yuya's instincts fire up the moment danger hits, his face snapping into a sharp, action-ready stare. Kaori yells his name with worry, and he charges forward to help right away. She watches him disappear, her expression soft with awe, like she's proud of every step he takes. He springs in with zero effort, catching the whole wobbling pile of brutal heavy crates and locking it steady before it can crash. Yuya leans over the man sprawled on the ground and snaps, "Don't worry, I've secured every last crate." The man thanks him, and then bam, something hazy clicks behind his eyes as he freezes for a split second. A sudden flashback slams into him, and then it clicks. This guy is the same former part-time employee he used to hire. Yuya spots him right away and then starts blurting apologies like crazy for what his old self did. The man looks utterly lost, like he can't believe it, then blurts out, "Have we actually met somewhere before?" He swears he'll never forget that breathtaking face, so Yuya just can't find a word. The boss gives him one final thanks, then strides off totally oblivious to what's coming next. Yuya stares as the man walks off, and it clicks. He has zero clue who Yuya really is. He realizes the transformation is so absolute that it wipes his entire past clean. Kaori clocks his distant, pensive vibe and softly calls his name to snap him out of it. He whips around and fires off the question that's been gnawing at his mind. He can't believe it. How on earth did she spot him when he looks nothing like his old self anymore? Kaori told him she could tell for sure his eyes were identical to how they were before. He repeats her words, stunned that his own eyes ratted him out. She explains that even with his brand new look, those kind eyes never changed a bit. With a glowing grin, she tells him that's exactly how she knew it was him. He can't help but feel it in his bones. She looked past the surface and finally saw the real him. She spotted the exact version of him he'd spent his whole life despising. A hateful voice sneers at him, demanding to know why the trash is out here having fun. It's his twin brother, Yuta, and the look on his face is pure contempt, like a mask nailed on tight. Yuta strides up to them and blasts their calm walk home to pieces. Yuya's eyes are heavy as he barely manages to ask his brother, "So what do you want from me?" Yuta shrugs it off as just a coincidence, then shoots back with sarcasm like, "Can't I even get a word out?" He sneers like an elite such as himself has no business even speaking to common folk. Kaori barges in and blurts out that she's got a question for Yuta about that recent incident. Yuta shoots her a shocked look because she remembers him, and then she laughs at her, like an elite taking aim at a joke. You cut in and demand, "So Yuta's business isn't with you, is it?" In a close-up on Yuta, I catch a flash of raw irritation. Two towering bodyguards in slick black suits burst out from behind a tree like they were never there a second ago. Spotting the bodyguards, you can't help but mutter about how annoying it is that they're there. He waves them off and strides away, coldly saying he doesn't belong here. From far away, he glances back with a creepy, "I know exactly what you're doing" smile. Kaori's entire security crew rolls in, and they snap to attention, calling her Kori-sama like it's a sacred title. Up high in a window, he watches the whole world play out while his sister, Sora, stares down at everything unfolding below. She kicks off her new crew, screaming at her thugs to beat up the two standing below. The delinquents hunch forward with wild excitement, itching to obey her brutal command. The very next day, the sun blasted bright over the prestigious UCI Academy, lighting everything up like it was daring the world to watch. Kazuma bursts into the classroom like a firework, waving a brand new fashion magazine and grinning ear to ear. Yuya is sharing a calm morning hello with his buddy Keed, right there in the quiet of the day. Kazuma bursts out excitedly that there he is. Mio spots him in the magazine. He snatches the magazine and jolts like, "Wait, this thing just dropped." As he stares at the photos, he can't miss it. His expression looks stiff, awkward, and painfully out of place. His friends stare in shock, blurting out that he's got a legit pro-level presence. The classroom crackles with hype as the students lean in, bombarding him with the question, "Are you a model?" Flustered to the max, he blurts out that it was all Mio's doing and the photographer's too. He spots an intimate photo of Mio pressed up against him, and the big question hits, when did she snap this? Kazuma folds his arms and pouts, grumbling that even with all his protests, it's still a damn great picture. She scoots in even closer, grinning as she taunts, "So weren't we getting a little too close?" She keeps needling him, jab after jab, pointing at that picture like it screams, "This looks way too intimate." She asks the big question, "Are they dating?" And he panics so hard he tries to deny it with every breath in his body. Kazuma smirks and plays along, brushing off her denial with a teasing sparkle in her eyes. Shingo raises his phone to your face and says, "Yeah, trust me, there's way more you've got to see." Yuya's phone screen is packed with articles, and it feels like the whole world just went viral. His friends told him the internet was going wild, all buzzing with curiosity about him. Ryo clocks the look on Yuya's face. He's totally cut off from modern media, like the world just skipped him entirely. Yuya's like, "So this is what going viral feels like," and Ryo cuts in, correcting him on the spot. His friends basically admit it. Hanging out with someone that famous feels like an absolute rush. The word friend still slams into Yuya like a shockwave, because the idea is brand new to him. He leans in and asks shyly if it's really okay for someone like him to call her his friend. His friends erupt in cheers, and Kazama fires back with a big grin, declaring she's his friend too. Their perfect happy moment gets smashed when a brutal, earth-shaking crash erupts from outside. Yuya grins with pure warmth, chuckling like it's the funniest thing ever when someone cracks a joke about him being a cloud person. Then snap! He whips around, and a brutal commotion outside the school slams into his ears. Ryo and Shingo barrel in with him, and all of them sprint straight to the window to see what's happening. Ryo's face twists into pure, jaw-dropping shock as the scene below them unfolds. A brutal biker gang charges onto the spotless grounds of UCY Academy, shaking the whole place with their roar. Ryo snaps into recognition, staring hard at them like, "Wait, why are the infamous Red Ogre gang here?" A fearless teacher bolts out into the room shouting, "Who are you? Tell me right now!" A thug sneers, demands silence, then swings and knocks him down. The teacher crumples to the floor, completely stunned by the sudden, brutal blow. The Iraqi taunts him, practically begging the police to come, like chaos is the whole point. From the window, Kazama and Ryo stare in shock, blown away by the gang's outrageous nerve. Ryo's eyes lock onto the gang's flag, its ogre insignia staring back like a threat. Fear slams into him as he realizes he's seen that mark before, somewhere he can't forget. Ryo spills that they're a feared local gang, ones that run the streets and cause trouble wherever they go. The Red Ogre gang is lined up and ready to strike, swinging bats and clutching pipes like weapons waiting to explode. The U.S. stares stops mid-step, stunned, because why is this whole group suddenly showing up at the school out of nowhere? His eyes snapped wide as a terrifying truth hit him like lightning. Right in the heart of the gang, his twin siblings Yuta and Sora stand front and center. The twins smirked like they owned the world, pure malice on one side, smug superiority on the other. Yuya jerks back in pure shock, and his whole body starts shaking uncontrollably. He gasps in terror as it hits him. This invasion is all because of him. A wave of brutal past beatings crashes into his mind, drowning his senses. His friends barreled over to him, clocking the deathly pale look on his face and the panic twisting his expression. Shingo snaps into action, calling the police, and Ryo is instantly blown away by his quick thinking. Yuya spirals into despair, convinced he's completely useless and that there's nothing he can do to help. His classmates start panicking, warning him that jumping in is way too dangerous for him. Down below, Hoshikori steps out to take on the invaders by herself. She steps forward and announces, "I'm the student council president," then presses them for what they want. A thug whistles in your direction, practically bragging that this girl is about to save them from a whole lot of trouble. Yuta smirks and declares he's got business with their scumbag older brother. Kaori glares hard, clocking those twins right from that ugly showdown before. She snaps that the police are on their way and demands to know why they're really here. Yuta snorts and shoots it off like, "Yeah, this is just a perfect way to blow off steam." Kaori's horrified by how casually he crushes people. Then she realizes it's not just cruelty, it's a threat hiding in plain sight. Inside, a girl grabs her friend by the sleeve and warns, "Don't step outside, it's way too dangerous." Another student throws his hands up, realizing that no matter how many they bring, they still get outnumbered. A thug growls that nothing at all is going to change how this ends. Sora taunts Kaori, barking that she should stop worrying about him and focus on her own safety. Thugs surge forward, closing in on the lone like a nightmare while terrified Kaori stands frozen, watching it all unfold. One goon spots her from the convenience store and blurts out that today's a lucky day. He smirks like a predator and leans in, saying they can finally get to know each other even better now. Yuya's friends pull him back and warn him, straight up getting involved is way too dangerous. Rage burns in Ryo's voice as she snaps at them to back off and leave the whole mess alone. Aya is frozen solid with terror. His mind keeps screaming that he can't move. Shingo leans in, telling him not to panic because the police are already on their way. Yuya is crushed, staring at Shingo like he's pure talent, while he's stuck doing nothing and watching it happen. Shingo shrugs and admits he's nowhere near athletic. He's no fighter like Yuya. He admits he just followed his instincts, fully swallowed by the moment like nothing else mattered. Yuya remembers the exact second he hesitated the first time he saw Kaori getting harassed. He clings to his grandfather's words, never, ever leave someone in need behind. His face twists with raw determination as his resolve finally locks in, iron hard. He clings to Mio's pep talks, Kaori's warm friendship, and the rush of his own level-ups. He still remembers Kaori's words, how she recognized him by those kind eyes of his. He can't stop thinking about the weak, helpless kid he used to be. Kazuma snaps, "Don't go if you do, you're guaranteed to get hurt." He slams both hands on the desk, swearing he'll become the kind of person he can finally be proud of. He snaps, swears he's done hiding behind excuses, and then hurls himself out the window. His friends' screams explode in their throats as they watch him leap off the 4th floor. They stare in total shock as he touches down safely. Looking like he didn't even get hurt, he slams down with a ground-shaking crash right between Kaori and the thugs. He shouts at Kaori to get behind him, and his face turns deadly serious, pure protection in every line. The thugs go wide-eyed, demanding to know who this brand-new arrival is. Yudistov bristles with rage as he clocks his scumbag brother for what he is. Araki cracks his knuckles, and you can practically feel the relief finally. The pig shows up. Yuta shrugs and tells Araki to go punch his brother a bit. Thugs with bats and pipes flood him in a roaring wave, all fired up for violence. From the classroom window, his friends scream his name in pure terror, like they just spotted the impossible. You just trigger eye flashes, and boom, his otherworldly powers ignite out of nowhere. His four-sided skill lets him spot every telegraphed attack before it even lands. He slips through the storm of punches, moving so smoothly it feels unreal. A furious thug roars in frustration, screaming at him to stop slipping out of their attacks. You watch his eyes stay ice-calm and razor-focused, because in that moment he can see it all. The thugs finally clocked it beneath all that looks. He was just a regular human, nothing more. He moves with razor-sharp precision, slipping every one of their blows so nothing ever hits him. His friends erupt in cheers as they realize the thugs are slugging each other instead. The gang's toughest enforcer steps up, fists clenched, ready to prove his pure strength in a straight-up showdown. He roars at you to stay awake, then blasts you with a massive punch. Yiga slams his open palm into the attack and rips a massive shockwave through the air. The giant unleashes his full power, only for it to get shut down by one single hand. He clamps down with all his grip, and his raw strength smashes through his opponent like a freight train. With a laid-back hup, he effortlessly flips the massive giant over his shoulder like it weighs nothing. The massive thug gets blasted skyward, slamming into his own stunned comrades. Iraqi grips a can in his hand and snaps at his men. "That's enough, back up." He announces he's taking care of it himself, leaving his whole gang stunned. Yuya just watches him close in, completely calm. His face tells her nothing. Iraqi cracks his knuckles, rage boiling because Yuya just disrespected the red ogre. He swings a vicious punch and roars that he'll kill Utah no matter what. Yuya clocked that Rocky was moving fast, way faster than the other thugs. He swats away a whole storm of punches with effortless timing, moving like he's done it 1,000 times. Araki swings that savage haymaker, and Yuya casually catches it with his arm like it's nothing. Yuya snaps in with a razor-precise strike, and the Rocky assailant crumples hard to the ground. Iraqi snarls, growling. Whether Yuya's been training in martial arts? Yuya coolly shrugs and says, "I've only read one book on the whole topic." Fuming with rage, Araki hurls a handful of sand straight into Yuya's eyes. Yuya gets hit with a sudden dirty trick, and for a split second, darkness wipes out his vision, leaving him stunned. The Iraqi maniacally laughs and snaps out a butterfly knife, ready to end the fight for good. He lunges at you, screaming that you're doomed to hell. Yuya darts away in the nick of time, realizing this is exactly what it's like when you're fighting human opponents. He swears that humans, unlike monsters, fight with both feints and weapons. His weakness detection skill snaps on, laying bare every single crack in Araki. A thunderous punch slams into the young man's face, and a nasty crack echoes as everything goes numb for a second. Yuya's hand snaps into the attack and brutally shuts it down in an instant. He clamped down on the thug's wrist with a vice-like grip that felt like unbreakable iron. Iraqi's gets tossed aside, convinced this is nothing more than another round of training. Yif looms over the defeated tormentor, calmly straightening his school tie like the fight is already over. He lets out a tired sigh, like this whole fight was nothing but an annoying speed bump. He sits there thinking about how brutal it is to deal with other people. Outside the school, police cars screeched in to deal with the wreckage left behind. Sora, with defiant fire in her eyes, orders the officers to hurry up and let her go. She and Yuta lock eyes, stunned, speechless, staring at the chaos like their minds can't wrap around what they're seeing. Yuta can barely believe it. Those feared red ogre gangsters are finally crushed. Yuya flicks his gaze to his brother, and his face gives away absolutely nothing. Yuta blurts out in pure shock as his older brother closes in on him. The Red Ogre gang's beaten-up crew gets cuffed on the spot as the police roll in. Even with the cuffs biting their wrists, the thugs stayed defiant, barking insults at their leader like they had nothing to fear. Iraq's holding him in cuffs, and in total rage he tears through the air, screaming Utah's name like he'll rip the world in half. One thug finally cracks and spills the real story. Those twins planned the whole attack. The gang, reeling from betrayal, unleashes their violent rage on Utah and Sora. Araki snatches Utah, roaring that he'll never, ever forgive him for what he did. Utah chokes up with panic, begging his attacker to stop right now. Sora charges in without fear, begging them to let her brother go. An Araki brute slams a brutal backhand across her face, snarling for the girl to shut her mouth. He snarls that they're accomplices and vows they'll die together. Sora chokes on a scream, terrified because that pavement doesn't forgive. Her arrogance finally cracked. Now she's left sobbing through pure pain and raw fear. The cops are fighting a losing battle, trying to pin down thugs who refuse to stop swinging back. An officer screams for someone to stop the Iraqi man because he's already torn free. Utah's eyes blow wide with pure terror as he screams for help. Iraq's looming over him, his face set like a mask of murder as he snarls, "Die!" A flash of speed tears across the schoolyard in the blink of an eye. Yuya bursts in and slams his hand up, freezing Araki's fist just inches from Yuta's face. Rage flares in his eyes as he barks at the rock to let go. His grip clamps down on the bully's wrist with unreal, crushing strength. Iraqi men cowered in pure shock, sweating bullets as this impossible power crushed all hope. With one smooth, effortless whip of his arm, Yuya flings the huge man flying aside. He towers over the fallen bully who sprawled on the ground, completely crushed. He drops to his knees and whispers to his battered brother, begging him to tell him, "Are you okay?" Bruised and crying, Yuta blurted, "Why'd you save me, Yuya?" Yuya drops his gaze with a shaky, sad smile, replaying Yuta's insult and feeling it sting all over again. Araki, seething because Yuya won't even look his way, screams his lungs out from the ground. He swears he'll end this fight right here, right now. For one terrifying blink, a murderous intent sparks in Yuya's eyes. He unleashes a lightning-fast, pinpoint kick and smashes it into the rocky side. With Rocky blasting through the sky, Yuya clenches his fists and realizes he just can't bring himself to forgive them. A streak of motion tears across the screen, proving just how brutally fast that defeated bully got wrecked. That scumbag brother insult keeps screaming in his head over and over. He clenches his fist because he can't just walk away from his family. An Araki kid crashes hard into a tree, still barely conscious, but the impact just about knocks him out. Yuya drops his gaze, realizing this kindness isn't an act. It's just who he's always been. Kaori stands back in awe, whispering his name like it's the only thing that matters. On the ground, Yuta and Sora are crushed by emotion, sobbing uncontrollably as tears pour down. Rio stares is still reeling, blasting out in pure awe, screaming that it was absolutely incredible. Yuya whips around, shocked to find his friends staring right at him. His classmates erupt in cheers, finally breathing easy now that he's completely unharmed after the fight. He's totally flustered while they stare in awe at his unbeatable, untouchable fighting style. Kaori barrels to his side, and her voice trembles with pure, non-stop concern. She flashes a radiant smile at him, telling him, "I'm good, seriously, all because of you." Yuya's cheeks flare a little as he lets out a breath of relief. His friend is safe. He and Kaori stay side by side as the storm finally starts to calm down. Yuta tilts his head up at his savior and calls him right to his face, his older brother. He's fumbling for words, staring at Yuya like, "Why would you actually help me?" Tears spill down his face as he trembles out a single question. Why, after all his cruelty? Yuya stares down at his brother, his face soft with sadness and quiet heartbreak. He shrugs it off, saying it's only because Yuta is his brother. Yuya stares into the past, and every hit, every loss, every ounce of pain he's survived comes crashing back at him. He's fully aware he'll never, ever forgive them for humiliating his grandfather. The twins jolt their heads up, wide-eyed and frozen, because Yuya just proved it. Family means you help each other. They're hit with the crushing weight of this one simple duty to family. Yuta and Sora crumple to the ground, sobbing their hearts out on the pavement. Yuya blurts out an awkward apology, completely lost on what to do with their tears. A police car barrels in, flashing its lights like a stamp that screams, "That's the end of it." Kaori leans in and tells Yuya, "Don't worry, those twins will get punished and they won't be destroyed." She asks, voice trembling, if he's really okay, because she knows just how much he's been crushed by them. He admits he can't magically forgive it all, but that's exactly who he is. He clocks it instantly. No matter how he looks on the outside, it's still the same person living in his bones. Kaori grins softly and tells him with total sincerity that he saved her again just like before. He shoots a glance as his fingers brush his cheek, cheeks burning, and blurts out that this time he got help too. Kaori locks eyes with him, her gaze blazing, and she boldly declares, "You're my hero." He's so humiliated he can't even get a single word out. His mind goes blank and nothing comes out right. His buddies roll up to him, shouting his name with big, bright smiles. Trapped on all sides of them, he realizes how empty his life used to be. He'd sworn that this other world was the only place where his soul could finally breathe. But now he finally realizes that leveling up has brought him right to these amazing people. He grins with real warmth because he knows his life has already flipped and it's only getting wilder from here. In a brand new world, a tiny glittering puplet lets out a joyful yip. Yuya, locked in his armor, finally senses that something new has just crashed into the scene. A towering, multi-spired castle looms beneath a heavy, stormy sky. Inside the massive audience hall of Arzelia Castle, the knight bows low. Seated on his throne, the king turns to Owen and grants the knight permission to rise. Owen rises and speaks with full respect to His Majesty the King. King Arnavan Arzelia claims he's been hearing rumors about Lexia's savior. You're like, no way a kid like that is really out there in the middle of a terrifying demon forest. Owen snaps that the use name is totally unheard of, and that makes him just a plain commoner. The king sinks into a quiet, serious silence as he listens to the report. Like every word is cutting deep. Owen steps up and backs Yuya with full confidence, saying he's the kind of man they can trust without hesitation. He tells everyone that Yuya's been invited to visit the castle next month. The king stands there, staring in silence, wrestling with just how powerful and mysterious this stranger really is. Then he leans in and fires off the question, "So it's true, Owen, this guy really proposed to your daughter?" Owen's eyes go wide. He's just realized the nightmare choice he made, and it's way worse than he thought. The king explodes in a full-blown rage, roaring at the top of his lungs like he's about to make his move. King Arnold snaps with rage, lifts his sword, and roars, demanding to know who dared seduce his daughter. The king's furious roar rattles the castle walls as the tiny Lexia fires back at his reckless move. You lock onto Yuya's determined face, and it's instantly clear. Yeah, he's the one they mean. A brutal level 600 king orc emerges from the shadows and rips the air open with a savage, guttural roar. With a fierce inhale, Yuya steadies his stance and slams straight into King Orc's charging assault head-on. In a sudden burst of dark energy, Yuya rips loose a devastating counterattack, his absolute spear tearing through everything in its path. Right after the fight, the monster's rare treasure bursts onto the ground, glittering gems and hard-earned materials, shining like they're begging to be grabbed. Yuya realizes one terrifying truth. The deeper he pushes into the forest, those monsters keep getting stronger the farther he goes. He pauses for a beat, shaken by that brief, deadly intent he felt right before the fight erupted. Back at the palace, King Arnold keeps raging, while Owen scrambles to calm him down. A rustle snaps Yuya's focus, and he can't help wondering what, if anything, is crouching in those bushes. A tiny wolf-like puppy, soaked in blood and clinging to matted fur, stumbles into the clearing. Yuya goes pale with horror, terrified that the tiny creature got caught in the blast radius of his fight. The little pup shakes all over, then plants its feet anyway and spits out a shaky, defiant snarl. Yuya finally clicks those wounds on the pup. Weren't his fault at all. Some other monster did it. He remembers he's got a solution, then tears open his magical item box and starts rummaging for it fast. He snatches the full heal herb and, right on the spot, brews a citrus healing potion that kicks in instantly. He tips the glowing magical liquid into his gauntleted hands, ready to pour it into an offering the moment he's set. He softly coaxes the scared pup forward, urging it to swallow the potion and heal its wounds. He leans in and reassures the creature that this medicine will crush the pain it's trapped in. The pup still hesitates, but Yuya leans in and promises, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." His gentle words finally cut through the fear, and the pup creeps closer with cautious steps. It starts to cautiously taste the glowing healing potion straight from the palms he holds out. Yuya leans in, eyes locked on the little creature, watching it calmly gulp down the remedy. The pup keeps lapping the potion, and that first flash of fear melts into real trust. Right as the potion kicks in, Yuya's jaw drops. He watches the pup's wounds knit shut before his eyes. A dazzling, magical glow suddenly blasts around the little creature as the healing finishes up. The light dies down, and there it is, the puppy, totally healed, with clean, fluffy fur like nothing ever happened. Yuya lets out a deep breath of relief, thrilled he made it in time to save the day. That little ball of energy happily rubs against his leg, and Yuya can't stop himself. He's totally melting over how adorable it is. Sunlight pours through the towering canopy of the great demon forest. Perched on a rock, Yuya leans in and demands to know where the pup's family is, her worry sharpening into urgency for its safety. The puplet stumbled out of the sad whine, and Yuya blurts out in a shaky voice that he might have lost himself. His face shifts to deep thought as he sizes up the whole tiny creature mess. Staring at the little pup, he can't shake the thought that maybe it's stuck out here just like him, alone in this world. The pup tilts its head up to him, those sharp eyes shining, and it gives a quiet little whimper like it's begging him to explain. A wave of raw empathy washes over Yuya's face as he finally makes up his mind. He flashes a soft smile, and he asks the lonely pup if it wants to come home with him. The pup's face erupts in pure, sparkling joy the second he hears your heartfelt invitation. Aya breaks into laughter, wraps her arms around the ecstatic creature, and somehow says it feels like it understands every word he's thinking. He jolts at a system notification, and just like that, he's unlocked a tame skill out of nowhere. He can't believe it. He never even knew there was a skill that could make monsters your friends. Staring at the little pup, he realizes this isn't some normal animal at all. It's a full-on monster. A second notification bursts on screen, flashing the proof he's finally tamed the black finerer for good. Yeah, Fenrir and the newcomer lock eyes, and both of them freeze in pure, wide-eyed shock. His appraisal skill flashes and boom, the pup is revealed as a level 500 legendary beast packed with insane power. Yuya panics when he realizes he can't just casually adopt a level 500 monster like it's no big deal. Back in Japan, his classmate leans in and asks if there's a pet shop anywhere nearby. Yuya tells everyone he's hunting for a shop that sells dog collars. His friends swarm in, grinning wide, bombarding him with non-stop questions about the fresh new dog he just brought home. After school, Ryo and Shingo push everyone to hit the shops together so he can grab exactly what he needs. The crew rushes to the local pet shop to help Yuya grab everything he needs for his brand new companion. Yeah, Ryo and Shingo roll in with him, and they push right into the loud, chaotic pet store. Elsewhere in the store, Kid and Kazama gawk at a display of adorable pet outfits. Yuya's eyes widen when he spots a different customer strolling in with a grinning Shiba Inu stuffed safely in a backpack. One of his friends leans in and asks, "So what, did you already pick a name for your new dog?" His female friends are loving the name Night, calling it awesome and even better than nightly, like it was made for this. Yuya flashes a shy smile and confesses he picked it too because it fits his own name perfectly. In his strange new world home, the freshly named Night stands tall, all ears, soaking in every moment. He bursts home from school, and ecstatic, tail-wagging Night comes at him like pure joy. He drops to his knees, softly stroking Night, and then apologizes torn up that he left him alone all day. In his living room, he shows Night the brand new white collar he bought. He double-checks the collar, tightening it with care, and tells you it's a strict rule for anyone stepping outside. Night, rocking his brand new accessory like a main character, let out a thrilled bark of approval. Yuya decides their first walk is finally happening, and he gets a thrilled yes from them with a big Night bark. A bonus panel drops a brand new prize, a boar bristle brush, one rare treasure said to fall from the king orc himself. The video opens on a calm, dreamy sky, half clouded, half glowing, like the world's holding its breath. Yuya and Night soak up a peaceful stroll along the riverside, chatting with the next dog owner they bump into. Under the night sky, rocking his brand new collar, he pauses mid-step and sniffs that tiny white flower like it's the start of something mysterious. Two passing schoolgirls spot them and start whispering like, "Oh my gosh, they're both adorable." As they stroll through the neighborhood, heads snap around on every street corner, and strangers can't stop staring. Yuya flashes a grin and thinks, "Man, what an insanely smart, perfectly behaved Night I've got as my partner." He pitches it to Night. Let's slip into the great demon forest later and see what's waiting for us. In the other world, the Night stands on top of a colossal monster he just crushed, victory blazing in his eyes. Back in Japan, Yuya and Night finally drifted off in his bed, calm, snug, and each curled up on their own pillow. The two of them tear across a city bridge on an endorphin-fueled morning jog, laughing and powering through the whole run together. A caption pops up and tells you several days have crawled by since Night first hit. On another walk, a little kid starts bouncing with excitement, pointing and shouting, "It's a doggy." That night, can't help but think, like, the dark has gotten so used to their usual walking route. He spots the path packed way more than normal, and he can't help wondering, did some brand new hotspot just blow up? He whips around, startled, when a familiar voice from the crowd shouts his name. He gets hit with a bright, cheerful smile from his classmate, Hujakori. Kaori's eyes snap straight to the tiny, fluffy creature sitting right at Yuya's feet. Aya beams as he names the pup Night, and just like that, the newest and most important member of his family is officially here. Kaori's eyes light up the second she spots the cutest little dog, and she politely asks if she can give it some pets. She drops to her knees, softly running her hand through Knight's fur, then introduces herself with crystal-clear formality. A strange, warm rush surges through Yu Yu's chest as he watches, grinning because everyone's praising the Knight. Kaori shoots her gaze up and blurts out a question about Knight's breed, and it slams right into Yuya like he got hit out of nowhere. He blurts out a shaky, "I don't know," stammering that he only stumbled on the pup, like that somehow explains everything. Kaori listens to his tale and grins, telling him that Knight was lucky he ended up finding him. Her sweet words hit and you blush, and then he grins, saying he's happy if it's really true. Bystanders can't look away, staring at the lineup of beauties like it's some kind of divine miracle about to unfold. Another woman in the crowd spots the group and lights up with a smile full of pleasant surprise. She closes in on them with shaky courage, quietly asking if the young man might be Yesan. Yuya and Kaori snap their heads up, their eyes widening in instant stunned disbelief as the newcomer steps in. The woman finally shows her true face. Mio, the famous model, and when she flashes that smile, his identity is confirmed. Mio and Kaori traded polite hellos, but the tension buzzed between them as they brought up the old photo shoot. Yeah, I'm still stuck replaying that wild chance encounter, so I ask Mio what she's doing around here. With a soft, gentle smile, she tells her place is just around the corner, so she comes out here for walks all the time. Kaori, clutching Knight, glares at Mio and demands, "Yuya, explain who this person is." Mio flashes a warm smile and tells him, "You know, me and I once did a photo shoot together." Yuya rolls in and introduces Huju Kaori along with his tiny, adorable puppy Knight. Mio stares at them both, and a soft, slightly bashful smile blooms across her face. Kaori's thrown into a panic when she meets the famous model bowing low and introducing herself with all the proper formalities she can manage. Mio decides it's time to bolt, because a massive crowd is already closing in around them. Before she leaves, she slips in close and whispers a question to you. Yeah. She asks him, "Do you come out here for walks a lot?" He tells you that ever since night fell, it's turned into his everyday ritual. Mio looks totally shocked and blurts out, "So you're really planning to keep doing this in the future?" He shoots back, "Yep, I do," and her face lights up like she's over the moon. Mio giggles with pure delight at his answer, leaving Yuya completely stunned and scratching his head. Chibi-style Yuya pops up, and a storm of giant question marks swirls around him as he looks totally lost. Mio flashes Kaori one last bright goodbye, then turns to you still totally baffled. Kaori watches the famous model walk away, her face calm but brimming with deep, quiet thoughts. You handed it to himself, and man, how wild was it to bump into Mio here of all places. Then panic slams him. He suddenly remembers he completely forgot to mention that he saw them in their magazine feature. Kaori cautiously questions Ye about Mio, clocking just how close and friendly they act with each other. She leans in with a shy blush and asks, in a soft voice, if they're maybe possibly dating. Yuya goes wide-eyed, blurts out a fast denial, and insists they only ran into each other by pure chance. He tells you Mio is incredible, so far out of his league it almost hurts. Kaori freezes at his modest take, and her cheeks blaze with instant, shocked embarrassment. She whips her head away and mutters, "It's nothing," leaving him even more baffled than before. A hooded man lurks in the shadows, eyes glinting with a cold, calculating menace as he watches their every move. Knight's ears shot up instantly, and he zeroed in on a lurking threat the humans never even saw. He starts barking like crazy, and that sudden alarm jolts Yuya and Kaori out of their skin. A woman's voice screams from far away, pleading with someone, "Please let me go." A man snarls, "Shut up, old hag," and shoves a woman down hard. A hooded man bolts into the night, clutching a purse, while the woman's cries for help tear through the air. The thief smirks and realizes she's been gripping that flashy bag so tight her knuckles are white. He swings a knife toward a terrified bystander and roars at them to get out of his way. A ferocious bark bursts out and Knight launches into action the second Yuya screams his name. Kaori bolts to the fallen elderly woman's side, demanding to know if she's okay. She insists she's okay, but her voice cracks as she worries about the stolen bag. Kaori rushes in to steady the panicked woman, who's scrambling to get back on her feet. The thief fights through the dark, screams, "What is this dog?" then finally yanks his grip free. With a furious roar, he hurls the tiny creature off him like it's nothing, smashing it away with raw violence. Knight slams him into the pavement, and he jolts right back up on his feet like nothing happened. The thief spits with pure hatred, glaring at the dog like it's his target and swears he'll kill it. In the blink of an eye, Yuya is suddenly right in front of him, eyes blazing with sharp, cold rage. In a blink, Yuya's hand snaps onto the thief's knife wrist, pinning it hard. He nails a flawless martial arts throw, driving the man hard into the ground. The sun starts slipping behind the skyline, and long shadows crawl across the streets. Yuya and Kaori check step on the woman, and she wastes no time. She's thanking them for saving the day. She lets out a breath of relief, saying she's thrilled the bag her grandchild made is finally safe. Yuya stares in silence, serious as stone, and his mind dives deep into his own thoughts. A brutal memory hits him. His old self kneeling, drowning in grief before his grandfather's shrine. He warns the woman, "If you get hurt, your grandchild will be crushed. Don't let it happen." The woman flashes a warm smile and gratefully thanks the kind young man for looking out for her. As evening drifts over the city, the riverbank path falls into a hushed, breath-holding calm. Cory yells Yuya's name as they push on through the walk back home. She says she just knows there are people out there, stressing over him. Yuya stares at her, completely thrown off by the sudden, serious words that just hit her. He can't stop asking himself who on earth would even worry for him, because in his mind, only his grandfather ever truly did. Cory stares him dead in the eyes, cheeks burning red as she admits, "I was worried sick." Yuya's jaw drops. She's been worried about him ever since they first met. They square off in front of each other, pure silhouettes, framed by the city lights behind them. Kaori gives him a soft smile, then begs him, "Please don't be so reckless next time." A blushing Yuya stammers out an apology, panicking that she'd made her worry about him. A tiny Chibiya freezes in pure shock, hit hard by the sheer emotional weight of the moment. The knight rockets onto Yuya's back, and Yuya drops to his knees to thank his fearless companion. Yuya's thoughts land the truth he finally has both friends and family in his life. Mayo should thank herself. She should start walking more often, and she knows it. An energetic knight bursts into barking joy, announcing the kickoff of a brand new, heart-racing adventure chapter. In that other world, Yuya and Knight barreled into the great demon forest, ready to face whatever hell waited between the trees. As they push deeper into the unknown, monsters start rolling in with stats so insane they feel impossible. In the clearing, they stumble on a breathtaking beast, its crystalline antlers blazing like scattered shards of light. His appraisal hits like a thunderclap. This is a level 630, crystal deer, and the power inside it is unreal. The deer feels you there instantly, and its calm, sharp expression screams it knows exactly what's going on. Yuya lurks in hiding, eyes locked on the monster. Then it hits him. This thing is a top-tier magic user. He wrinkles his brow, weighing every move like the next strike could decide everything against this terrifying new opponent. The crystal deer's eyes suddenly bulge with shock as it locks onto their exact hiding spot. Yuya's jaw drops. He blurts out that his assimilation power got sniffed out. He smirks, clocking that his sneaky game doesn't hold up when the enemies are higher level. The crystal deer lunges ahead like a lightning strike, every step flashing with raw speed and brutal power. Yuya and Knight both snap away from its path as that brutal rush barrels past them. The knight explodes off the ground midair, fangs flashing, fully set to tear into his enemy with a brutal counterattack. He lunges at the deer, but the massive creature refuses to budge, standing its ground like a wall. The stag's crystal-clear body starts to splinter, crackling with a massive surge of magical power. It rips open the air and hurls a crushing blast of dark energy straight out of its body. "Yeah!" lets out a scream of pure effort as the explosion traps him. His eyes bulge with raw shock as the magical blast crashes into him. The deer whips up a swirling orb of dark magic, ready to unleash its second blast. A roiling orb of dark energy rockets through the air, screaming toward its target. Yuya gets blasted backward into the air, screaming through the searing heat as pain tears through his voice. He drops onto his feet, scuffed up but unbreakable, with a grim look that says he's not done yet. He realizes something terrifying. Monsters have started wielding magic now, and it's not like that devil bear. The crystal deer snaps into a whole new move, sending a brutal wave of sharp ice shards crashing toward the enemy. The ice claws its way through the forest floor, screaming forward straight at Yuya. He's completely stunned, yelling that the deer is unleashing a totally different kind of magic, like it has a second spell hidden up its sleeve. He clenches his teeth, realizing he can't just stand there and eat punch after punch. Knight squeaks with a tiny whimper, and Yuya instantly rockets to his side. He drops to his knees, wearing a soft, comforting smile that calms the room. He tells Knight, "You're all right," and hits him with a heartfelt thanks for every ounce of bravery. They huddle side by side, staring down the deer, and Yuya clocks it fast. 2 different magic types are in play. The crystal deer's ear flicks hard, and it knows this time they're ready to fight like never before. Yuya barrels forward, roaring that tonight hinges on him, and he's got everything riding on that promise. As night drops, a swarm of dark, swirling projectiles hammers the deer. As night closes in, the deer absolutely darts aside, dodging the magical assault with razor-sharp timing. A thunderous blast erupts when the deer's ice magic smashes straight into Knight's attack. Knight presses forward without mercy, eyes locked on the massive enemy in front of him. The fight kicks off in a dead quiet wasteland of bone-chilling snow and razor-sharp ice. The crystal deer, all majestic power and sharp brains, locks eyes with its opponent like it's measuring the kill. Yuya stares in shock as the creature's glowing antlers blast both fire and water at once. With a thunderous roar, the deer shatters reality, sending a wild forest of ice shards exploding into the air. Its antlers blaze with raw power as it lines up yet another world-shattering magical attack. Knight, the loyal Fenrir, rockets forward in a blur of speed, throwing himself in front of his master to shield him. Those sharp, intelligent eyes lock onto its targets with a ruthless, cold focus. Yuya snaps together a quick plan to turn the creature's own power against it. He summons a dazzling curtain of water, snapping it into place like a shield to protect him. The deer's elemental blast gets snatched away and slammed back at its own stunned creator, exploding in their face. The majestic beast gets swallowed by the swirling vortex of its own attack, like it's drowning in its power. Reflected magical energy rips straight through the creature, exploding in a brilliant flash. Yuya lands like a feather on the icy ground, right as the fight finally crashes to a stop. A system notification blasts across the screen he's leveled up, and it reveals his and Knight's brand new, godlike stats. It worked! Knight, he blurts it out. And once the notice flashes, he realizes he's truly learned brand new mental skills. Knight lets out a proud bark, his tail wagging hard like he just won the whole world. Victory's spoils spill out one rare magic stone, heaps of meat, and a pelt that shimmers like it's alive. He leans in and inspects the twin horns, grinning like he just struck gold with the idea of forging a magic weapon. A dazzling crystal-clear box bursts into existence, and inside is a luxurious portable bath set. A chibi style. Yuya just stares in total disbelief at the weird drop because it literally comes with a rubber duck. He remembers that boring old drop and realizes something huge, daily essentials, really do come in handy. A wild cloud of steam explodes upward as a majestic stone hot spring bursts right from the forest floor. He blurts out in shock, staring at the item's description like it's insane, stunned by how stacked those features are. He can't resist it, and before he knows it, he's soaking in those warm, healing waters, feeling pure bliss wash over him. He lets out a deep, satisfied sigh, and his whole body finally melts into total calm. He stumbles on a privacy veil feature and just stares, blown away by the weird, mysterious tech. He stares at his brand new, bigger body and realizes his home bath has shrunk into something downright cramped. With the night closing in, he stares into the dark, realizing just how brutally his body has changed. A flashback rips open his old self, reliving the moment he stumbled on the sage's house and everything instantly turned upside down. His head's buzzing with burning questions about who the sage really is and what his legacy is hiding. A mysterious robed figure haunts his thoughts, and the sage can't stop flickering between what he sees and what it means. He shoves his questions to the side and dives into exploring for now. He grins at Night and practically nudges him along, saying it's about time they hauled themselves out of that bath. Clad in his armor again, he leans over a blazing holographic map, plotting his next devastating move. He realizes the map will guide him back and keep him from getting lost. He finally gets it if he wants to go even farther. He's got to gear up for a brutal, long trek on foot. The Knight jolts awake in an instant, here snapping up, tail whipping back and forth as he senses something lurking nearby. Yuya spots her companion acting weird, so she blurts out, "What's wrong with you?" Knight guides him onto a cramped trail straight toward a vertical cliff wall. Yuya stares up at the gigantic wall of rock towering over them, cold and utterly unpassable. With his sharp detection skills on full blast, he checks the area and finds not a single suspicious presence lurking nearby. The cliff face suddenly splits wide open, then plunges inward with a thunderous roar. He freezes in pure shock, staring into the dark, gaping maw of a cave that was just revealed. A little cascade of rocks crashes down, and just like that, the hidden path springs to life. Torches along the cavern walls erupt into magical flame, one by one, until the whole place lights up. The light spills over a man-made staircase, and it plunges straight down into the earth. He steps in with nerves on edge, realizing this isn't some natural cave, it's something else entirely. His presence sense snaps into place, and it confirms one thing: no monsters are hiding anywhere nearby. He spots the Knight turning weirdly restless, like it's already on the verge of snapping. He can't stop wondering what insane thing waits at the end of this eerie, hidden passage. The tunnel bursts open into a huge grotto, and crystals stud the walls like they're lit from within. He suddenly senses a massive, terrifying presence and snaps instantly into full alert mode. Night barks and darts thunder forward, charging deeper into the crystal cavern. In the dead of night, Yuya snaps into panic and shouts after his companion, sprinting to catch up. He snaps around the corner and slams to a halt because staring him in the face is a cloaked skeleton, right there like a nightmare come to life. He gasps, eyes bulging with pure shock as the unexpected heavy truth hits him. He snaps to it fast. This isn't a monster at all. It's what's left of a real person. Night barks, snapped his focus to the thing sitting in the skeleton's lap. He spots a massive, ancient book sprawled across the skeleton's bony legs. He can't stop thinking, did this book really belong to the person who died right here? He's praying that if he just reads it, the skeleton's true identity will finally click into place. His language skills click into place, and he deciphers the title, The Journal of Sage. He snaps his eyes from the book to the skeleton, and the truth hits him like a punch. This has to be the sage. The journal spills the tale of a past where its author believed nothing. Not a single thing was truly impossible. He'd mastered every craft from mind-blowing magic to slicing and sizzling in the kitchen. The sage just shrugs and admits, "I didn't overthink it, I acted because I could." His overwhelming power finally pushed him into the god's realm. A god leaned in and warned him his power was way too huge for any mortal body to survive. They dangled godhood and immortality in front of him, and the shock hit so hard he couldn't even react. Standing face to face with the celestial beings, he flat out refused their offer. As a god, he knew normal people would only stare at him and see nothing but a monster. He picked one last path live as a human and let death take him the same way. Yuya stares at the skeleton, and a wave of sympathy hits him hard, like he finally understands what it's been through. The journal flat out warns Yuya's power won't just grow, it'll carve a brutal gap between him and everyone else. The sage's power had swollen so massive, it didn't even feel human anymore. This insane power didn't awe anyone. It unleashed pure fear in everyone around him. The sage pens this warning, "I don't want Yuya to end up on the same lonely road again." Yuya's jaw drops, because he totally thought the sage was just some selfish shut-in. Then it hits him. The sage wasn't wise at all, just a lonely, broken soul who couldn't even slip away peacefully. Then the journal spills the truth about the good people who always worry about you. His face turns somber as memories of his new school friends hit him, and his thoughts sink deeper. He's terrified that someday he'll scare them too, and that idea disgusts him. He keeps reading, and bam, he finally realizes the sage's dilemma has a simple, hidden solution. The journal spills the answer, win the humans over. and everything clicks into place. The sage leans in and tells him, "Go find your people friends, a lover, and family, so someone stands shoulder to shoulder with you." In his final days, even the sage couldn't pull off this one impossible thing. A ghostly vision of the sage cuts in, warning him not to rush. He's got to face himself. Yia's eyes suddenly mirror the sage's last, unforgettable words, like their wisdom just hit her soul. He finally clocks it. His grandfather handed him the same words, and he silently thanks that long-dead sage for guiding him. The journal promised to answer one last question as the final reward. He's stunned because the book feels like it's talking straight to him. He stops and thinks, what's the one thing he needs to know about this brand new world? His mind snaps back to the insane power he's seen firsthand, and now he's desperate to crack the secrets of magic. The book doesn't just confirm his wish, it feels like it's talking straight to him, and the truth hits him hard. It's really communicating. A blinding, pure white blast of light erupts straight out of the journal's pages. Yuya cranes his neck upward, and brilliant magic light blasts across his face. A wild surge of energy and glowing runes blasts from the skeleton straight into Yuya's body. The sage's voice booms that, as an otherworlder, Yuya can't tap into magic circuits at all. He seals it as his last move, declaring he's leaving his own magic to Yuya. Yeah, power's blazing on his face as he's told. Keep reading. Once you do, you'll finally get the whole story. Inside the sage's cave, Yil finally gets the book, and it still hits him hard. Turns out he can't cast a single spell. He grabs the journal and devours the shocking truth because he isn't from this world at all. This book reveals that everyone in this world is born with built-in magic circuits, wired to sling spells. The diagram basically tells you these circuits run like blood vessels, and Yuya's the one who's totally missing the flow. Yuya forces a sad smile, swallows his heartbreak, and accepts his fate like it's the cruelest shame. A ghostly sage materializes in front of Yuya and promises to hand him his very own set of magic circuits. The sage's spirit reaches out with a ghostly hand aimed straight at stunning Yuya. The sage leans in and says, "I'm not from here anymore," then tells Yuya to unleash his power before it's too late. A flustered Yuya blurts out protests, convinced he doesn't deserve a gift this incredible. He swears he's taken more than enough already, but the sage's voice cuts through the doubt and steadies him. The sage's spirit cracks open his heart and tells him his circuits are a treasure, leave them idle, and they'll wither away. He tells Yuya that his arrival just reignited fading power and gave it a brand new purpose. The sage's power surges into Yuya, and with one last wish, it demands he live with pride. Yuya gets swallowed by a storm of swirling energy as ancient power surges into his body. He gulped air, chest on fire, completely stunned by the shock of it, and still couldn't figure out what had just happened. Knight's faithful Fenrir stares at him with worried eyes, then lets out a low, gentle whine. The sage's voice rings out, sealing it inheritance complete, and right then, Yuya's body finally learns how to wield magic. The sage grants Yuya's wish, having him read his book so he can finally chase true happiness. He tells Yuya to step onto the path with zero regrets, because once you choose, you can't take it back. So his last thought, "I'd be happy if my circuits could help you, yeah." The book's last page leaves you with a bright wish. May happiness find your life from a sage. Yuya drops to his knees beneath the night, bows to the sage, and prays for a calm, peaceful rest. He wastes no time. He cracks open the newly inherited book and tests the magic theory on the spot. The story glides to a calm clearing just outside the sage's rustic cabin. At the start of chapter 16, Yiya pulls up with the knight, poised and ready to kick off his training. He reads that magic is pure imagination, then realizes he has to learn how to feel that power first. The book claims meditation is the perfect first step to start feeling magic awakening in you. Yiya sits beside Knight, takes a deep breath, and decides to meditate, turning his focus inward like he's searching for something only he can find. He remembers the sage handing him the magic circuits everyone in this world is born with. His whole body starts to blaze with light as a wave of warm power surges through him. He snaps his eyes open, stares at his own hand like it's magic, and can't stop wondering what this new feeling is. He freezes, staring in disbelief as that warmth blooms into pure magic. And then it hits him. He's just unlocked the magic manipulation skill. He rises and starts weaving the air with 2 glowing orbs, feeling that magic lock and no doubt about it now. With a grin, he realizes he can now control and steer that energy however he wants. Night comes charging through the scene, trailing his own faint magical aura like a living shadow. Yuya suddenly gets it. Night is from this world, so that means he's got magic too. The Sage's book says the moment magic hits your senses, everything else just becomes imagination. It basically says the names and incantations don't create magic out of thin air. They lock your mind in place so the mental picture hits perfectly. Yuya clamps down on his focus, using nothing but his wild imagination to forge a spell. He cracks open the book and follows its warning start with water magic, because fire is way too dangerous. Yuya snaps into a focused stare and starts channeling all his energy into shaping water. He starts picturing a plain lump of water, just an easy shape his mind can lock onto instantly. He roars, "Water ball!" and a whirlpool-like orb of liquid blasts into existence right in front of him. He bursts out in victory, stunned that the spell actually worked. Nightbark grinned as he happily churned his own tiny, wobbly water ball, copying the trick perfectly. You joyfully pounced into the night, hugging tight and shouting that you're both mages now. He flashes a grin, itching to test it, and wondering what wild things he can pull off with this new power. Staring at the floating orb, he realizes he can't just leave it there, he has to act. He thinks it'd be awesome to blast the water ball like a cannon and fire it straight out with pure power. The knight gapes like he just saw a ghost, right as his master lines up the shot. With a violent burst, the water ball rockets from Yuya's hand, tearing into everything with unstoppable destructive power. The spell tears through the sky like a cannonball, blasting straight for the forest. It slams into the earth with a thunderous blast, blasting debris into every direction like the sky just shattered. Yuya can't even get words out. He just stares, frozen in shock, at the massive trenches the spell has carved into the earth. He keeps freaking out because he realizes he needs tons of control practice, and he's honestly relieved he didn't try the fire. The story glides to a calm, star-filled night, soft clouds drifting like a quiet promise overhead. In the royal capital of Monterey, the evening drifts in quiet streets, hushed air, and a calm that feels almost suspicious. A hooded figure slips through the pitch-black, forgotten back alleys of the city's slums. The figure halts at a dead-end wall, suddenly unsure if they've stumbled into the right place. The masked nobleman presses his hand against the wall. Click, and a secret switch springs to life. Bricks start to screech, grinding and splitting open, and a hidden entrance finally spills into view. The wall swings wide, and a pitch-black passage spills out, curling straight into the building. A nobleman strides into a rowdy tavern, right where the Dark Guild's secret headquarters is hiding. Inside, rough-looking men with skull insignias guzzle drinks and howl with laughter, like they own the place. The air feels vicious, shadowy strangers lurk everywhere, and cloaked assassins prowl like they're hunting someone right now. A nobleman seethes to himself as he's dragged into a place he never wanted to see. He commits to the guild because letting his family down is no longer an option. Behind the bar, a scarred bartender flashes a sinister grin and polishes a glass like he's got secrets to sell. A nobleman comes in demanding a job. He wants an investigation handled and an assassination delivered. The bartender shoves a fresh list of available assassins right across the bar. A nobleman jerks in a breath, stunned out of his skin when a name on the list hits him. He jabs a finger toward it, stunned, like he can't believe that's actually available. The bartender grins like he just won a bet, then leans in and asks if he wants to hire him, like that was always the plan. Once the nobleman nods his agreement, the bartender swings his hand toward the back staircase. The nobleman trembles as he climbs the creaking dark stairs, every step rattling his nerves. He swallows hard, and the closer he gets to that door, the bigger the dread swells in his chest. The dark staircase crests into view, looming like a threat waiting to swallow him. He slips inside and finds a lone figure in a dark cloak and mask, standing in silence like it's waiting to strike. That assassin's full black mask round, glinting eyes staring out, sends chills straight down your spine. The nobleman's eyes widen because the assassin's unsettling presence hits like a punch. The assassin cuts in, voice sharp as steel, asking if the nobleman has a request, and the nobleman jolts hard. The nobleman stammered out, "Wait, are you the legendary headhunter?" The headhunter's gloved fingers twitch, slipping a hidden weapon into position for the strike. The nobleman stands there, stunned and silent, clinging to hope as he waits for an answer to his question. A razor-thin wire whips past the nobleman's throat, and his hood gets sliced away in an instant. He gasps a terrified cry, then stumbles backward as the attack hits out of nowhere. The headhunter leans in and asks, "Was that threat enough to set the stage?" He straight up confirms it. Yeah, he's exactly the headhunter they've been whispering about. Just as the nobleman tries to introduce himself, the assassin shuts him down. No interest, not one bit. The head owner bluntly declares that the only thing that matters to him is getting paid. The nobleman stares on, shaking in his boots as the legendary assassin looms over him. That head honor hits him with a reminder. His services don't come cheap, and then demands the request. The nobleman tightens his fist, fully aware of the price, and he's already decided someone's getting wiped out. He shoves the assassin a scroll and tells him it's packed with the latest rumors about the target. The headhunter snatches the scroll, and from behind his mask, a tense little sound of pure curiosity slips out. The story whips us into a majestic castle, its towers thrusting upward like they're trying to stab the star-filled sky. An interior view bursts into frame, revealing the royal palace's lavish arched windows like pure royalty. Princess Lexia yawns and stretches like she's been trapped forever, grumbling that a whole month is just way too long. Owen leans in and reminds her she can't drift. She's got to lock in and handle her duties until the moment you use visit. Lexia puffs up her cheeks, tells Owen not to worry, and vows she'll stick with it and persevere no matter what. Owen leans in and lectures the princess with pure steel in his voice, demanding she remember. He's not just watching, he's her guard. And that's the whole point. She lifts a janky little sketch sparkles, and all of her dark-haired savior, Yuya. Lexia can't help but wonder if Owen's face is secretly Yuya's. Then she snaps the thought away as ridiculous. That weary knight lets out a long, suffering sigh, fed up with her childish distraction. He shoots his hand out toward the drawing, and there it is, a shocking little chibi Lexia, mini-sized and staring back. Owen clutches the sketch to his face, trying so hard it's painful to fake Yuya's look. Lexia bursts into wild giggles, and she swears his impression is nothing like him at all. With a bright grin, she thanks Owen and feels Xantix's impact light a brand new spark in her chest. The princess snaps into a determined stance, fresh with fire, ready to charge straight into her duties. Owen lets out a quick, satisfied grin because his mission to lift her spirits is finally done. The story slams into a shadowy city where whispers about a ruthless dark guild won't die. A voice booms that every one of the previous assassins got hunted down and killed in the forest. A masked nobleman leans in and spills the wild truth, how the princess vanished into danger, then got mysteriously saved by someone he can't even name. He calls in the legendary headhunter to kill the princess and to expose who's protecting her. The mysterious headhunter calmly nods, then steps in and takes the deadly job. The assassin clocks it instantly. The nobleman is tied to Rhaegar, the ambitious first prince. The nobleman erupts, slams his fist on the table, and gapes in shock as his whole conspiracy gets ripped wide open. The headhunter spills the truth, just a cold bluff, then laughs at the nobleman's shattered nerves. He snaps aside, clocking that the assassin's way too polished because only nobles get baths like that. Assassin coolly shrugs that rumors about the first prince are basically common knowledge already. Rage blazing in his eyes, the nobleman hurls a pouch of gold and snarls that they'd better take the job. The headhunter nods without a tremor, snatches the contract, and seals the deal in total silence. The assassin whips around and strolls off, vanishing into the tavern shadows like he never existed. The nobleman's slump landed at his table, finally breathing out now that the dangerous meeting was over. Alone at last, the assassin stares into the shadows and wrestles with what it really means to be part of the infamous Dark Guild. A gloved hand glides over the headhunter's terrifying mask, feeling every jagged detail like it's alive. With her face finally uncovered, the assassin turns out to be Luna, And as the truth hits, she can't help wondering how much longer she'll have to live this double life. Her mission drags her straight into the treacherous heart of the great demon forest. Birds explode into the sky the moment she pushes through the dense, brutal woods. After that brutal battle, she wheezes and hunts for air, her body wrecked and barely holding together. A monstrous beast sprawls dead right at her feet, like the world itself is witnessing her deadly skill. She huffs through clenched teeth, and even with exhaustion dragging her down, her resolve locks in like steel. The beast's dark blood erupts across the forest floor in a brutal, violent spray. She grinds forward through the brutal environment, teeth clenched, refusing to let the pain slow her down. She finally admits the truth. This mission has dragged her straight into the deadly great demon forest. Her client is sure the princess will come back wrapped in protection from that mysterious savior. She has to track down the protector first, then stand by and wait for the princess to finally show up. Sweat and grime caked her skin, and she finally snapped. She couldn't stand that filth on her body anymore. She stumbles on a hidden waterfall, carving out a pocket of calm while the deadly woods press in from every side. She tears off her shredded gear and plunges into the cool, cleansing pool. The assassin is practically smiling as she finally finds a spot to scrub the blood off her hands. She sinks into her thoughts and admits that a real bath is pure luxury, one she can't afford, unlike the nobles who never have to worry about it. Still, she grabs the chance to scrub the mud and blood clean off her skin. Suddenly, her instincts blare a full-on alarm, and she snatches up the clothes she tossed aside. A savage pack of leering goblins bursts out of the trees, boxing her in and leaving her no place to run. Her face tightens with grim resolve as she stares down the threat. The story rockets back to Yuya's home in Japan, where everything feels calm until you know it won't stay that way. Yuya crumples over his desk, groaning like crazy because that problem is wrecking him. His loyal pup, Knight, nudges him again and again with a wolfish look, like it's demanding answers. Yaya snatches up his companion and decides to blow off steam the only way he can, by unloading all his pent-up frustrations. He tells everyone tonight charging into the great demon forest on foot is just too slow. He keeps tossing out wild, impractical travel schemes. 1 minute it's flying, the next it's driving a car. He admits it right now, with his travel problem still stuck. He has absolutely no solution. He can't stay stuck here. He clenches his resolve and jumps to the other world. A calm, unshakable determination settles on his face as he gets ready to walk out. He strides up to the fancy owl-carved door that links his two worlds. A blazing swirl of pure light suddenly rips open in the middle of the forest. Yi-Ya steps in his armor and blasts through, mastering a brand new form of teleportation. He grins, thrilled because he finally gets to travel without all those messy, complicated steps. He beckons the knight to join him, and the pup rockets through the portal like it's calling its name. He tells them tonight's the night they've finally pulled up near the forced exit, and that's where they're supposed to meet. A map pops up, showing it he can teleport to anywhere he's already been. Suddenly, the knight seemed to roar, and his fur bristled as pure alarm flooded him. Yuya's eyes go wide. He blurts out, "What's wrong? Seriously, what could possibly be going on?" He stands on edge, every nerve screaming that trouble's creeping through the quiet woods. His enhanced hearing snaps to the wild, chaotic battle noise ringing nearby. He leans in through the trees, spotting a desperate fight exploding in the clearing. A red-hooded girl, sure she's got the wrong name, curses while she fights an endless horde, not realizing Luna is right there. Yuya crouches in the tree line, and his smile drops as seriousness takes over his face. Then, boom, he snaps to it. One lone girl is getting crushed under the weight of monsters. His protective instincts scream, and he commits. He has to step in right now. As he charges ahead, Knight yanks his cloak hard, and suddenly he halts. The pup lets out a low, stubborn growl because it can feel the real danger closing in. Yield stares down, totally baffled, then snaps at Knight. "What's wrong now?" A severed goblin arm rips through the air and slams into the undergrowth right beside them. Luna attacks with pure desperation, her every move a blur of deadly flashing blades. Yuya snaps to the truth. This isn't some random assault, and she's not helpless either. She's a skilled fighter who can fight back. He knows this isn't some dumb mugging, it's a life-or-death brawl. But those goblins just won't stop, one after another, their nets snaring her every move. She clenches her teeth because getting swarmed by these elite goblins spells instant trouble. A brutal punch lands, sins burst into the air, and she slams hard into the ground. Her eyes snap wide as danger screams from her blind spot. A goblin's razor-sharp claws slice through the air, zeroing straight in on her. She whips around only to realize at the worst moment that the strike was never the real attack at all. The real punch lands hard and it whips her off her feet, spinning through the air as she gets totally crushed by the impact. She hits the ground in a brutal heap, her body going limp while her awareness slips away fast. Victorious goblins pile over her fallen body, and their cheers say it all, the win's already theirs. Her eyes flutter shut as her strength finally gives out, injuries and exhaustion pulling the curtain down for good. The goblins ripped into triumphant, leering snarls like they were savoring every second. They lift their crude weapons high, bracing to land the final, lethal blows. Yuya bursts from the shadows, launching into action like a flash of black armor. He drops into the clearing, and the second he's there, pure danger hits like a wave. He snaps the heavenly whip into action. Each swing makes it grow stronger and deadlier. Whip-like tails snap through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they wiped out the entire goblin horde. He drops down beside Luna's still body, and his cloaks whirl around him like a storm. He checks her breathing, and when he finds she's still alive, pure relief crashes through him. He carefully scoops her into his arms and races her towards safety. As he does, he finally gets a brutal, clear look at her shredded clothes and the skin she couldn't hide anymore. A wave of crushing, mortified embarrassment floods his face, turning his cheeks into a hot, helpless blush. Stunned and rooted to the spot, he watches Luna's eyelids twitch, and then her eyes slowly crack open. As the mysterious woman jolts awake, Yuya leans in close, breath held, and asks if she's really okay. She dazes out, asking where she even is, and he hushes her, "Don't move." Her memories slam back into place. Then an elite goblin horde ambushes her out of nowhere. She locks eyes with him, stunned. Did he really wipe them out all by himself? Yuya's cheeks flare red as he blurts out an apology for jostling her, all while fighting like crazy to keep his eyes from wandering. She looks down at her shredded clothes, and suddenly her face heats up as the truth clicks into place. The camera zooms in on her face, and you can practically hear her gasp, shock and embarrassment crashing over her all at once. They both freeze for a second, then panic hard in that gut-wrenching, painfully awkward moment. Luna is left frozen by his silence, completely overwhelmed by everything happening. She squeezes out a shaky voice, determined to catch his attention. He thrusts a glass bottle into her hands and tells her it'll mend every wound. She squints at the bottle like it's hiding secrets, unable to make sense of the weird writing on the label. He swears it's safe, and even dares himself to take the first sip to prove it. With a painfully awkward grin, he tells her to drink from the side he hasn't even touched. Luna chooses to trust him and takes a long, dramatic drink straight from the bottle. A bolt of light crashes down her wounds, evaporate instantly, and she's left totally, instantly healed. A note makes it clear Yuya hauled back her thrown-away clothes. She slips into a fresh outfit, and he stays completely turned away, respectful to the core. She shoots him a respectful thank you for all his help, then introduces herself. Luna. He slaps a grin on his face and introduces himself. Tenju Yuya, and the pup, tucked in his arms, is Knight. Luna freezes when she hears his family name, staring in shock as she wonders if he's one of those 4 nobles. Then he demanded to know why she was out there, all alone in that terrifying, dangerous forest. Luna's stomach drops. She's terrified because she knows she can't spill her real mission. She's spinning a lie, saying she was only in the middle of training. She clears her throat, then fires the exact same question right back at him. Yuya's sweating bullets because the truth won't come out. And deep down, he's realizing he's actually from another world. He fires off the same excuse again, swearing he was just training too. Luna gasped, totally caught off guard. She never thought she'd find someone else out here training. Yuya, freaking out over her safety, warns that it's dangerous and jumps in right away to help. Luna waves off his worry and snaps that she has to keep pushing through her training. She admits it to herself. Staring down a whole horde on her own is pure death. Her face tightens as she weighs the danger of training all alone. Yuya leans in and asks her if she's done with her internal monologue yet. Luna's eyes lit up in an instant like a brilliant idea just struck lightning in her mind. She suggests, since we're both training here anyway, let's do it together. She declares he's strong enough to wipe out the goblins, and then she boldly says she wants to go with him. Yuya weighs her plea in his mind, trying to figure out just how much real help he can actually bring. Worried she'd be left alone, he finally caves in and agrees. And the moment he does, her relief turns into pure delight. He orders her to rest and recover, and she grumbles, reluctantly giving in with a pout. Luna flashes a grin, reaches out, and tells him to drop the formal speech. Yuya flashes her smile back, thrilled she just forged a brand new connection in this world. They clasp hands tight, locking in their brand new partnership for good. Luna suddenly gasps for air and panic rips across her face. She blurts out a non-stop apology, covered head to toe in mud and sweat from the battle. She snaps that even if he doesn't care, it still wrecks her badly. Yuya snaps open his item storage and yanks out a glowing box like he's just revealed the one move that can win everything. He asks if she wants a bath and casually tells her, "I just happen to have one." A huge splash of full-sized hot spring goodness suddenly erupts in the clearing. With a sly grin, he confirms it. Yeah, this is exactly what he calls a bath. Luna's jaw drops, like she's convinced that kind of thing can only be a luxury meant for nobles. He leans in and tells you it's a rare drop from a monster called a crystal deer. As he offers to stand guard, Luna wrestles her crippling exhaustion with her sheer disbelief. Her mind spun out of control, and she couldn't even wrap her head around the impossible. That temptation hits like a wave. She slips into the water with a dreamy, blissful sigh. She's stunned by that unreal feeling, whispering, "So this is what a bath is like." The very next day, their joint training kicks off right as a brand new horde of goblins crashes in. Yuya yells non-stop at Luna, screaming at her to take the shot and go for it. She rockets into the chaos and smashes a goblin straight in the face with a brutal kick. Outnumbered and under pressure, she shouts into the night, begging for his help. The tiny puppy fires off a fierce bark and rockets into action. Night shreds across the goblin ranks like a storm, wrecking them as it roars forward. Luna's hand shakes with pure focus as she readies a technique powerful enough to shake the world. She snaps a deadly web of threads into place and traps multiple goblins in one brutal burst. "Take this!" she screams, and then bam, she unleashes her devastating spiral attack. The technique tears the rest of the goblins to shreds, and the battle ends in a blink. After days of non-stop training, Yuya finally spots her thread marks carved into the trees. Luna leans in and tells him that wiping out elite goblins is no big deal for her anymore. She admits, yeah, even so, she'd still be in deep trouble if a giant horde came for her. Hearing the praise, Knight's tail goes into overdrive and he bursts into happy barks. Yuya flashes a warm smile and thanks Knight, letting him know just how much his help truly mattered. A narration box, straight up, says their bond got stronger as they leveled up together. After training, Luna shyly strides up to Yuya. She leans in and asks, "Can we use the bath now we're finally done for the day?" Yuya grins right back, all bright and cheerful, and admits that this has turned into their everyday routine. Luna joyfully drops to her knees, eagerly petting the knight. Already imagining the reward she's about to get, Yuya lets out a joyful laugh, soaking up that calm, peaceful moment with his brand new companions. He slams on the brakes, and the moment he spots it, seriousness hits his face like a punch. With his appraisal skill blazing, he leans in and demands to know if her leg got hurt. She fights to deny it, but the hurt on her face gives her away instantly. He carefully wraps her injured ankle with fresh bandages, then leans in and asks if she's really sure she doesn't want that potion. Luna quietly realizes that a medicine this powerful has to be worth way too much to waste. She brushes off his worry like it's nothing, insisting this tiny injury can't possibly matter. She turns away fast, swallowing her pride as she begs him to forgive her for being a burden. Yuya stares at her, and real concern carves itself across his face. Luna drops her gaze, and her mind spirals straight into her dark, brutal past. She grips her life's creed tight, show no weakness or the end comes fast. The scene cuts to a flashback. There she is, a tiny, lonely orphan, hiding in a dark alley with nowhere to run. She'd do anything it took to stay alive on those ruthless city streets. She fought with desperate, ferocious intensity because survival was the only thing left to protect. In this savage world, she had no choice. She had to slaughter just to keep breathing. She disguised herself as a man and turned into a ruthless killer with no mercy. Her face tightens with the memory of the violence that forged her. She rose into the feared headhunter, and that role was the only life she'd ever truly known. Your voice slices through her grim memories, and you shout her name like it's the only lifeline left. He tells her, "You're not a burden to me at all." Then his voice drops, because all he can think about is how much he's worried. Luna's completely stunned by his simple, honest kindness, and it hits her so hard she doesn't even see it coming. She clenches her fist, clinging tooth and nail to the beliefs she refuses to let go of. Yuya's stomach lets out a thunderous growl, ripping the intense moment apart. His face shuts down instantly, wearing a mask of total, unfiltered humiliation. Luna stands there flustered and blushing, and that awkward, heavy silence gets ripped wide open. Once training's done, you tell them it's finally time to eat. They drop into their seats and dig into the spoils from their monster hunt like they just won the fight. Yuya clocks it instantly. Luna's only chowing down on a single piece of dried meat. She tells him straight up this preserved food is priceless, the only thing keeping her alive. Normally, she'd hunt or forage without a second thought. Yet this forest is like nothing she's ever seen. She admits she has no clue which of those strange plants she can eat. Aiya boldly flashes a grin and says he just might be able to figure it out. His appraisal skill scans the monster meat, and it screams back one terrifying truth. It's insanely poisonous. Luna's eyes widen in horror when she realizes just how close they came to total disaster. They scan the alien wasteland, hunting for anything at all that won't kill them to eat. Yuya picks up those weird pumpkin-looking veggies like he's suddenly mastered the world, and his confidence shoots through the roof. You stumble on a river packed with a whole school of fish launching out of the water like it's alive. He cheerfully grapples the swarm of tentacles right in front of Luna, watching her turn completely baffled. A treasure trove of fresh, otherworldly ingredients gets dumped on a board like it's about to unleash something insane. Using his crazy good cooking skills, Ye expertly whips up that strange food like it's nothing. The finished meal sits there, artfully plated, looking like a legit gourmet masterpiece. Luna takes one bite and freezes, completely blown away by how ridiculously good it tastes. They clink glasses together, soaking up a rare, hard-earned calm after the hunt. A sudden, brutal blast rips through the quiet of their campsite, smashing the calm like glass. A massive, minotaur-looking monster barrels in and blasts a terrifying roar right at them. The beast collapses in a blinding flash of pure brilliance. Yuya and Luna finish their synchronized assault and stand there, grinning, fully victorious. They lean in close, staring into the crater the monster left behind after it finally got destroyed. They both freeze, stunned by the impossible sight that hits them the second they turn. A huge, perfectly cooked leg of meat gleams like a legendary drop straight out of a rare gold loot chest. Yuya's appraisal declares the magical meat both insanely delicious and perfectly safe to eat. Luna stands there completely stunned and wide-eyed, soaking in how insane this twist is. She takes a bite, and the moment it hits, her face lights up with pure, blissful delight. They plop down together in a quiet clearing and dig into their feast like nothing in the world can touch them. Luna stares at Yuya like he's a walking miracle, because it looks like there's nothing he can't do. A blushing Yuya insists, "I didn't do anything that special." Like he can't believe he's getting all this attention. He believes the only thing keeping him standing is the kindness of the people around him. Luna leans in with a calm, confident certainty and thinks, Yuya has to be surrounded by good people. Staring out over the water, she finally whispers that she's got a little envy burning inside. Yuya broke into a cold sweat, remembering the ugly sides of the people he knew. Luna genuinely beams at him and says thank you for that incredible meal, like a rare, hard-won moment of peace. Yuya starts freaking out about the leftover meat, then blurts out the idea, freeze it so it doesn't go to waste. Luna blurts out, totally lost, asking where in the world they could possibly find ice around here. With one sharp gesture, Yuya unleashes a brutal freeze spell. Luna just freezes in utter disbelief, staring at the wild magic he's showing her. He leans in and casually asks her if she thinks it's going to be tough to thaw. Luna's stomach drops as panic surges. He unleashed brutal magic with zero incantation. Clutching the ice block in his hands, he blurts out, "Did he do it right?" Luna's smile fades, and a grim focus snaps into place as the clues finally start lining up in her mind. She realizes only a monster could survive this place. No normal person stands a chance, let alone thrives. He hands her the frozen meat and tells her to grab it any time she's hungry. Seeing her go quiet, he leans in and demands to know what's wrong. She waves off his worry like it's no big deal and brushes it aside. As the sun sinks, their final day of training grinds to an unforgettable close. Yuya yanks out his portable bath and asks her, straight up, if she wants to take a dip. He tells you he's got business to handle next week and it can't wait. Luna looks down and demands that Yuya goes first today. He presses her for certainty, and she swears she'll go, just not right now, later. Even though he's totally thrown off by her weird behavior, he still nods and agrees to her request. He strides into the bathing area and leaves Luna alone to drown in her own thoughts. Luna stared as he walked off, her face locked in unreadable calm and heavy, bone-deep seriousness. The story opens in a calm, open-air hot spring, framed by smooth stone and pure peace. Yuya sinks into the steamy water and lets out a deep sigh, absolutely basking in total bliss. She can't shake the feeling something's off with Luna because normally she storms in first, no hesitation. He sinks into the huge bath all by himself, drowning in thoughts. A sickening thought hits him out of nowhere. Wait, could it be that he's the one who smells? The sliding bath door creaks open with this soft, quiet whisper. He panics and scrubs himself raw, muttering that he has to wash the right way. 2 bare feet thump onto the stone floor right next to him. Right as he scrubs, he jerks his head up, caught off guard by someone appearing out of nowhere. Luna slips in behind him, staring like she knows something's wrong, and demands what's got him this worked up. His eyes blow wide with shock, and his face locks into full-blown panic. Luna stands there in nothing but a plain white towel, like the world froze the moment she appeared. Yuya blurts her name in a panic, demanding to know why is she here. He shouts at her to stop, palms raised like he's blocking the world. He blurts out a deep apology and promises he'll be gone the second he can. Luna starts scrubbing his back in slow, soapy circles, like she's trying to melt the tension right out of him. Your brain just flat out short circuits, and your mind can't even process what's happening. Luna leans in and whispers his name, her voice trembling with gratitude for everything he's done. Flustered to the max, Yuya can only blurt out a shaky, confused, "Huh," in reply. She tells him, "Thanks for spoiling me." Because it didn't just feel good, it forged her into something stronger. He stammers, totally stunned, saying she was already strong and that he should be thanking her like right now. She leans in close and whispers, "You've got to let me think the wrong way." He feels like he can't say no or turn away the gratitude, but deep down, something is terribly, painfully wrong. She leans in and tells him, straight up, he really did pull her out of her dark past for good. After years of silence, she finally broke free, laughing again, soaking in the warmth of real company. She can't stop imagining how, if they keep going, they'd grow stronger together. A flashback hits her like a punch. She's back in her role as the headhunter, and those bloodied hands are still burned into her mind. She slams the cloth under the water in a tiny bucket, and you can feel it. She's made her choice. She cracks it. She's been hunting down the one who rescued the princess, the headhunter. Standing behind him, she hooked her hands on his shoulders and murmured, "Therefore." She wraps her arms around him from behind and decides right here, right now, to end their time together. She tells herself it's nothing, just a quick thank you for the bath. She leans in and whispers that this moment is going to be a lifelong treasure for her, something she'll cherish forever. Her arms cinch around his shoulders in one last heart-on sleeve hug. She rises to her feet and declares, "All right, time to get out of here." She warns that if you stay in that hot water too long, it'll wreck you. Yuya, still reeling from the emotional roller coaster, can only nod along in a numb haze. Right as she stands there, the towel slips straight off and unravels completely. Yuya bursts into a panicked shriek, yelling at full volume about the towel. Luna yelps out a wave of total embarrassment, dropping to her knees and huddling to hide herself. Chibi Luna freezes mid-babble, totally lost, then blurts out, "Towel," like she just suddenly realized. She clamps both hands over her face, mortified beyond words. Her whale song booms through the bathing area like a tidal roar. Both of them drop to their knees on the cold stone, heads hanging low as an awkward silence crashes down. In the steamy hush of the hot spring, Luna blushes and asks Yuya if he noticed her. A shirtless, flustered Yuya freezes, his mouth won't move, sweat beads pouring down his face as he's left totally speechless. As Yuya forces out a shaky apology, Night snaps back with one brutal shake, sending water flying everywhere. Later that night, the scene cuts back indoors. Everything goes quiet as you slip home. Yuya totally ruined everything. He groans and slams his face into his hands, agony ripping through him. The Knight tries to calm him down, but Yuya can't stop spiraling. He's convinced he has to apologize to Luna the right way. His troubled eyes sweep across the room, then lock onto a notice sitting right on his desk. He can't shake the announcement about next week's off-campus school trip. It's stuck in his head. With quiet resolve, he makes a vow: if he ever crosses paths with her again, he'll apologize without hesitation. The scene rips away and drops us into a moonlit forest canopy in the other world. Luna stood on the cliff's edge, feeling a presence creeping up on her. Then shrugged it off as nothing but her imagination. And she catches herself staring at Yuya, thinking, wow, he's dazzling. She can't stop wondering how his face would fall if he ever found out her real truth. She isn't who he thinks she is. She's an assassin. She exhales with a heavy sigh, like she already knows he'll never get the chance to find out. She whispers Yuya a last goodbye, then slips into the dark woods and disappears. Back at UCI Academy, someone's already hacked off-campus learning into the chalkboard with shaky, loud scribbles. Ms. Wada, all fired up, leans in and asks her class, all right, are you ready for the trip? She breaks it down. This is all about forging steel, strong mental fortitude so they can face whatever life throws at them in society. Kanzaki Rin leans in and whispers to Yuya that they're only camping so they can get used to it. Yuya grins, and suddenly he gets it the assignment's way simpler than everyone made it sound. Miss Wada claps once, shuts the whole classroom down, and declares, I've already picked the groups. She says this is how they forge real bonds between students who barely know each other. She sits there thinking, trying to grow up without ever learning how to make friends is brutal. The whole class erupts in chibi-style terror, freaking out together as the reasoning lands. The idea of making new friends hits you like a tidal wave of anxiety. The chalkboard lights up with the group assignments and everyone can read them at a glance. Kazuma Kori charges up to Yuya, grinning ear to ear because they're in the same group. She can't stop fidgeting with pure excitement, practically blurting out how thrilled she is to see a familiar face again. Flamboyant Omakakaru bursts through the roses, flashing a grin as he announces, I'm in your group too. Yuya clocks him from the soccer match and greets him with sharp, polite respect. Kakeru refuses to let up. He insists Yuya call him by his first name, Akira, because now they're comrades. Kanzaki Rin snatches Kakeru's face and snaps at him to shut up. He's talking way too long and screaming like it's nonstop. She pops right in and says, I'm Kanzaki Rin, then flashes Yuya a smile and tells him it's great to finally meet him. Kakara begs to be set free, but Rin just shrugs off his so-called noble title like it means nothing. He demands to know why she refuses to call him noble like everyone else does. Yuya sits in silence, weighing a brand new challenge that could change everything, making friends. He flashes a warm smile and admits he's buzzing about something he never even thought about before. That real charming smile of his hits his new female groupmates like a spark, and they're instantly flustered. Rin catches herself thinking, this crew is exactly like they said, then shuts the thought down and moves on. The brand new crew erupts in cheers, hyped to the max for their overnight trip. Ms. Wada raises a pamphlet and lays out every detail of the trip's location for everyone. She winks at him like, you'll see, because the real action is going to hit you as a total surprise. Kaori shoves the list into Yuya's hands. He shoots her a thankful nod, admitting he's never camped a day in his life. First comes the comical list of must-haves: start with you, then grab a bag. While the girls talk about bringing playing cards, Kakeru jumps in and volunteers to bring snacks. You unleash mind spins, and it hits him harder than anything he never even thought to prepare for. His friends snap their heads toward him and demand, so what are you going to do? He stammers like crazy, terrified he might be breaking the rules if he shows up with games and snacks on the school trip. The girls grin and tell him it's totally fine because the list has room for personal stuff. Kakarapov's chest thumped with pride as he declared camping's noble leader he would guide Yuya. Rin locks eyes with Kakaru and stabs him with a brutal, dead-serious look that screams pure disapproval. The teacher laughs off Kakaru's weird quirks, and Yuya's left standing there like, wait, am I losing my mind? Ryo and Shingo stride up to him, and they grin because his whole crew is buzzing with energy. They start talking practical stuffed towels and a first aid kit like they're getting ready for anything. Ryo tells you to chill, but Yuya still has to get himself a backpack. After school, Ryo hypes everyone up and suggests they all go shopping for supplies together. Kaori's eyes lit up at the thought, like a department store by the station was suddenly within reach. After class ends, the story snaps to the city streets right outside the academy gates. Kazuma strides in front of everyone and declares, "This isn't just shopping, we're here to have fun." Husukori lets out a nervous whisper and timidly asks if she can join them. The whole crew freezes for a split second, then breaks into relieved smiles and warmly ushers her to join them. Ryo and Shingo are completely stunned because they've never seen them together like this before. Kazuma clocks it instantly because Kaori's the chairman's daughter. Her presence hits like a warning, heavy and intimidating. Kaori grins warmly, then pleads with everyone to just drop the formalities and call her Kaori. The group freezes, shocked by how warm and easygoing she seems. Kazuma beams, and with full formal respect, welcomes Kaori into the group like she's been destined to be there. She snaps the pieces into place and realizes Yuya showed up at UCE right after he saved Kaori. Shingo admits he knows he would have been too terrified to step in and intervene. Yuya humbly insists it was nothing, even though he just got beaten up for trying in the first place. Kazama insists he's a hero and points straight to the moment he saved her from the bikers like it proves everything. Kaori studies Yuya in silence, her eyes sharp with deep, quiet thoughts. A warm, heartfelt smile blooms across her face as she listens, like her whole world just softened. Deep in her chest, she whispers to herself that Yuya is her hero. Ryo declares they've just pulled up to the huge, shiny, modern department store. The whole crew huddled up to plan everything what the girls would wear, which books to bring, and their next stop at the game center. Kaori admits it's her very first time kicking back in a huge group like this. A totally flustered Yuya blurts out, "It's my first time too." He and Kori lock eyes in the middle of it all, and it hits them. This is the first time they've ever really gotten to feel this. Ryo laughs and wonders if the two of them are basically some rare, endangered species. Ryo helped a grateful Yuya choose a huge, practical backpack for the trip, and it felt like the perfect start. The boys swept through the bookstore, hunting down light novels and manga like treasures they couldn't wait to crack open. The girls burst into the clothing aisle, eyes blazing with wonder as pure excitement takes over. After pushing through the chaos, the whole crew finally slips into the store and hits the roaring game center. Fresh from shopping, the girls roll back in and there's Yuya waiting right there for them. The whole crew barrels into a multiplayer racing game, yelling at the top of their lungs like they're going for the win. They all caught the same wave of pure joy, laughing together like nothing in the world could touch them. The camera swings up and locks onto the arcade ceiling, right on top of that buzzing air conditioning unit. Yuya whips his head around and something across the room snags his full attention. Kazuma snaps in frustration, groaning out loud that her prize dropped again right back to square one. Yuya steps up in front of the crane game and asks, straight up, "What's wrong?" She blurts that she's been going all out just to snag that adorable cat plushie sitting inside the prize booth. The claw finally gets a grip on the prize. Then it slips right through its fingers. Defeated, she throws her hands up and calls it quits for the day. Aiya pleads to give it a shot, but Kazama slams the brakes. "Don't kid yourself, it's brutally hard." Ryo and Shingo are cheering from behind, yelling for him to give it everything he's got. Yuya strides up to the machine and frantically tries to recall how the controls work. He snaps to the truth without perfect timing and razor-sharp kinetic vision. He can't pull this off. His weakness detection skills zeroes in on the plushie's exact balance points. His hand snaps into place with supernatural precision, smashing the button at the exact perfect moment. The crane's claw drops in, dead on perfect, ready to seize the prize everyone's been chasing. Ryo and Shingo lock eyes, stunned because their friends just drop an unexpected burst of real talent right in front of them. Yuya squints at the crane game, zeroing in on that cat plush like he's about to pull off the steal of the century. With ruthless, impossible precision, the crane's claw drops and clamps down on the prize like it's already won. Kazuma Kaori stares back on her own attempt and the way luck absolutely wrecked her, guaranteeing the whole thing crashed and burned. She remembers the claws slipping away, her last shred of hope getting crushed as the prize dropped. That coveted cat plushie sits there, totally triumphant, landing in the machine's prize chute like it just won the whole world. Kaori gasps in pure disbelief, blurting out that it's absolutely insane he pulled off a win on his very first try. With a soft smile, Yuya hands that plushie straight to the stunned Kazama. She stammers like, "Are you sure you're the one who won it?" Her cheeks flare red as she takes the gift, whispers her thanks, and swears she'll cherish it forever. A graceful clock tower stands there, ticking away, while a bright, happy afternoon slips by. The friend squad sprawls on benches outside, still buzzing like they just had the time of their lives. His friends are blown away by his talent, from crushing shooting games to shredding the taiko drumbeat. Yuya can't shake the thought that before this moment he never could have pulled any of this off. Hayudo Kied sits there in total quiet, soaking up that rare spark of real camaraderie like it's pure oxygen. Kazuma leans in and asks Kied if she's all right, because he can tell the whole day might have hit her harder than she lets on. Kied grins so bright she can't hide it, admitting she never once thought hanging out with friends could feel this wild and fun. Her words hit Yuya right in the chest, and Kazama can't help but light up. Her happiness is contagious. Kazuma throws out one final idea. "Let's check the clothes one last time," and you're left completely baffled. The girls stride ahead, buzzing with excitement because they're finally hitting the shops together as friends. They tell the boys they're heading upstairs and they'll be back in an hour. Rio sized it up and new girl shopping trips drag on forever, though it might shock you. The boys break off and roam around on their own while they wait. 2 hours later, Rio's sprawled in exhaustion, groaning that the girls are taking way too long. Yuya, grinning like he can't wait, says it's finally time to head back to the meeting spot. The story cuts straight to the department store's public restrooms. Kazuma stands outside, grinning from ear to ear as she cuddles the cat plushie just for her. A tight close-up catches her gentle, satisfied smile as she cradles her brand-new treasure. Kied creeps up on her and jolts her with a grin, teasing that she looks way too happy. Flustered, Kazama shoots it down fast. He swears that's not what's going on. Kied keeps grinning and teasing right on the edge of sweet mischief about that adorable plushie. Then she drops the bombshell. Yuya is suddenly the hottest topic in the upperclassmen's mouths. After the Red Ogre incident, he leans in and reveals the truth. Secret fans have been piling up for him ever since. Kazuma nods and admits he was cool. And Kied just can't stop talking about that insane leap from the 4th floor. Clutching that plushie, Kazama can't help but feel this heavy, wistful truth. He can't just pop in anytime she's in trouble. He'd just watch her. Her friend staring back with that look like she already knew everything. Huzukori bursts back in, apologizing up a storm for keeping them waiting. Her friends burst into joy as they welcome her back. Then they all agree back to the boys they go. The 3 girls stroll side by side, laughing and talking like they can't wait to come back again. Kazuma slams to a halt, her face snapping with shock as she spots something hanging in the air. The hallway ahead is swallowed by thick haze. Cory freezes as the truth hits hard. It's smoke. Downstairs, chaos explodes when someone in the crowd shrieks, "There's a fire!" Yuya snaps his head around in panic, while Rio stares, baffled. Why hasn't that fire alarm screamed yet? In the chaos, a panicked voice screams that smoke is blasting out of the upper floors. Shoppers tumble into a full-blown panic, screaming at the top of their lungs and sprinting straight for the exits. A terrified woman gets shoved into the stampede, screaming as panic rips through her voice. Yuya shoots out his arm and clamps onto her, yanking her back before she can hit the ground. He blurts, "Are you okay?" And she's so struck she can barely talk, stammering, I'm okay," he blurts out, asking her fast which floor the fire started on. A rattled woman blurts out that it all started at the game center while she was playing. Yuya snaps his head toward the store directory, panic and questions storming through his mind. His eyes snap to the directory. Game Center sits on the 4th, and Ladies' Fashion is waiting on the 7th. A wave of icy dread hits him when he realizes the girls are trapped up above the fire. Ryo frantically hammers his phone, yelling that he can't reach them at all. He jerks his head up in pure horror, then watches Yuya barge back into the building, screaming his name at the top of his lungs. Ryo and Shingo scream at him to come back, but their pleas get swallowed by the chaos. Yuya rockets up the emergency stairs, driving through the smoke and searing heat like it's trying to stop him. He grimly clocks it. Every ramp up in the storm hits harder, and the conditions keep getting worse with every flurry. He blasts up to the third floor, then a raging, untouchable wall of fire slams into his path. Sweat pours off his face as he locks eyes with the inferno's heart. He knows that charging into this inferno would be suicide for anyone normal. Clenching his teeth, he swallows his fear and doubles down. No backing out. Not now. His mental fortification kicks in, fear gets shoved aside, and a razor-cold focus snaps into place. He knows it's magic o'clock, so he reaches deep and taps into the power living inside him. He argues that an attack spell is way too dangerous. He's got to protect, not unleash destruction. He summons a shimmering water veil that wraps him up like a magical shield. Safe from the flames, he announces with steel in his voice that he's finally ready to surge forward. He rockets straight through the wall of fire, and his shield screams as it hisses against the heat. He drops everything, hunts down his friends, and kicks on his presence detection skill. He sweeps the floor clean, checks that nobody's left behind, and realizes the only way out is up higher. He rockets onto the 5th floor, and the air hits him like a wall of smoke. His skill bursts to life, blazing a warning as he senses someone lurking nearby. He senses that 3 people are right up ahead on this floor. He rounds the corner and slams to a stop, eyes bulging with pure horror at what he just sees. He rips through the air, screaming their names, Kaori, Keat, and Rin. He dashes to Rin's side, gently shaking her awake, shouting her name like it's the only lifeline he has. With a shaky breath, she whispers his name one last time, then her eyes shut again. He snaps his hand to her pulse, and when he feels it, thank God, he knows she's only fainted. He drops to his knees beside her and begs her to hold on. He checks them out and confirms the other 2 girls are still alive, still breathing. He finally clocks the nightmare ahead, somehow dragging 3 unconscious people out of a burning building alive. Throwing every doubt to the wind, he scoops them up in his arms and snarls that he's got to save them no matter what. His presence scan clicks in, and it proves he's not trapped alone on this floor. He finally spots the only way out. Then the staircase erupts in flames, swallowing his escape. He can feel the magical veil over them tearing at the seams, and he knows it won't hold for much longer. Outside, fire trucks tear up to a building already swallowed by flames. Ryo and Shingo begged the firefighter for answers, but all he could do was bark, "Back now!" While he hauls the girls along, Yuya can't stop thinking about his magic slipping away, bit by bit. He realizes once his power hits 0, it's game over for all of them. He locks onto a desperate, last-ditch escape plan, taking the absolute shortest route he can find. He sprints for the window, shouting that he'll pull them out of there. He rockets out of the 6th-story window and crashes into the smoking night, disappearing into the chaos. The whole world smears into a blur as they drop, rocketing toward the ground below. Hanging in midair, he rips out what's left of his power and slams a wind barrier spell into place. A roaring swirl of wind cushions their drop, and whoosh, they slam down on the pavement without a scratch. Emergency crews and his friends freeze in disbelief, screaming that someone just jumped. Paramedics sprint toward Yuya's impossible situation, only to find he's landed safely, and the girls are with him. Ryo and Shingo come charging at him, sprinting like they can't breathe, screaming his name in pure relief. A later report broke the news. The flames got smothered for good. Nobody died, and it all felt like a string of outright miracles. A hard-nosed firefighter chews out a soot-caked Yuya for his reckless heroics, and Yuya can only stand there, apologizing in a small, meek voice. A firefighter leans in and tells Yuya, "You don't need to apologize, this isn't on you." Aya just stares, wearing a heavy, somber face as her mind still scrambles to make sense of the chaos that just exploded. Ryo and Shingo rush into view right in the hospital corridor, standing there in front of him. Ryo erupts with rage and emotion, snapping at Yuya for his reckless stunt and making it crystal clear they'd been terrified for him. "You all apologized." realizing this was the first time your friends had ever snapped just for your sake. The camera whips to the hospital outside, seeing the girls breathing again, all of them safely back to consciousness. Chairman Hoju leans back, staring at the massive, impossible-to-pay debt he says he now owes you. Yuya spots him and lets out a huge, rock-solid wave of relief. Everyone's safe, thank goodness. Ryo and Shingo stare in disbelief as he talks with the chairman like they're old friends. Yuya fidgets and blurts out, asking if that fire means the off-campus field trip got canceled. He begs the chairman, laying out just how badly the students can't wait for it. Chairman Hoju flashes him a warm grin and promises, straight to his face, that the trip is absolutely not getting canceled. Over the moon, Ryo and Shingo snatch Yuya into a roaring group hug like they just won the whole world. The chairman snaps that it's getting late and tells the students to bolt for home right now. The hospital door slams shut, sealing away all the day's wild, dramatic chaos. Kazuma Kaorum proves that when you truly wish for a hero, one will come knocking. She scoops the cat into a tight hug, then he comes through right on cue and proves her faith isn't just hope. Nearby, Hayudo Kied flicks her eyes over, and the look on her face screams pure thought. Hushu Kaori leans toward the car window, eyes locked outside as Yuya's presence fills her mind. Kakeru can't help but grin at his insane stash of snacks and drinks he's lined up for the journey. Yuya storms back home to a joyful welcome from his loyal buddy Knight. A sky full of stars lights up the moment, like the universe itself is shouting, "Next week you're going." On the bus, Kakeru crumbles over losing a card, muttering that he's still the noble prince. Kazuma just stares at Yuya like, "How are you this lucky?" Because he's getting a first-place win every single time. You insist, shaking with nerves, that it's all just good luck while his stats scream a luck stat of 8,000. He catches whispers about him cheating, and guilt hits him like a punch to the chest. He throws caution to the wind and fully owns it, a sly little smile curling on his lips. Kakuro rips into the loss, grieving that without Yuya's power, they never would have been able to save everyone. Yuya clenches his resolve in silence and vows to keep using his powers to save people. He scoots in toward Kazama, bringing his mouth right up to his ear. He tosses out an apology, and it leaves Kazama wrecked, flustered to the core, and blushing like crazy. The school bus claws its way up a steep, tree-choked mountain road. They finally reach their destination, a breathtaking traditional Japanese inn that feels straight out of a dream. The students tumble off the bus, eyes wide, staring in stunned silence at the massive building towering over them. They're practically vibrating with excitement, peppering the group with, "Is this where we're staying?" while pointing out the hot springs like it's the best news ever. A dark-haired female teacher flashes a smile and asks, "Are we all accounted for?" She says, "Staying at a place like this is exactly what you'd expect from UCI Academy." Miss Wada smashes their hopes to pieces. She declares the end is only for the staff and then hits them with survival training. All the students collectively gasp in pure horror like, "Huh." Ms. Wada tears into them with a brutal lecture, blasting how wildly unpredictable life can be. She tells them they're on their own for the night. Camping rules apply, and they've got to track down a natural hot spring by themselves. The students' faces go pale once they realize this trip isn't a game. It's a full-on ordeal. Kazama's voice shook as they nervously cornered their teacher, demanding to know what they'd be eating. That handsome male teacher jabs a finger in the air and boldly announces they'll forage for their own ingredients. The students freak out, blurting that they have zero clue how to fish and no idea what's even safe to eat. Their teacher pushes them not to shrink back, reminding them that every single person starts as a beginner. He swears that the meal they cook with their own hands is going to be the most delicious thing they've ever tasted. The students are moved to the core, hanging on every word as his motivation ignites them. Then he adds that their success doesn't just come from them, it's also riding on the teacher's bonuses. The students watch his collapse and it hits them. His help was pure selfishness all along. Another teacher barges in with supplies and snaps a warning. Those school nurses are slick, and they've got tricks up their sleeves. The students jump into action with Kakeru and Rin, pounding stakes and hauling everything they need to set up their tents. Kanzaki Rin grips a guidebook and shoots the group a question. "So what are we eating for dinner?" Kakeru grandly announces that he and Rin will go foraging, while Yuya and Kazama take over the fishing. You with the fishing gear nod along and agree to the plan. He tells himself, it's my first time, so I'm going to give it everything I've got. He and Kazama stride through the woods until they finally reach the river. When they arrive, dozens of other students are already there, filling the place at once. Because I'm the one drowning in notes once so many people start fishing, it gets brutally hard to pull anything out. Yuya snaps on his presence detection ability and scans the packed riverbank like a hawk. His skill shines a spotlight on a secluded stretch up ahead where something big is just waiting upstream. Kazuma shouts his name, then flashes a hand signal like, "Come on, follow me." In the crystal clear new spot, fish glide through the water like nothing in the world can touch them. Kazuma can't believe what he's found. He calls it a prime, top-secret spot. They stare at the shallow water and realize catching anything in it is going to be brutal. Yuya commits. He sits down and rolls up his pants like he's about to dive into something dangerous. Kazuma lets out a sharp, flustered shriek, scrambling to demand, "What are you doing?" A bunch of nearby students fishing stop dead, then their heads snap toward the commotion like, what the heck is going on? Kazuma stands on the riverbank, watching Yuya wade straight into the chilly stream. A fish rockets out of the water, and its scales flash like tiny blades under the blazing sun. Yaga figures, yeah, monsters are brutal, but a plain old fish that should be effortless. He triggers assimilation. His aura evaporates as he fuses into the world around him. A massive fish glides near and never even senses he's there. In a flash, he swings bam, and water bursts into the air like a raging storm. He stands there, beaming with victory, gripping a giant, writhing fish in his fist. Kazuma and the other students stumbled up the stairs, staring in wide-eyed disbelief. Yuya, soaked to the bone, can't believe it, his wild plan actually worked. He raises his catch high, and the other students erupt in shocked cheers. They stare in shock as it looks like he vanishes mid-stride, and they swear his feet move like something inhuman. They swarm him, blurting out questions like, "Do you know karate or ninjutsu?" and then practically beg him to teach them. Kazama snaps him back to reality and blurts, "Hurry, drop that fish into the bucket." That freshly caught fish slips into the bucket and glides through the water like it's got all the time in the world. Yuya taps into his appraisal skill and boom confirms the fish has 0 toxins, so it's safe to eat. Nearby, other boys scramble to copy his bare-handed technique, then completely fail. Kazuma watches him, and a blush creeps across her cheeks. She breaks into laughter, realizing he's exactly the same as he was back in P class. She tells him his natural talent isn't just good, it's on a completely different level. They grin and eagerly band together, vowing to haul in enough fish to feed everyone. The story snaps back to the packed, bustling campsite tents everywhere, energy in the air. Rin lights up the moment they come back, asks how it all went while Kakeru drops face first behind her, totally wrecked. Kazuma blurts out that Yuya just pulled off an unbelievable win, but his smile fades fast as he starts worrying about Kakeru. Rin gives Kazama a hard look and snaps at him, not to wake him up. He's wiped out completely. Kakeru jolts awake, already ranting like, "You've been grinding me way too hard." Ren explains that at first, they were nothing but out in the wild, stuffing their baskets with mushrooms and wild plants. Kakeru's ambition drove him straight into a nightmare encounter with a local bear. Yuya and Kazama freeze in terror, scrambling to ask, "Did that bear swallow him?" Kakeru snaps into a dramatic pose and grins like, "No problem, watch them smile and it's all worth it." Yi snaps into appraisal mode and checks Kakeru, then confirms that no major injuries. He leans in and reassures the girls that Kakeru looks completely fine. Kazama, Rin, and Kakaru freeze because they've just been hit with the shock that the bear was real. Yuya's completely thrown off when his friends start trading stories about a darkness he's never even heard of. That foraging trip ended with a jaw-dropping haul rare, gourmet ingredients they never even saw coming. Teachers and the other students crowd outside the designated teacher's tent, hanging on the edge of their seats. One of the girls leans in and blurts the news. Yuya's about to get hit with a surprise because everyone's already waiting on him. Yuya just stares, totally stunned, because this sudden weird spotlight hits him out of nowhere. Nearby, Hoshikori watches everything unfold, wearing a soft, gentle expression. She barrels over to Ya, shouting his name, demanding to know how his group's doing. He grins, saying it's going great because honestly, he never once imagined he'd end up on a real survival trip. Kaori lets out a wave of relief because seeing him in such good spirits makes everything feel okay again. She practically squeals that they've hauled in a mountain of vegetables, even though he was clearly worried about something else. Flustered, she remembers she still hasn't properly thanked him for saving her life. Yia snaps that it was his fault she was put in danger, and then he throws himself into a sincere apology. Kaori shoots him down with confidence, insisting she had an incredible time with everyone. She tightens her hands to her chest, and her voice fades into something small and shaky. She blurts out that she's been over the moon ever since he invited her to be his friend. Yuya takes in her heartfelt words, and you can see the gears turning in his eyes, touch deep in his soul. Kaori gets yanked away by her group. Now their campsite inspection is finally done. They trade goodbye whispers, swearing they'll meet again soon. Her friends grin and tease her nonstop, like, "So are you and Tenjikuen actually getting along?" Kaori gives a shy little smile, then admits grinning exactly that they are. Yuya stands in the camp kitchen, muscles tensed as he's about to start cooking up the night's meal. Ms. Wada can't stop grinning, staring in awe at the wild, incredible pile of ingredients. She raves that their group's haul is absolutely perfect, like a loud stamp of proof for every ounce of work they poured into it. Her smile fades fast as she snaps that even cooking counts in the evaluation. She flashes a sneaky smile and asks, "So which one of you usually cooks at home?" The moment the call goes out, all three of his teammates instantly and together aim and point straight at a stunned Yuya. The teachers can't wait to jump in because, they're not just supervising, they're taste testing too. Yuya scrutinizes the bounty, already plotting what he can whip up from every last ingredient. He decides the fresh river fish is going to be the star of the meal. With the calm precision of a master chef, he grabs the fish and starts scaling it. He skillfully slices the fish into perfect fillets, then gets it ready for a deep fry explosion. The battered fish pieces hit the hot oil and sizzle like they're daring you to take a bite. His female classmates and teachers stare in stunned disbelief as his culinary skills blow them away. Those smaller fish will turn into a steaming, clear soup after he forages maitake mushrooms. Then he shifts his focus to the Jininjo wild yam like you've never seen before. He grinds the yam to a pulp, then tosses it in a bowl with other wild greens. Meanwhile, Ms. Wada is already sipping wine in the background, clearly starting to enjoy it. Yuya stands alone in the kitchen, locked in like a true master chef, flipping every detail with sharp focus and skill. He proudly lays out the finished feast: crispy fried fish, a steaming bowl of mushroom soup, and a fancy truffle salad. The girls gawk in disbelief, insisting his cooking isn't just good, it's way past amateur level. Ms. Wada practically bursts with excitement as she declares she'll be the very first to dig into their group's dinner. More teachers burst in, lured in by that mouth-watering smell so wild it practically pulls them by the nose. A little Chibuya slides them a sample like, "Try it if you want," and suddenly they're curious. The teachers swarm around the table, practically buzzing, eager to grab a taste of the meal. Aya watches, her nerves already buzzing about how he's going to take to his cooking. Everyone takes their first bite of that jaw-dropping food, and you can practically feel the magic hit. A blast of flavor hits them like lightning, and everyone tumbles straight into pure, mouth-watering bliss. Kazuma stares in shock and blurts out, "This is insanely delicious." Every teacher nods in total agreement. This place blows the school's own 5-star cafeteria out of the water. The whole camp crowds in, eyes wide as they stare at the most jaw-dropping feast imaginable. Yuya beams with a real happy smile, watching everyone savor the food he made. He remembers Luna's praise and grins, because cooking up something delicious for everyone hits his heart like pure sunshine. That handsome teacher snatches Yuya in a grip of shock, utterly blown away that he can cook that well. Blasted on bliss and wine, Ms. Wada stumbled up to him and drunkenly proposed marriage on the spot. Kazama and Ichibiya are hit with pure, bone-chilling horror faces frozen in disbelief. The teacher bears her soul about the troubles she's been drowning in. Then, her breath stings with alcohol. Mortified, Yuya stumbles backward, trying to slip away from his drunken teacher. She lunges at him, tears spilling as she begs him, "Just take care of her." The other students and her teachers stare at her like she's totally wasted, completely drunk, and beyond control. Buzzed teachers lunge after Yuya, swearing they'll keep chasing him until he finally turns into an adult. Later that night, Knight shoots his head up and lets out a sharp, confused whine like he's asking, "Wait, what's going on?" Yuya shoots an apology for being late with the food, completely wiped out from the chaos of the whole evening. He tells Knight to stay good, then swears he'll be back tomorrow. The night hangs crystal clear over the forested mountains of the campsite, deadly quiet like it's holding its breath. Kazuma scans the whole camp, and worry tightens across her face like a storm rolling in. She slips into the woods, yelling Yuya's name, panicking as she wonders where he vanished. A rustle in the bushes snaps her attention, and she calls out his name like she's begging him to answer. A figure bursts out of the undergrowth, and their footsteps crunch the dry leaves like thunder. Kazuma locks eyes on the oncoming figure, and her expression tightens with growing dread. She imagines a savage wild beast bursting out of the darkness, right in front of her. Her face turns ghost white, and a cold, nervous sweat breaks out like wildfire. The rustling in the bushes keeps creeping closer, louder with every second. Yuya bursts out from the trees and demands to know from Keed, "What's wrong?" She clocks it's him, snaps at him for not picking up after she called, and lays into him right there. They stride back down a calm, moonlit path, heading straight for camp. With a sudden blush, she realizes he didn't just happen to show up, he came to find her. He grins and thanks her for tracking him down, even though it took all that trouble. Kazama's cheeks go beet red, and her heart goes wild the second she feels his kindness. She tilts her chin up at him, adamant that she's the one who should be thanking him. She tells you how dependable he's been all day, fishing up a storm and cooking everything like a pro. He tries to play it down, but she won't let him. She insists he's been absolutely amazing. She tells him this isn't about one single day he's saved her over and over, countless times. He can't help but worry about everyone around him, so he steps in and casually hauls the heavy stuff for them. She locks eyes with him, her gaze blazing, and declares he's got a whole collection of wonderful qualities. She snaps her hand over her mouth on the spot, stunned that she just blurted that out. She flails her hands like crazy, desperate to snatch her heartfelt words back before they land. She darts her gaze aside, and a deep, adorable blush flames across her face. A firework suddenly slices across the dark night sky above them like a flash of lightning. It bursts into a blinding shower of light, flooding them in glow as they stand side by side. She keyed out a burst of waves, and boom, she'd finally tracked down the missing pair. Ren shoots the question, and Keat grins as he explains they're lighting up fireworks. She tells them the boys showed up with a set for them before their bath. Kakura leans in and dramatically summons Yuya to crash their wild, festive celebration. The boys chuckle as they tug a struggling, protesting Yuya into their fun. Kazuma gets stuck there, alone in the dark, while her friends vanish into the night. She lets out a quiet smile like she's just decided, yeah, this is totally fine for now. She tears after them, shouting, "Wait up, don't leave me behind." A teacher rips into them, shouting that only adults are allowed to light fireworks. In a steamy hot spring, the boys lay down the rules. Only a flawless physique and drop-dead good looks make the cut. They scream that he's got something way more important to handle, leaving him absolutely horrified, like his worst fears just hit. 3 of Yuya's classmates lock up in stunned silence, staring like they just witnessed the impossible. His physique is so perfect it takes their breath away. A classmate blurts out, "This isn't fair," while Rio beside you cracks up, laughing like it's the funniest thing in the world. In the steamy hot spring, Yuya snaps that it's not funny yet. Rio only bows his head and keeps apologizing. Rio can't stop staring as Yuya's body blows her away. She's like, "That's not just strong, that's pure martial artist energy." He can't stop grinning as he recalls how Yuya snagged a fish with his bare hands earlier that day. That flamboyant Kakaru glides through the air in pure bliss, savoring the memory of Yuya's cooking. In a sweaty, dramatic close-up, Kakaru blurts out that he might have finally spotted the god of cooking. Yuya demanded what was wrong with Kakaru, while his friend stood there, quietly staring at the whole chaotic scene. Rio stomps off, furious he missed the feast, and swears he'll get his hands on Yuya's cooking tomorrow. Yuya asks what they've got planned tomorrow, and his friends just grin, "Same thing as today." Kakaru plunges under the water, muttering, he's got to dodge poison, then pops back up like it's the funniest near-death ever. Shingo demanded to know what happened to Kakaru, and Yuya just broke into sweat, blurting that so much had happened. Over on the women's side, a cheerful girl belts out a joyful song about the magic of the hot spring. Kazuma practically sighs in relief when they finally get a real bath after learning this survival trip wasn't supposed to be that brutal. She playfully lunges at the keys, blurting out in sheer wonder at how outrageously massive her bust is. She flashes that teasing grin and taunts Keed like, "So you're trying to hypnotize the boys with that body, huh?" Rin, eyes wide with panic, blurted out that Keed's chest was a weapon way too dangerous to touch. The changing room door crashes open with a loud bang, and the girls inside jump out of their skin. Husukori barges in, and his eyes land on a chaotic tangle of girls, so he immediately screams for help. She blurts out, voice shaking, "Is something wrong?" while the girls huddle together so tight they barely breathe. Rin blurts out an apology for messing around, then admits they were only staring at Kied's chest. Kaori hammers out Kied Sans again and again while Rin watches, stone-faced and locked in. Her eyes lock onto Kied's chest, and with one word, Rin's claim is instantly confirmed. Kaori admits it's totally enviable, then Rin's face crumples, and Kazuma breaks into loud, unstoppable laughter. A gentle splash hits as Kaori sinks into the steaming hot spring, the warm water swallowing her in seconds. She exhales a flood of pure relief and sinks into the warm, soothing bath like all her worries just melted away. She can't help but gush about how stunning and slender those other two girls look. Rin glances over and lets the compliment land, her face going quiet and thoughtful like she's really taking it in. Kazuma blurts out that Rin's got legs for days and a model-perfect physique to match. Kazama brings up Ms. Wada and shoots the question, "Does she still have all that old stuff stuck in her head?" Kaori's jaw drops when their teacher straight-up proposes to Yuya right after that mouth-watering cooking hits the table. She sputters in total shock, blurting out about Yuya and marriage while Rin nods and confirms it. In a tiny chibi panel, Ren practically bursts with excitement, laying out the entire story to Kori like, "Listen every detail." Kaori's face burns red, and she can't believe a marriage proposal even managed to happen. Ren says the first move is simple, win him over by blowing his mind with food. Kaori переживає через те, що вчитель звернув увагу на учня, але Рін просто стоїть спокійно, зосереджена і впевнена в собі. Kaori's flustered because Rin closes the distance and presses her harder right there in the water. Kazama drops the ultimatum if Miss Wada means business, then she'll have to bring the same intensity because he's going all in too. Kaori's heart lurches when she realizes Kazama's got his eyes set on Yuya too. Kazuma panics and blurts out, "No way, that's not it. It has nothing to do with me liking you or anything." Rin stays cool and tells Kazama she's an open book. Then Keed calls her out like he can't ignore it. The girls sprawl out beneath a sky blazing with stars, finally letting the calm wash over them as they soak up the peaceful moment. Kaori can't shake the feeling that they were forced, no, made to live through a real survival nightmare. Other girls start whispering about how insanely lucky Keed's group is to have Yuya tagging along with them. The gush is all about his fishing adventures, his killer cooking, and that fresh moment where he showed up in a magazine. Kaori soaks up every ounce of praise, and her face shifts into a thoughtful, slightly flustered blur. She slips deeper into the water, cheeks burning red as she can't stop thinking about him. She can't stop herself from wondering in the quietest moments, do guys actually want women with bigger chests? The next morning breaks, and the sun blazes over the forested mountains like it's daring the world to keep up. Two students kick back fishing by the river. One grins and swears he's about to land the biggest catch of the day. One of the boys leans in and asks his friend, "Can you hear that weird sound nearby?" His friend jabs a finger across the river, pointing to where something is churning and moving on the other side. The two boys lock up, eyes bulging with pure shock and crushing terror at what's right in front of them. Kakaru is soaking up the morning bliss, with a whole flock of white doves circling him like living clouds. He pauses, poetic as ever, and savors the crisp air while the morning sun blinds him with pure glory. He sighs, staring at the gorgeous scenery, and grumbles about why he's stuck hunting for food here. Rio rolls in with her friends and they basically snap at Kakaru, stop whining and get moving. Kazuma zooms over to Rin, then fires off a booming good morning like he's got endless power. Yuya steps in and greets them, making sure every single one of them is here. Then he declares the whole crew is ready to roll. A terrified student comes sprinting up in total panic, yelling that something horrendous just happened. Panting hard, he blurts out that a bear is prowling right by the camp. A massive, menacing bear crashes through the woods, its eyes burning with a faint, terrifying glow. The students crowd the cliff edge, staring down as the bear waits below. Rio stares around in pure disbelief, thinking, "Why is there a bear here?" But the truth hits her like a wall with no explanation. Kakeru locks onto it immediately. This is the same bear he met the day before. The students bolt before the bear even catches sight of them and closes the distance. The bear keeps charging forward, bulldozing right through the thick undergrowth with pure, stubborn focus. It jerks its head up and rips a low, guttural growl through the air. The students' feet hammer the dirt path as they launch into a frantic retreat. Rin tells Kakeru, "That's why I warned you, because a wild beast was coming." Kakara fires back, insisting it's impossible, while Kazama snaps at them to stop bickering. Rio screams at them to shut their mouths and sprint for their lives. Then their teacher, Ms. Wada, storms in and yells, "Are you guys okay?" Rio leans in and tells her, "We're the last ones." And just like that, she confirms everyone else is safe. She tells them she's already called the police, and then she snaps, demanding they evacuate right now. A few leaves flutter down from the trees as the tension keeps tightening by the second. Kazuma points out that the bear feels a whole lot closer now, way closer than it did the moment they first spotted it. Miss Wada barks, "Everybody calm down," and promises them it won't even come up. Suddenly, Miss Wada's eyes flare wide as she feels danger closing in. A bear rockets out of the trees, roaring like a storm, and it's here way too soon. The students shrieked her name in pure terror as she stood toe-to-toe with the beast. Ms. Watt steadied herself, jaw set tight with grim determination, ready to go to war. A shadowy figure rockets past her, flashing by in a wild blur of speed and light. Yuya slams into view and plants himself right between the fallen teacher and the bear, charging in for the kill. His eyes narrowed to a razor point, locked and loaded for the confrontation ahead. His friends shout his name in a panic-struck roar, fear and shock tearing through every word. Mr. Sawada, the other teacher, storms up and yells at Yuya, demanding to know what in the world he thinks he's doing. Yuya slams into the bear's charge and grabs its huge paws with his bare hands. His friends are stuck with their faces frozen in absolute, over-the-top cartoon disbelief. He dug in, refusing to budge, locked in a brutal showdown of raw strength against the bear. Shingo can't help but blurt out, "Can a human really take on a bear and grapple it?" Rin locks eyes forward, and her mind races because this feels exactly like that famous story. The bear itself looks totally lost, and it blurts out a confused growl like it can't believe what it's seeing. Yuya clenched his teeth, convinced this was nothing compared to the monsters he's already survived. With a burst of raw momentum, he hoists the bear and nails a flawless suplex. He rises, wipes the sweat from his brow, and admits right there to himself that he's no longer human. At the very end, the journey is finally running out of road. Miss Wada breaks down in tears, clutching Yuya and thanking him for taking the hit just to protect her bonus. Yuya sits in a wheelchair, wrapped head to toe in bandages like some goofy battle mummy. Kazuma asks if he's seriously hurt, and Rin just smirks because she knows it wasn't an accident at all. It was the nurse's hobby. After everything, Ms. Wada, the teacher, pauses and wrestles with whether to lay into Yuya, then decides to let it slide. Just like that, another teacher smacks her, and Ms. Wada slips in a reward for her great work, only for her to get blasted with yelling right after. All wrapped in bandages, Yuyo swears he's fine, and then he demands to know what happened to the berry he fought. From far away, he's locked in on the creature's fate, wondering if it'll ever truly be defeated. A woman from the nearby facility leans in and says, "We've decided to take custody of the bear." The students are stunned to find out the facility plans to keep the bear. Another teacher leans in and demands the woman prove she's got everything under control. With a shotgun in hand, she checks the papers and confirms they've got every permit they need to keep the animal. A bespectacled student muses that the bear bolted at the sight of something, and soon it wandered onto the grounds. The next morning, the teacher can't stop thinking about those loud, explosive blasts from last night because, yeah, they were the fireworks. A flashback rolls in. The students cheerfully light the fireworks, only for them to crackle loud enough to scare that bear. Chairman Huju is just relieved that nobody got hurt because he used his influence to make sure the event went off safely. The students are still rattled because the big question, can they keep the bear safe, hangs in the air. But Yuya's group looks ready to take it on. The armed woman deadpans that if a bear ever attacks a human, they're planning to make the bear the one that gets eaten. The journey wraps up, and Kuma-kun the bear has somehow turned into the town's beloved mascot. Once the school trip wraps up, the day finally lands. Yuya's promised meeting with Princess Lexia is here. Yuya and Knight explode into motion, launching the moment they set off on their journey. Yuya jumps at the plan they'll walk to their destination, and they night bark to seal the deal. On their road, they stumble into a pack of grotesque monsters, mouths slobbering as they lurch toward them. Yuya spots it right away. There are way fewer monsters than before, and his mind shoots back to those training sessions with Luna. He keeps it all to himself, but Luna's name lingers in his thoughts as a quiet, thoughtful look settles over his face. In a quiet clearing, Yuya stares at the sky, wondering how Luna's doing since the last time he saw her. Knight suddenly raises his head and snaps a warning bark, sensing danger and closing in on it fast. Two hulking crimson-skinned ogres, slick with blood, burst out of the trees and come hunting for a fight. Yuya spots that the monsters are still lurking, and it clicks his detour was the right move. His face hardens the moment he realizes just how deadly this new threat really is. A towering armored beast crashes into view. Turns out it's a level 500 bloody ogre lord. The story whips to a road that rages straight toward the edge of the great demon forest. A royal carriage rumbles down the road, guarded at every step by armored knights. Owen leans in and tells Princess Lexia, "We're about to hit the forest entrance." Inside, Lexia bursts into a smile full of pure joy, buzzing because she can't wait to see you here again. In a tense flashback, King Arnold frets and begs his daughter to watch out for the dangers ahead, but she brushes him off, insisting she'll be totally fine. Owen clenches his fist so tight his knuckles ache, staring with raw fear that the princess might not make it out safe. A cloaked stranger stands alone at the edge of a barren wasteland, like something terrifying is about to step out of the shadows. The masked figure stands perfectly still, staring the area down. Nobody knows what they're up to. Get this close, and those figures' innate robes look like they were stitched straight out of the night sky. Yuya gets hurled backward at the last second, just barely dodging the ogre lord's weapon before it could crush him. That massive blade crashes into the ground with a thunderous smash, carving the earth by inches and stealing a heartbeat from him. The Ogre Lord towers above everyone, an unstoppable force that feels like raw power incarnate. Yuya flashes a reassuring grin at the anxious knight, letting him know he's totally fine after that terrifying close call. He sizes up the whole situation in a blink, realizing a straight-up brawl with a sword or spear would be a terrible mistake. With a fierce stare, he shuts down the spending and saves his magic for whatever's coming next. He decides it's finally time. He summons a brand new weapon straight out of his inventory. Yuya braced himself for combat, the massive wooden mallet perched on his shoulder like a promise. He hefts the world breaker, and with every swing, it hits like the weight of the entire planet. That impact detonates a massive shockwave, and Yuya can't help but stare because the sage's craftsmanship is seriously next level. He wrestles with the mallet's momentum, grimacing because it's a nightmare for taking down huge groups. A notification flashes he just leveled up. He slips the weapon away, and a wave of satisfaction hits him hard. He scans the loot the defeated Ogre Lord left behind, grabbing every valuable item in sight. Scattered through the loot, his eyes lock on a gleaming helmet the Blood War King's. That menacing helmet is said to come with a power that can crush your nerve and send your enemies reeling. Yuya freezes in pure amazement, thinking that demonic helmet looks absolutely badass. He snaps on his helmet, then leans in, grinning, and asks Knight if it makes him look awesome. To his horror, he yanks at the helmet to get it off, only to discover it's welded in place, impossible to remove. Princess Lexia's royal carriage rumbled up, and her escort surged in at the exact meeting point. Lexia leans out of the carriage window like she can't breathe, scanning the road for any trace of Yuya. A soldier yells to Owen that something's charging out of the forest. Owen narrows his eyes, trying to tell if that incoming stranger is the one they've been waiting for. A terrifying demonic warrior bursts out of the trees, locked in black armor and a horned helmet, like pure nightmare-made flesh. Owen, drenched in sweat and on full alert, demands to know who that terrifying figure really is. From inside the helmet, a muffled voice blurts out that he can't get it off. Tucked among the trees, a hooded assassin leans in and confirms, yep, the princess's party has rolled in exactly as planned. The assassin keeps their eyes locked on the group. Mission clear as day. Still locked inside the helmet, Yuya blurts out an apology, admitting he scared him. Lexia flashes a bright smile and tells Owen she gets it, but Owen looks completely wrecked from everything he just went through. Yuya tells her a brutal hit could knock the cursed helmet loose, but Lexia shuts him down fast. No reckless moves. Lexia tells him that even in the demonic helmet, he looks insanely cool, and he immediately blurts out a stammering, "Thank you." A knight calls the ogre lord a legendary monster, and Owen just grins as he thinks, with Yuya in the picture, anything can happen. He grins and says, "So, is this your first time meeting me tonight?" Owen asks about the dog, and leans in and tells him, "Knight's my precious family. You're bringing them with you." Knight suddenly roars, and Knight's eyes lock onto a threat you can't even see. With a savage bark, Knight charges straight at Lexia, and she gasps in shock. Owen and Yuya both burst into panicked shouts, terrified for the princess's safety. Owen pushes for answers about what's wrong with the dog, while Lexia turns to Knight and demands to know if he's really okay. A giant tree gets cleaved in half and crashes down right where Lexia was standing, like the world just tried to erase her. The tree crashes into the ground with a thunderous roar, rattling the earth like it's alive. Lexia snaps back to the moment she's been saved and demands to know Knight, "Were you protecting her?" And he growls back a solid yes. The royal guards lose their nerve, staring in shock at what just went down, then sprint forward to shield the princess at all costs. The ground explodes with dirt and shattered rock as another unseen attack tears into the area. Yuya grips the Omnisword and snaps into his full sword technique, blocking the blow dead in its tracks. His eyes harden the second he realizes that familiar punch of power coming from his opponent. He leans in and tells Owen that Lexia is the target, then demands he protect her at all costs. Yuya doesn't feel any follow-up strike coming, so he kicks on his presence detection and tracks the hidden enemy before they can move. A blinding flash erupts as he locks in on the assassin's exact location. He fires up his assimilation ability to slip through unnoticed, and he clocks it instantly. There's only one attacker. The hidden assassin freezes, stunned that their first strike got shut down. Now they're scrambling to figure out who dared block it. Yuya slides up right behind the assassin and kills his stealth skill on the spot. The assassin jolts in panic, spinning hard to lock eyes with the sudden threat. The assassin can't even breathe. How did Yuya slip in so fast, so quiet, like he was there out of nowhere? They're blown away as Yuya rockets forward, wiping out the distance in a blink. Yuya smoothly slips out of the assassin's frantic counterattack like it never even touched him. He whips his wrist up and snaps the assassin's blade aside. Flashes that determined stare and shoves his advantage right into the tight fight. The assassin's shattered mask cracked as they hissed Yuya's name, staring like they couldn't possibly believe what they were seeing. His expression hardens as he demands to know why they hesitated mid-attack. Right after their shock cracked the moment, he lunged in and drove home the final blow. He lands a razor-precise hit, and the assassin goes flying, crashing hard onto the ground. That assassin's signature mask rockets through the air, fully ripped free and tumbling away. Yuya exhales in relief, grateful he managed to clamp down and keep his opponent from dying. He drops his gaze onto the unconscious assassin and snaps to shock when the face is revealed as Lunas right as Lexi arrives. Yuya keeps replaying every weird thing that's happened to him ever since he got dropped into this world. He remembers stumbling on the assassin, Luna, sleeping all defenseless in the woods. A voice snaps his name out loud, yanking him out of his head and slamming him back into the moment. He assures Princess Lexia that Luna really was the attacker from just days ago. The princess leans in, eyes locked, and her face shifts into deep thought as the words sink in. He tells you how he fought off monsters to save Luna, then they trained side by side for a short while. Lexia blurts out in hilarious shock, and the second she realizes what this means, jealousy hits her like a truck. Scooping up unconscious Luna in his arms, He turned to the princess and demanded a little time he had to get her help, right now. He admits he finally gets how brutal Luna's crime against the royal family really is. He throws himself at her mercy, begging for one final chance to talk because he's convinced she's not evil. Lexia shoots him an instant yes with a bright, cheerful grin, and it utterly catches him off guard. As Lexia carries Luna away, she sprints after her, flat out ignoring frantic calls from behind. Lexi spots her guardian Owen and his knights coming fast in the distance. With a bright grin, she blurts out that she's taking this impromptu trip to Yuya's place like it's no big deal at all. Knight Captain Owen freezes in total, bone-deep shock the moment she makes her declaration. Yuya panics over his reckless choice, but Lexia grabs him by the reins and yells for him to move now. She insists his opinion is all they need, and she demands the right to hear Luna's story. A panicked Owen darts after them, shouting for her to explain why she went that reckless. The princess yanks them forward, panicking to get away before Owen can catch them. Aya blurts out a frantic apology to Owen, swearing she'll get him back safe. He grabs the princess's hand, and it's game time. Right before their miracle escape explodes into motion. He declares he'll use magic, and the second he does, a blazing swirl of light wraps around them like a burst of power. Lexia freezes in awe, staring at magic so powerful she's never even imagined anything like it. A storm of pure energy whirls around them, warping space and time like it's breaking the rules. The royal knights are left frozen, staring in pure shock as they vanish before their eyes. Owen stands alone in the clearing now, totally empty, and mutters, stunned out of his mind. They get yanked instantly into the cozy safety of the sage's rough little forest cabin. A brilliant flash tears the moment to life, and they pop into the quiet wooden house in an instant. Lexia snaps to attention, realizes it's teleportation magic, and demands answers what is going on here. She whips around to Yuya, eyes wide with pure awe, then caught in a wave of confusion. The princess drills him for an answer, still stunned that what just happened is even real. He awkwardly blurts out that it's just a simple transportation spell he cooked up. Lexia can't believe he just whipped up that spell like it was nothing. He carefully lays the still unconscious Luna onto the bed, letting her finally rest and recover. Lexia, and you sit there holding your breath, waiting for the assassin to finally snap awake. Lexia, pretending she's asleep, finally whispers, "Okay, I get it now." Jealous sparks flare in her eyes as her face tightens. Then she sets her next move in motion. She throws a childish tantrum, yelling that it's unfair Luna gets to train with Yuya. Meanwhile, the night rolls on, clueless to the chaos, and he keeps on sleeping soundly nearby. Lexia snaps her focus back onto Luna and fires a question at Yuya. What's his real plan? He's determined to patch up her wounds first. Then he'll pry into her story with full attention. He blurts out an apology, realizing this messes with the promise he made to visit the royal capital. He vows to get Lexia to safety, but he has no clue when Luna's going to finally wake up. Lexi shuts her eyes tight, replaying his words in her head as her next move clicks into place. Lexia pretended to be asleep, then snapped awake and confronted the assassin who'd finally come to, Luna. Luna snaps her eyes open, and the moment the cover lifts, the sleeping patient is instantly blasted awake. Lexia drops the bombshell she knew Luna was awake the whole time, leaving Yuya completely stunned. Luna blurts out, "Why didn't you call out your lies sooner, princess?" Lexi Sparkles herself blurted out that she'd been craving one thing, a real shot to get some alone time with Yuya. She swears Yuya must have seen it too, but Yuya panics and blurts out that he never noticed a thing. Luna drops her shoulders, knowing the clever princess totally outplayed her. Lexi's voice snaps serious as she demands to know why Luna attacked. Luna can't shake the thought, do they really expect me to tell the truth? The princess is stunned that Luna isn't just shutting her down and refusing to speak. The assassin tilts her head and snaps back with a rhetorical question, like she's daring anyone to pretend she even gets a choice. She brushes it off with zero hesitation, declaring like it's carved in stone that she attacked royalty. Lexia refuses to let it go. She demands the truth, like she'll die before she stops asking. Luna snaps, "What's the point when my failure just means death?" Lexia declares herself the winner with fire in her voice, then orders Luna, "No, she's not allowed to die." Yuya stares in shock, worry etched on his face, and blurts Luna's name like it's the only lifeline he has. He says, with ironclad conviction that he refuses to believe Luna is a bad person. Luna can't even find words, stunned by the way he never wavers in believing in her. And just like that, Luna dove into her past where every day was crime, and every memory hit like a confession. She finally spills the truth she was sold to the Dark Guild, and they handed her the title of headhunter. Lexia freezes in pure shock when she realizes the terrifying name of that legendary master assassin. She stares at Luna, and it hits her hard like, oh wow, so that's what she can really do. Luna leans in and tells them the truth. Nobles hired her with one ruthless command: kill the princess. Yuya stares ahead, grim as stone, piecing together the dark political conspiracy lurking behind the attack. Lexian realizes high society isn't all glam and perfection. It's hiding something darker under the shine. He listens with his eyes blazing, clocking the threat Lexia keeps dodging every single second. He finally clocks it. Both women are stuck in a world that's way more dangerous than anything he's ever faced. After spilling her tale, Luna once again accepts the fate waiting for her. Yuya and Lexia are stuck deciding what to do with the assassin right there, fate in their hands. Luna lays it out plain: no matter what law or the guild, you'll die. He watches Luna crumble completely, like she's already surrendered to her brutal fate. She can't shake the question, why does he care so much when the only thing they ever do is train together? He feels her pulling back like she's telling him, don't be sad, but pushing him further with every word. He erupts on the spot, refusing to let her dismiss the bond they share. He bursts out that every second of training together was straight up fun. He told her she was the first person he'd ever fought with side by side, truly as an equal. He stares at her, his voice breaking as he blurts out, "You're my friend." The moment that word hits friend, Luna gets slammed like it's a punch to the chest. Knight lets out a loud, encouraging bark like he's cheering right along with his master. The Fenrir pup nudges her hand, pressing his silent comfort into hers. He sinks his head into her lap in the simplest, most trusting way. Lexia snaps that his feelings can't rewrite Luna's fate one bit. The princess slams both hands on the table and barks that she has to be included. Jealous rage flares up as she snaps that Luna's been getting way too close to Yuya. She snaps Yuya out of his panic and reminds him, in no uncertain terms, that she's his friend too. She swears she'll break him out of that stiff, formal speech, leaving him more rattled than ever. Luna calmly tells Lexia, "Don't freak out, I'm sure I'll be gone soon." Come on, watch him confront her and demand to know why she talks like she's already dead. Luna's completely stunned by the princess's intense, totally unexpected questions. Lexi lays it out cold and logical. Why, Luna's a fatalist and she goes for the jugular when it comes to the royalty. But she quietly admits the truth. Only she and Yuya were there to witness it. Luna snaps that even if they free her, the guild won't stop. They'll hunt her down anyway. Lexia unveiled a genius plan. Luna would step in as her personal guard. Luna snaps, insisting her hands are so soaked in blood they can't possibly touch the crown. Lexia grins and tells Luna this plan will shield her from the guild too. Yuya stares at the princess, and fresh awe and respect hit him like a wave. Assassin Luna leans in close and delivers a brutal warning to Princess Lexia. The Dark Guild is far deadlier than she could ever imagine. Luna stares at her own hands, convinced they're smeared with blood because only that kind of sacrifice could ever match the purity of the princess she's serving. Lexia grabs Luna's hands in her own, shuts her down cold, and praises the assassin's hands as beautiful. Luna is left totally speechless as that tough, hardened look cracks open, caught off guard by this unexpected kindness. In a rare lull, Lexio can't stop herself and frets over how she'd get her hands to look that lovely, totally missing what Luna was really saying. Flustered, Lexia snaps at Luna to shut up and do exactly what she says. Then the assassin's jaw drops in disbelief. With a confident grin, Lexia turns to Luna and declares, "Don't worry, you're my guard." Then she hits everyone with a harsh warning. Luna isn't allowed to die unless she gets royal permission first. In the next room, Yia eavesdrops on their tense talk, totally baffled as they keep mentioning how close they are to him. The princess and her brand new guards stare each other down, and that charged silence between them crackles like a storm before it breaks. Outside, the knight Owen collapses into despair as his own men admit they're helpless, and Owen seethes at the princess's unyielding stubbornness. Later, Lexia and Luna stumble into Yuya's magical portable hot spring, and they soak in pure, next-level luxury like they've never lived before. They both let out relieved sighs, grinning as they agree. Yuya's bath is the best, and you can feel their magic getting revived with every breath. Lexia finally decides she has to thank Luna because she can't ignore how Yuya looked genuinely worried for that assassin earlier. With a stern look, Luna tells the princess the truth. Yuya didn't just find that insane bath, he actually snagged it from a monster. Lexia's jaw drops when she realizes the bath doesn't just refill her magic, it leaves her skin looking unbelievably flawless too. Yuya wrings his hands outside, panicking because the princess suddenly wants to steal the bath Luna is already in there. That smug little Luna soaks in the hot spring like she just won the whole world, basking in her victory. Yuya's heart drops. He spots the princess's priceless clothes smeared with mud, and the moment he thinks about washing them himself, he panics like he's about to commit a royal offense. He digs through the sage's things and pulls out a plain, crisp white hoodie. He thrusts the hoodie into Lexia's hands, and when she freezes in shock, he blurts out that this is the brand new replacement she's supposed to wear. In the bath, Lexia's cheeks light up as the gift thrills her, and Luna quickly reminds her it's only borrowed. A heavy, thoughtful silence drops as Lexia locks eyes with Luna, her face completely unreadable. Ripping through the silence, Lexia leans in and bluntly asks Luna if she's got real feelings for Yuya. Flustered Luna snaps back, insisting ferociously that she and Yuya are nothing more than just friends. Lexia refuses to buy it. She swears she can feel this quiet, undeniable affection between them. Luna waves it off, insisting it's totally normal to feel warm and gentle toward a friend. With a wink and a knowing grin, Lexi leans in and sweetly asks, "Oh, is that so?" Her face tightens instantly as she snaps that there's zero issue with her marrying Yuya. Luna bursts out of the water, screaming that this is absolutely not happening. A hot bead of sweat slid down Luna's temple while her cheeks flamed red, totally rattled and speechless. Lexi squeezes every ounce of her advantage, smugly saying that if they're really just friends, Luna should get it without Lexi having to spell anything out. Luna stands there, stammering so hard she can't even stitch together a single, coherent answer to the princess's challenge. Lexi grins wide, totally pleased because she finally made her point loud and unmistakable. At last, Luna slips under the water and finally admits the brutal truth: she has no idea what she's feeling. She looks back on every precious second she trained with Yuya, and you can tell she truly treasured it. She remembers her hands seizing up, frozen solid, because the second she clocked that her target was him, she couldn't move to strike. Lexia listens without a blink, and as her face warms up, she calmly slips out, "I see." A bone-chilling moment of pure decision hangs in the thick, steamy air, silent but unstoppable. With a dramatic splash, Lexia erupts from the water and declares she's finally made up her mind. She jabs a finger at Luna like a lightning strike, her voice booming with purpose. "I'm declaring war on you." Luna can only freeze in shock, mouthing the words over and over because that's not a threat. That's a full-on declaration of war. Lexia leans in and tells you, "Even a tiny pull is already love, and yeah, I'm head over heels for you." Luna yanks her gaze away, cheeks blazing as she spirals into her own thoughts. There's no way what she feels could be love. Lexi swears that no matter what Luna does, deny it or not, she'll charge forward like they're enemies on day one. She declares she's done waiting, she'll hunt down Yuya herself. No way she's letting Luna steal him. With a confident pose, Lexia declares that her marriage to Yuya won't just happen. It'll be her ultimate victory. She slams the gauntlet to the ground and demands to know straight up if Luna is really willing to watch Yuya get taken away from her. Luna sinks into silence, and inside her mind the world races as she tackles the princess's challenge. Her face flickers like realization hits first. Then a rush of intense emotion flames into a deep, blushing heat. Her eyes snap open with fresh fury. No hesitation, she gasps, "Yay is mine." Lexi, it turns out, grins. "So you really accept my declaration of war," she says. "Just what I wanted." A radiant, triumphant smile blooms across the princess's face, like victory just hit her in the chest. They lock fists in a handshake and seal the deal, and Lexia declares them rivals, then snaps at Luna not to cry when she ends up losing. For one heartbeat, they lock eyes and smile for real, like their rivalry just sparked an unexpected, real connection. At the sage's house, the night slips by in peaceful silence, beneath a sky packed with blazing stars. Inside, a jittery Yuya leans in and tells Lexia the moment they've been waiting for Luna is finally awake. At the table, Luna leans in and urges them to head back to Owen. Lexia shuts them down on the spot, snapping that they're staying for the night because Luna isn't fully recovered yet. She slings a friendly arm over Luna's shoulders, and it instantly drives the assassin into pure, simmering annoyance. Yuya stands there, drenched in sweat, frozen by the chaos as both sides clash inches from his face. He realizes his healing potion sealed her wounds, but it didn't refill her stamina. Reluctantly, he gives them permission to stay for one night, then orders Lexia to spell it all out to Owen. Lexia bursts into cheers like she just won. Lexi gets mobbed with hugs as blushing Luna reels back, and Knight stands guard with a happy grin, barking like he's proud of it. Yuya's face breaks into a warm, gentle smile as he watches them. He decides to whip up a meal to help Luna recover, and you can feel how happy he is that the two finally became friends. Lexi's eyes light up like fireworks as she jumps in, excitedly volunteering to cook for Yuya. Yuya and Luna lock eyes, and the shock hits them like a punch deadpan faces, total worry. We're dropped into the sage's cozy, rustic kitchen, where warm vibes and quiet tension hang in the air. A huge, shiny pumpkin gleams on the counter, and Lexi's craving turns it into her next big, culinary conquest. The princess hoists a giant kitchen knife over her head, winding up to smash down with everything she's got. She slams the knife down again and again, each swing missing the pumpkin by a hair as frustration cracks out of her. Yuya panics about leaving her unsupervised, while Luna decides she'll physically step in and stop her herself. With one last desperate lunge, Lexi's grip fails her knife rockets out of her hands and tumbles through the air. Yuya surges forward with a sharp gasp, snatching the blade at the last second just inches from the princess's face. Luna lunges from behind, traps Lexia in a tight full Nelson, and demands she calm down while the princess squirms and fights in her grip. Aya leans in and asks if it's her first time cooking, and with a big, bright grin, she cheerfully admits, "Yeah, it is." With a heavy sigh, he pleaded, "Let me take over this time." He tells her he can whip up meals way faster because the ingredients come straight from the forest, and he's pushing for Luna to recover, no matter what. Little chibi Luna shoots herself a thought, "I'm starving, let's eat, and I need it soon." Lexi's tense expression melts, and she nods. Then her eyes light up like she can't wait to taste Yuya's cooking. She warns him, "Get ready next time. I'll be the one cooking up a thought that'll horrify Luna." Yuya spreads a glorious feast across the whole table, every bite glinting with pure, mouth-watering perfection. He puts the food on the table, praying it slams fresh energy into them right when they need it most. Lexia and Luna stare in total disbelief, amazed by his cooking magic. With bright, happy voices in unison, they shout, "All right, let's eat." The three of them dive in, and Lexia blurts out right away that the food tastes absolutely incredible. She stares in awe at the weird texture of the meat, and Yuya drops the bombshell that it's from a king orc. Luna grins as she realizes his cooking isn't just good anymore. This full-course meal is on a whole different level. Lexia's jaw drops when she realizes Luna has already tasted Yuya's cooking before back during their training. You hear a staffer rushing in, yelling at them to chill because one fight at that table and the food's gonna get spilled everywhere. Lexia suddenly presses against a flustered Yuya, loudly praising his skills and claiming right there that he's hers. She fires off a smug, victorious look over her shoulder at Luna, who's standing there glaring like she's about to explode. Yeah, she's sweating like a guilty secret, so not subtle at all, and she straight up asked if the food was good. Luna's thoughts thunder in her head. She has to come up with a plan fast before Yuya gets snatched away. Yuya whips around to her, staring like, "What's wrong? Tell me." A bright glint flashes in Luna's eye as the perfect idea hits her like lightning. She throws her head back in dramatic fashion, cheeks blazing, and weakly begs Yuya to feed her. Lexi's face twists into a mask of total, no-holding-back shock. She erupts in protest, but Yuya moves in fast and carefully steadies Luna. He's terrified she'll rip open that wound again. Princess Lexia's cheeks flare red as she stammers to Yuya, asking if he'll feed her. You lay out your reasons and force him to face the truth. He has to take responsibility for how she's weakened right now. Here's Alentz, sliding a spoonful of food straight to Luna, the waiting former assassin. Luna shuts her eyes, swoons in bliss, and whispers that the food tastes absolutely incredible. That smug little chibi Luna snatches the moment with a grin, and Lexia just stands there, totally stunned. Lexia explodes with fury, yelling at Yuya to feed her too, right the way he did for Luna. Leaning in with her mouth hanging open, she barks that it's a royal order. A tight little panel zooms in on Yuya's tired, stone-faced expression. As he feeds the smiling princess, he can't help thinking royalty is terrifying. A full-blown fight erupts between the two women, screaming over who gets fed next. Exhaustion crushed Yuya as he hunched over his meal, begging for even one single moment to finally eat what was his. Luna and Lexia don't even hesitate. They rush in with their dishes and offer to feed him right away. They thrust their offerings right in front of his face, practically daring him to bite. Terrified, Yuya gets cornered, caught between two battling gestures of kindness. Later, outside the cabin, he leans back and realizes that meal drained him to the bone. His thoughts spin into a wild hurricane of chaos after that intense dinner. The very next day, he grabs the two women and pushes them through the forest, driving straight for the exit. Princess Lexia suddenly trips on the path, then shoots a worried look back and asks if she's okay. He can't stop thinking using teleportation magic would have been so much easier. Lexia pops back up, grinning like nothing happened, and loudly swears she's totally fine. She snaps at him to never, ever fire off his teleportation magic in front of anyone else. She explains that this kind of magic would rip right through every law everyone swears by. She warns, voice shaking with grim certainty, this is the perfect weapon for war or a silent assassination. Yuya freezes when he realizes just how deadly serious his power really is. Lexia warns that this move might pull in the kind of monsters who are truly dangerous. He admits it never even crossed his mind, and he promises he'll be way more careful from now on. No more messing up like that. She jabs playfully at his arm and vows she'll protect him, and he blurts in shock that she's somehow so light. She winks, presses a finger to her lips, and whispers, "It's our little secret." Flustered, Yuya can only stammer out a shaky yes to her fearless move. Luna snaps out of nowhere, pointing ahead and yelling that there are two figures closing in from the distance. They spot Owen and his knights right where they've always been, ready and waiting for them. Lexio throws his arms wide, grinning like he owns the place, yelling, "I'm back to the Third Guardian." The reunion is anything but joyful. Owen barrels forward in a furious blur, like he's been burning to get there. He erupts in a thunderous tirade, demanding to know what she was thinking. Luna watches it all play out, jaw tight, whispering that the king has to be losing his mind with worry. Yuya starts firing off apologies, crushed by the weight of knowing it's all his fault. Lexia cuts in fast, grabs the blame for herself, and throws herself into a frantic apology to calm the furious knight. Overwhelmed, Owen pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a tired, defeated sigh. He grumbles that the moment Yuya steps in, everything instantly turns into a tangled mess. He demands, in a sharp voice, that she at least warn him next time. Owen's gaze snaps to the hooded figure and he presses, "Who is that woman?" Luna stands there in total silence, arms crossed tight, her face cool, calm, and impossible to read. Your gaze keeps flicking around, jittery and restless because he can feel it. This is the make or break moment. He realizes that if he botches this explanation, Luna's life could be on the line. Lexia chirps with a bright smile, flat out revealing that Luna is the assassin who attacked her. Yuya and Luna lock eyes, and in perfect unison, the same nasty thought hits them, is that Princess really an idiot. The royal knights snap into action, forming a tight circle of sharpened spears and trapping Luna in the middle. Luna locks eyes with the spearhead inches from her throat, perfectly calm as it hangs there. Owen grabs his own blade and draws it in one sharp motion, his face set in grim, unbreakable resolve. Lexia erupts in fury and demands he drop his weapon like, "What do you think you're doing?" They go at it hard, and Owen won't budge. He's calling her plan to hire an assassin completely insane. Yuya steps in like a savior, telling Owen with full confidence that Luna is finally done and not a threat anymore. Owen doesn't buy it for a second. He demands real proof before he'll ever trust a word from his enemy. With a heavy sigh, Luna admits it's not something she can fix. People just don't trust her. She drops a bombshell on the spot, coolly admits they slept together the night before. Lexia smiles sweetly and admits they bunked at Yuya's place, and they even had to share the one bed. Ghost, pale. Owen whips his head toward Yuya, and Yuya panics, shoving the accusation aside with frantic denials. The girls heartbreak over not getting to sleep with him. Then, Yuya bursts out, basically screaming that it was impossible. Owen glares him down, like, don't forget, this is life or death. Owen, crushed by defeat, releases one last, soul-deep sigh, the kind that screams, it's over, and leaves him fully resigned. He snaps out a command for his men to stand down, even as he reluctantly admits he's not fully convinced. With the way she fights, he figures she could have ended the princess already. No hesitation, no struggle. Lexia tells Luna to be grateful, but Luna can't help grumbling that the whole reaction was way too much. Owen jumped right into it, urging Luna to spill everything about her client. Luna gives him a small, confident nod and agrees to spill everything she knows. With the endless wilderness looming around Luna, she finally agrees to open up and talk. She tells him, based on what you're asking for, you're probably dealing with someone noble. Owen leaned in and demanded she spell out exactly how she came to that conclusion. She gasps that a commoner paying to have a princess killed is just unthinkable. Lexia's stomach drops as it clicks. Her client isn't just any noble, he's a noble who despises her. Luna throws them off with a bluff, and once the assassins tumble, they admit it was all to win over the first prince. Shocked to her core, Lexia barely manages to whisper her older brother's name, like she can't believe he's real. Owen shoots down the questions with a grim nod. Yeah, he's heard the rumors too, but he still has zero solid proof. Confused, Yuya blurts out, wait, so I've got a brother. Lexia drops her gaze, her chest aching as she can't stop thinking, why would my own brother want me dead? Night, sensing her ache, let out a soft little whimper, gentle, sorrowful, and full of sympathy. Luna leans in and drops the bombshell. There's way more to this story than you think. She whips around to Yuya and drops the bombshell. The contract she signed had his name in it too. It talked about a shadowy figure lurking in the great demon forest, secretly helping the princess from the dark. An assassin warned her about a past attempt that went sideways so hard nobody survived to come back. They figured someone had to be secretly helping Lexia stay alive, because those forest monsters shouldn't be beaten. Yuya can't forget that fateful day. The horrifying sight of assassins torn apart haunts his every thought. Owen sighs. He admitted he knew Yuya existed because sooner or later someone was going to uncover it anyway. Luna says the enemy isn't just hunting anymore. They want to meet Yuya and use him as bait. Owen nods and says, let's investigate together while Yuya sneaks into the palace alone. Lexia leans in and whispers to Yuya, please, Owen and Luna look like they're actually getting along. Yuya whips his head toward Lexia, worry flashing across his face, and demands to know if she's really okay. Her eyes blow wide for a split second, stunned by how soft and careful his question sounds. Then her face lights up with a warm, reassuring smile that somehow calms the whole world. Owen extends a formal invitation to Yuya, letting him pick the exact day and time to come to the capital. Yuya panics hard, and his brain instantly gets wrecked by flashbacks of everything he has to handle back in Japan. He blurts out a heartfelt apology, admitting he can't possibly bail out on such short notice. Owen, fully understanding, tells them the political situation is steady enough that they can afford to wait. Yuya dips his head and thanks the knight from the heart, like he can't believe he's being seen and considered. Owen jabs a finger down the road, barking directions to Yuya on how to reach the royal capital. He shoots Yuya an apology for not having a carriage, but Yuya waves it off like it's absolutely nothing. Owen bursts out that it's finally time for the royal retinue to set off. He and Luna lock eyes with total professional calm, then they step out together. Lexia's face falls as she asks, voice trembling, if he's really not coming with them. She snaps back to normal in an instant, grinning like the moment just got brighter, and tells him she'll stop for now. Princess Lexia grabs Yuya's hand and demands he swear he'll come to the royal capital. She blurts out that she's going to cook for him, and he immediately looks a little panicked. Yuya watches as the princess slips away in a massive, heavily guarded royal carriage, leaving the whole place bristling with tension. Luna strides up to Yuya and blurts out an apology for every bit of chaos she's unleashed on him. He reassures her, admits he was seriously worried, and then lets out a huge sigh of relief because she's safe. Luna, struck by his kindness, blushes hard, gives him a shy little smile, and blurts out a heartfelt thank you. Just as the peace settles in, Night blurts out an affectionate bark and tears through the quiet. Luna drops to her knees and starts petting the Finnerer, grinning hard because Night's worry was for her too. A jittery little Lexia pops from the trees and screams at Luna to hurry like time's about to explode. Luna starts backing away, her boots crunching loud on the forest floor. After just a few steps, she slams on the brakes and stops dead on the path. Yuya blurts, "I forgot one thing." And he shoots back, "What do you mean?" She rockets up to him and plants a kiss right on stunned, wide-eyed Yuya. From the sidelines, Chibalexia goes completely still and then lets out a silent, horrified scream. A tight close-up locks onto Yuya's eye, wide, trembling, and flooded with pure, unfiltered shock. Their lips finally part, and that soft kiss slips away in an instant. With his face burning red, Yuya rubs his cheek in stunned disbelief, while Luna glances back at him. With a fierce blush burning on her cheeks, Luna declares it's time her full-on declaration of war. Lexi came sprinting back, screaming at Luna and demanding to know exactly what she did. Yaya stares in shock as Lexia screams at her guard to slam the carriage to a stop. From across the distance, Lexi's rage-filled voice booms out her vow. She's going to kiss you too. The story slams forward with rustling leaves cutting through the silence, like the world is about to reveal its next secret. In a noisy classroom, Ms. Wada slams her announcement on the board. There's a ball sports tournament coming up. She grins at the class, pushing everyone to go all out because her bonus depends on it. Yuya stares at the tournament poster, and the girls around him float there like shining swans. All the students swarm onto the school's giant outdoor sports court, ready to train and grind for practice. The PE teacher rips the silence apart and declares, "We're kicking off with soccer today." A female student leans in and tells her friend, "They're mixing the boys and girls on the teams." Another student blurts out that this is meant to guide anyone who doesn't know the rules yet. Shingo leans in and tells a jittery Yuya, "Relax, our whole mission is to get you used to it." The whole practice game kicks off the instant that first soccer ball rockets into motion. Shingo fires a question at Yuya, "You sure you want to be goalie?" Because this is his very first time. He presses Shingo about ball games, and Shingo admits straight up that he's terrible at them. On the field, Yia locks eyes with his friend Rio and goes, "You've got insane skills." Rio drives the ball with pure confidence, slicing through the other players like they're nothing. His classmates stare in disbelief, blurting that Rio's way too strong and cheering like crazy that he's on their team. A player screams at his teammates to focus on Rio and keep sprinting, no stopping. Flamboyant Kakeru suddenly bursts onto the scene, snatches the ball out of Rio's path, and intercepts it on the spot. Kakeru fires off an electrifying speech about their fated rivalry, like the whole field is already ready for the clash. Rio barrels into him and yells, "Your monologues are way too long." A ponytail-swinging girl snaps off a perfect pass, blasting the ball straight ahead. A soccer ball rockets through the sky, slicing toward the other players. Bubbly Kazama Kori yelps as that vicious high pass slams into her chest. The ball pops off with no damage at all and shoots right back into the air. While the boy sits on the sidelines cheering, she keeps apologizing again and again, like she can't stop. Another girl yells encouragement, pushing Kaori to sprint harder and jump higher. She smirks to herself, thinking this sneaky distraction might just pull it off. Yuya and Rio stare in shock as the world flips on them, completely clueless about what just happened. Kazuma whips in a throw, snapping the ball right back into the fight. Rio snatches the ball with a sharp knee touch and keeps the game rolling. The boys feel the girls screaming for them, and instant power surges through their veins. The girls suddenly realize their cheering is backfiring, making everything worse instead of better. All those overhyped players charge straight at Rio, and he snaps that this isn't how sports are even supposed to work. In the chaos, Rio gets the ball snatched right out of his hands by Kakeru. Kakeru smirks, swearing he'll never let himself make a scene like that again. He jukes out of danger, shouting that from this moment on, he's untouchable, pure invincibility. Yuya and Shingo brace themselves by the finish line, watching in pure panic as Kakeru charges toward them. Kakeru launches a thunderous kick and screams at them to go for a special shot. Shingo jolts in terror as the shot rips through the air straight for him and his friends. Yuya lunges forward, but the ball bends in a way that should be impossible, slipping around his outstretched hands like it's toying with him. Ryo and Kazama are staring in disbelief, freaking out over how that ball is bending like it's got its own mind. Kakeru's grinning wide with pure pride. He just knows that shot is about to hit the mark and light up the scoreboard. He bursts out, shouting the name of his move, True Blue Noble Shoot. The ball rockets through an insane arc straight for the top corner of the goal. With a blur of speed, Yuya rockets into view and snatches the ball like it's nothing. He clutches the ball in his hands, eyes wide with total awe, and blurts, "So this is what soccer looks like." The crowd's left speechless. Someone blurts out, "Did he just teleport out of nowhere to save them?" Ryo snaps at Yuya, yelling for him to slam the ball to a teammate. He pushes Yuya to hurl it with everything he's got. No holding back, unleash full power. Yuya gives a sharp nod, finally getting exactly what his friend meant. He braces himself to throw, aiming to launch it as far as his strength will take it. With a thunderous roar, he hurls the ball like it's a cannonball straight from hell. Ryo freezes in shock as the ball zips past him like a streak of light. The girls on the field slap their hands over their faces, bracing for the insane speed of that throw. The opposing goalie throws his hands up, desperate to block like it's already too late. The ball rockets into the back of the net like it's detonating, shaking the whole goal. His friends freeze in shock, eyes wide as they blurt out, "Did that really just happen?" Yeah, he's leaning on the goalpost like he can't believe the damage he just unleashed. The ball finally clunks to a stop, and the goalie can't help wondering if that counts as a real point. The story flips to a calm city street under a bright, scorching sun. A spotless white car rockets down the road like it's got a mission burning in its veins. Inside the car, the driver leans in and tells the president, "We're pulling up to UCI Academy right now." The president flashes a sly grin, practically vibrating with anticipation to finally lay eyes on the one she's been hunting. She leaned in and asked her subordinate, "Are you sure it's really fine if we just show up at the school like that?" He lifts a list and dares her to explain what she was thinking because she just put him on the spot. Shingo's totally rattled Yuya just wiped the floor with him in that game. The president spots that her target is at UCI Academy and immediately realizes this is the kind of spotlight that turns into major publicity. A blackboard is plastered with tournament notes. Then, it starts praising you. Yuya, Ryo, and Shingo stroll side by side in their school uniforms, cracking up as they go. A glossy magazine screaming Yuya's face on the cover sits on a desk. Then comes the harsh shock of what just happened. In crisp UCI uniforms, the students stride toward the massive school building, all sharp focus and ready to take on the day. Yuya and his crew hustle toward the school gates like every second matters. Ryo and Shingo start heckling Yuya non-stop about how he ended up in the table tennis event. Shingo can't shake the fear that Yuya's raw power might be too brutal for the sport to handle. A booming voice cuts through the chaos, calling out, "Are you Tengi Yuya?" and stops the whole group cold. A man dressed in a sharp suit and rocking sunglasses steps forward and introduces himself, Kurosawa. He flashes a business card and lets it slip. This guy is tied to the XXX Productions town agency. Yuya and his crew freeze in total disbelief when a sudden scouting attempt slams right into them. Kurosawa leans in and asks Yuya straight up, "Does he have any spark of interest in the entertainment world?" Yuya's cheeks blaze as he blurts out that he has zero clue how to be popular. A furious woman snaps that she's not going to beat around the bush. She blurts out Yuya's name, loudly declaring, "I'm here to scout you." A stunned Yuya blurts out, "Who are you?" as confusion makes her stammer and stumble over the words. He refuses to back down. She has to be wrong, because he's just a student. She leans in close with a wicked grin, whispering, "Don't worry." A soft voice cuts in, telling the president, "Don't push you like that, okay?" Yuya's eyes widen. Then relief hits hard when he finally spots model Mio. Mio greets them with a warm smile, the kind that flusters her just a little. The president snaps, asking if Mio's come to persuade him. Then Mio shuts him down and denies it. A slick magazine cover flashes on screen, and there's Yuya and Mio front and center from their photo shoot. Her subordinate steps in and tells her the magazine issue absolutely crushed it, breaking records and proving it was a total hit. He straight up asks Yuya if he'd team up with him again. Yuya drops his gaze, and his mind rockets straight back to the day of that photo shoot. He starts apologizing, insisting this isn't some easy choice for him. The man leans in and asks, "Do you have anything else you'd rather be doing?" Ye shoots back, nervously insisting it's the exact opposite because he hasn't found his path yet. He's determined to soak up every simple, happy moment he's finally getting with his friends. He remembers those pros on set and tells himself he can't show up with anything less than full commitment. Mio watches, her heart getting stirred by his raw sincerity and humble soul. You bowed your head and breathed in deep, apologizing again for still not being able to accept her offer. The president storms right up to him, screaming at the top of his lungs like he can't believe what he's seeing. Her subordinate steps in, steady as stone, and tells her to pull herself together right now so the company's image doesn't take a hit. The president snaps with frustration under her breath, her eyes flicking to the side like she's spotting a threat. Her eyes snap to a poster blasting the upcoming ball sports tournament. A spark hits her mind, and she shoots upright, purpose roaring back to life. She props herself against the poster, flashes a sly grin, and pitches her brand new plan. They're going to film a feature on the UCI Academy students, and yeah, he's right in the mix. Her eyes light up. She's convinced this move will lock him in place and send every rival packing. UIA is completely rattled because the moment she gets it, she realizes she'll need the school's permission first. She doesn't waste a second. She claims they only need permission, then snaps at her subordinate to make the call. With a smug, triumphant grin, she promises Yuya, "We'll see each other again." She strides off, and her unstoppable aura sweeps everyone aside as she goes. Rio points out how brutal the pressure is on the president as they watch her go. Mio barrels up to Yuya, stumbling through an apology for how the president made his huge entrance. She tells her that once she dropped his name, the president had to dig into him right away. Yuya flashes a smile and tells her not to worry, like this could be the spark that finally pushes him forward. Mio beams at his kind words, her smile soft as sunrise, like she's secretly thanking him from the bottom of her heart. She admits she'd been secretly praying they'd somehow get to work together again. Yeo circles back to the pros' strengths again, and his respect for their hard work hits even harder. Mio tells him, "I'll be right here when you're ready, promise as a pro." She darts away and yells for her president to wait up. Yeo throws out an apology to his friends, but Rio's eyes light up because the big news is finally here. Rio and Shingo grin and decide that getting filmed is about to be a total blast. Yuya flashes a warm, bashful smile, thrilled that his friend backed him up. He frets that the chairman might shut him down, but Rio is dead sure the man will say yes. Fuju, the sparkling chairman, beams and basically shouts that, yeah, he said yes, of course. The ball sports tournament day is finally here, and everything's about to explode. The school grounds are bursting with students, all flying around in their gym uniforms, buzzing like something big is about to go down. Yuya grips his chest and admits, through clenched breaths, that his nerves are getting the best of him. Kaori Kazama bursts up to him, grinning wide as she cheerfully yells his name. In that sweet, simplified style, she flashes him a warm smile and wishes him the best luck for the day. Another girl, Kazama's teammate, edges toward them with shaky hesitation. Kazama tells her straight up, Yuya's got way more on his shoulders than anyone realizes right now. Right when they're finally getting into it, President Sawada barges in along with her right-hand subordinate. The president smiles at you and points to the huge film crew looming behind her. She declares it's time to film his heroic presence right here, right now. She tells him to act natural, but Yuya is anything but okay. He's barely holding it together. A loud announcement blares, students scramble to their events, and Kazama rockets out of there without a second to waste. The president leans in and tells him, "Don't worry, we'll film other students too." She tells him to go have fun, and he smiles politely and thanks her. The action kicks off at the gymnasium, where the table tennis showdown is about to be played. The tournament bracket snaps into view, and boom, Yuya's first opponent is the athletics class machine. Yuya is stunned, because he's never even heard of a class like this before. His friend leans in and tells him they're not just students, they're elite scholarship picks. A towering, muscle-packed rival glares him down like he's about to step on the whole world, and it's crystal clear this is his competition. The film crew clocks him instantly because he's not just any shooter, he's the national-level sniper. The pro clocks the tiny crowd, and Yuya blurts out a painfully awkward apology. The pros swear it like a rule of survival. A real professional keeps performing no matter what chaos hits next. The second the match kicks off, Yuya clocks it instantly. His opponent isn't just any pro, it's a whole different league. That pro fires in with jaw-dropping speed, crushing his opponent without a shred of mercy. Right from the start, he declares he's going all out, no holding back. The film crew can't believe how precise he is. He aims for the corner like a sniper about to strike. The ping-pong ball turns into a streaking blur as it whips across the net. Yuya reacts at the speed of lightning, slamming the ball back across the table like it's nothing. The pro's stunned for a split second, then he snaps back and throws the shot right back. And wow, Yuya's skill leaves him completely impressed. Yuya plants his feet and fixes his eyes on the ball, totally locked in as if he can will it to move. The pro unleashes yet another bone-crushing shot that rockets across the net, screaming for a winner. Yuya snarls through the effort and snaps the volley right back. The film crew erupts, screaming over the jaw-dropping rally as the cameras flash non-stop. President Sawada is absolutely over the moon, eyes blazing as she shoves him forward and pushes him harder. Yuya suddenly clicks like he finally cracks the code of his opponent's technique. A cocky grin snaps across his face as a wild idea ignites in his head. He decides to copy his opponent's brutal, powerful move right down to the last detail. He copies the pros flawlessly, treating this like just another step in mastering the craft. The moment he comes back, the sheer force of his return completely destroys his opponent's paddle. The pro can only stand there staring in total shock like his face froze mid-disbelief. The entire film crew freezes in disbelief, mouths gaping wide. Yuya freezes in terror, sweating bullets over the mess he just caused. The ball keeps ripping forward, punching a smoking hole clean through the table. Yuya thrusts up his hand and calls it, he forfeits the match after wrecking the equipment. Outside the gymnasium, the sky stays crystal clear, and the day rolls on. The film crew slams into despair when they realize that Rally tore past the cameras too fast to catch a single moment. Fuming President Sawada rips into his team, demanding to know where his star vanished to. Yuya stumbles away, wheezing hard, trying to slip out of the scene without anyone noticing. Ryo softly scolds him, eyes full of worry that his power could have seriously hurt someone. Kazuma Kaori comes sprinting in, shouting his name as she finally spots him. She leans in and demands to know what went down, then shoots a quick question. "Are you free right now?" She clasps her hands tight and begs him to jump onto their volleyball team. He's yanked away to the outdoor volleyball court on the first ground. The whole girls' team erupted in cheers, shouting that he was their savior for stepping in and filling the spot. Kazuma Kori rallies her squad with full force, convinced they've got this in the bag now that Yuya is finally in the game. Nervous as hell, Yuya clenched his fists and swore he'd give it everything without letting his insane strength slip out. Volleyball rockets toward the net at a speed no human should reach, stunning every single person watching. The ball rockets through the net, detonating on impact and ripping it apart in seconds. The opposing player gapes at the wrecked net in shock, while Yuya stands there, poised and ready to strike. The volleyball smashed into the floor and tore open a smoking crater, leaving the whole gym staring in shock. The terrified opposing player bolts his hand up and instantly throws in the towel, forfeiting the match on the spot. The tournament bracket flashes one message loud and clear. Yuya's team bulldozed their way to the volleyball championship. Yil stares on, mortified, his face burning with embarrassment over the sheer damage his power unleashes. He blurts out an apology for messing up the game, but his teammates throw the win in the air anyway. Their teacher, Ms. Wada, bursts with pure joy, roaring praises at her victorious students. A loud commotion erupts when someone yells, "Make way!" and everyone scrambles to clear a path. The whole story kicks off at the UCI Academy tennis courts, where the next match is ready to explode. A teacher whips everyone's focus to the injured player laid out on the ground, getting help right there. Yuya dashes over to the kneeling Huju Kawari and blurts, "What happened?" Kaori winced and told them the truth. Her doubles partner got hurt right in the middle of the match. The teacher reassures the injured player it's just a mild concussion, and that moment straight up shocks you, yeah. Kaori's voice cracks as she admits it. If there's no replacement, they're going to have to forfeit the match. You grip your inner with a calm, unshakable determination. He spots the bandages on Corey's hands and immediately wonders if she's hurt. He winces as he realizes she must have trained until her hands were scraped raw. As he offers his help, Corey snaps her gaze up at him, and heat creeps into her cheeks. The match roars back to life, and Yuya and Kaori lock eyes with his twin siblings, Yuta and Sora. Sora leans in and taunts Yuta, warning him, "Mess up and you'll burn in hell." Yi nervously nods and jumps into play, then immediately begs Kaori to be patient with his total inexperience. The announcer shouts for the Huju pairs. Kaori snaps into action and she hurls the ball in. With a fierce battle cry, Corey winds up and swings her racket with everything she's got. Her serve slams through the court, and the echo hits like pure lightning. The ball streaks past the twins and slams into the fence right behind them. Yuta freezes in shock and blurts out a fault right as blood drips down his face. Kaori rockets ahead, blabbering apologies as her serve crackles with total danger. Sora bursts into a mocking laugh, smugly clocking that her opponent finally gets what's going on. Yuya's stomach drops as he realizes Kaori's last partner didn't just lose her serve, owed him cold. Corey's next serve comes crashing down as another fault proof that her control just isn't there. Yuta calmly clocks it. Huja-san, the respected legend, is absolutely terrible at sports. Sora smirks and declares she's going after Kaori the whole match. Soros unleashes a blistering shot, and the ball rips straight toward Corey. Kaori gasps and shouts as she braces to blast the incoming powerful shot back. Yuta crouches at the net, ready to absolutely crush any weak return she dares to send back. Kaori blurts out an apology, but Yuya cuts in fast, telling her he's got this and he'll take care of it. Yuya's eyes lock in, and the second he prepares to defend his partner, pure focus tightens his whole face. Kaori rockets across the court, reaching with everything she's got to claw back a nasty shot. She whips the ball back over the net, right into the opposing sibling's space. Yuya stares at the stage as the play explodes into action, his eyes locked on every single moment without blinking. Kaori watches with bated breath, her face packed with grit and raw amazement at the way Yuya moves. The crowd breaks into amazed murmurs over how you managed to cover the whole court. In the crush of the crowd, model Mio clamps her hands on the fence she spotted Yuya out on the court. A tight close-up locks in as Mio clenches her fist around the chain-link fence, yanking it tighter. Mio stares with a hard, serious gaze, and you can tell right away things just got wildly interesting. Speed streaks explode across the page as Yuya rockets forward, unreal fast. Yuya slips in like a phantom, snatching up every shot those twin troublemakers fire at him. Sora's eyes go wide with shock as she realizes her mistake, just as a bullet zips past her. That high lob rockets through the air, and Corey snaps his head up because her opening just showed up. She clamps down on her racket like it's her lifeline, refusing to let her partner doubt her for a second. With a fierce cry, she lashes out at the ball, only to miss it completely. Her ankle twists with a sickening jolt, and she stumbles mid-court, teetering on the edge of a fall. She blurts out in shock, stumbles ahead, and her racket shoots right out of her hand. Yuya's silhouette cuts across the court as he launches forward, chasing that victory like it's the only taste that matters. He streaks forward like a blur, swallowing the distance in the blink of an eye. A tight close-up captures Yuya's laser-focused face as he sprints straight toward her. Yuta lunged for the ball, winding up to smash the winning shot straight into the open court. Yuta digs in, throwing every ounce of his weight into the crushing return. Yuya lunges at the last second and grabs Corey right before she crashes, locking her in his arms so she won't hit the ground. They lock eyes, and a hot blush creeps across Corey's face like he's suddenly frozen in time. On the sidelines, the film crew explodes with excitement as the romantic shot lights up the screen. Kaori snaps out Yuya's name the second he looks down, his face frozen in pure jaw-dropping shock. They jerk apart, all flustered, then bow hard and blurting apologies non-stop to each other. President Sawada storms in, yells at them to come closer, and orders big smiles for the camera. After all that chaos, Corey turns to Yuya with a trembling, shy little look. The final shot locks in as they share a warm, real smile straight into the camera. And with that, the ball sports tournament finally wraps up, locked in tight, safe at last. After school, Yuya plants himself on the campus grounds, eyes locked ahead, ready to sprint home. He spots Hoshikori standing alone by the school building and yells her name across the grounds. She whips around, and the second she sees him, her face ignites with a dazzling, unstoppable smile. She creeps up to him, nerves rattling, and asks quietly if he's got a moment. With bright, hopeful eyes, she asks if they can walk home together. Yuya nods in agreement, and the two stroll side by side down the city street. Kaori tries to thank him, but he shuts it down like it was nothing still. She refuses to let that slide. Yuya still smiles when he remembers the very first time Kaori asked him to hang out. He flushes bright red, shocked to realize this isn't politeness anymore. He's genuinely happy to be invited as a real friend now. Corey shyly suggests, maybe we should hit that shop together again soon. Yuya grins at her, warm and sure, and tells her that just being by her side is all he needs. Kaori's left speechless as his heartfelt words hit her face. Flushes so hard it turns the silence electric. She snaps her gaze away, cheeks burning as her words trip over themselves, while Yuya watches completely lost, like he doesn't have the faintest clue what just happened. Kaori's lips press tight as she bites down, and you can see her summon every last bit of courage. She spins back to him and begs, please close your eyes for a sec. Chibi Yuya freaks out, totally baffled, and can't stop thinking, why would you ask me something like that? Blushing hard and sweating buckets, Yuya squeezes his eyes shut like he can't handle what's coming. Corey closes the distance so fast their bodies are practically touching. Her lips hover just inches from his as she tilts in for a kiss. She yanks his hands back and snaps, okay, open your eyes now. Yuya jolts awake, grabs his own face like it's unreal, and blurts, wait, what just happened? In pure confusion. Kaori swings her gaze away with a bright, mischievous grin and whispers, it's a secret. The story snaps to the other world. Flaming skeletal monsters called Re-Submerge erupt from the shadows. UF stares as the horde of wraiths closes in thousands upon thousands, swarming him on every side. He shouts to his companion, Knight, begging for his help in the thick of the battle. The great Fenrir Knight snaps his jaws wide and gathers a raging ball of dark energy. Under the cover of night, dark magic detonates with brutal force, ripping straight through the undead. Yeah, he dug in his heels with his weapon up, while those shadow monsters swarmed all around him. His eyes lock in, and he realizes this crushing mass of enemies is basically a sitting duck. Yeah, Yuya is staring at the chaos, and the truth hits him hard. His magic and his full sword power can actually hurt Reese. He clenches his fists, seething because he can't mix weapons and magic at the same time. With a grim, steel-hard stare, he vowed to smash through this brand-new combat challenge. A cute, fluffy little piglet with tiny wings and a brave knight meet up and burst into cheerful, happy noises like they're best friends right away. A massive question mark slams into view above Yuya's head as he watches them play. He blurts out in shock, utterly baffled at the way that strange creature suddenly shows up out of nowhere. His appraisal skill says it's a level 490 Mito, and the stats are unreal. Mito presses in close, nuzzling him like it's family, and right on cue a notification pops up. He just tamed it. Another notification pops up and boom, his appraisal skill detonates into raw, unstoppable discernment. He fires up his brand new skill, then can't stop staring as he marvels at the insane, finely detailed powers of both of his companions. Staring up at the night sky, he realizes just how incredible both of them truly are. The camera drifts through a pitch-black, eerie forest, where towering crystal formations jut out like glowing nightmares. Yuya's skill kicks in, and suddenly the area lights up as packed with deadly, valuable black gem trees. His companions scramble to keep up as he presses forward. His assimilation skill kicks in, stealthing him out of sight. He drops to one knee and snaps a warning to his new companion. This dangerous spot is absolutely not for it. He decides that right now, the creature needs a name, and he's going to give it one. He points at Akatsuki, and the creature lights up squealing happily like it just got exactly what it wanted. Then he shoots his hand up and right on the spot signals everyone to shut up with a fierce, urgent gesture. Alarm tightens his face as he feels a terrifying new presence creeping in. His skills snap the spotlight onto a mithril boar, and its attack and defense stats are downright terrifying. He's stunned by how wildly broken the stats are and the way it mirrors magic, like it has a mind of its own. The mithril boar's crystalline eye suddenly snaps wide open, as if it just sensed them in the dark. The massive boar roars like a storm and launches into a thunderous rampage. Yuya's super sharp hearing just betrayed him. His stealth skill got totally exposed, and he can't believe what he's seeing. A freight train of fury. This boar slams straight into him and crushes the breath out of his body. He gets blasted by that brutal punch and rockets backward through the air. He coughs up blood and staggers, rocked by that brutal hit that came out of nowhere. Knight and Akatsuki stare at their master in stunned disbelief, worry swallowing them whole. He scrambles back and lets out a desperate scream, begging that monster to stay back. He whips out a crushing kick and it lands with a heavy, dull thud. His attack goes nowhere. Every hit ricochets off the boar's crystal-hard hide like it's made of pure armor. Pants gets absolutely stunned when the creature blasts forward with an insane mix of lightning speed and massive size. The boar charges again. Its massive, crystal-plated body slams into the panel, glowing like a weapon about to explode. He yells at Knight and Akatsuki, shouting for them to bolt away right now. He clocks his blunder the moment he realizes he underestimated this enemy, because their magic bends right back like a mirror. His eyes bulge with pure horror as he realizes that enormous stat gap is basically impossible to cross. A tiny water ball spell rockets past him and explodes against the boar's side, splashing everything apart. The magic fizzles out, bouncing off the boar's defenses like it can't even scratch it. Right in the middle of the chaos, a brand new figure pops up, just a tiny white rabbit. The rabbit touches down on one foot like it owns the moment, striking a calm, confident pose that feels perfectly untouchable. People start asking if it's really a rabbit, and it answers their doubts straight through telepathy. Mithril boar erupts in a furious squeal, rage ripping through it the second that strange interruption hits. The rabbit, fed up with the racket, snaps at the massive boar to shut it and be quiet. With one brutal, lightning-fast kick, the rabbit launches that colossal monster into the air like it's nothing. It touches down and shakes dust off its chest, then swats the boar away like it's nothing but a tiny snack. Yuya can only stand there, staring like his brain just short-circuited, face frozen in total, stunned disbelief. The rabbit locks eyes with him, and in a calm voice that chills the air declares, "You're next." His skill spills the truth. This kick rabbit is stacked with stats in the hundreds of thousands. He's terrified because he just realized this isn't some ordinary beast with regular numbers. These stats are flat-out unreal. The rabbit blurts that the real question isn't anything else. It's whether you're the enemy. It confidently dares Yuya to prove it his kicking skills right on the spot. Confused, Yuya challenges the demand, and the rabbit leans in, reassuring him with a promise that it's totally harmless. Knight and Akatsuki surge forward, locked on, ready to throw themselves in front of their master against the newcomer. The rabbit calmly waves them in to try, totally unfazed by their protective fuss. Akatsuki rockets in first, crashing headfirst into the rabbit with a ridiculous splat. The rabbit shuts the whole attack down, like it's absolutely impossible. Knight swoops in with a brutal shadow attack of his own. The rabbit slips and dodges like a shadow, already realizing this Knight could turn into something big. Yuya can't believe it. Even the ever-alert Knight finally drops his guard. The rabbit whirls back to Yuya, wears a cool, steady face, and says, "All right, my turn." Deep in the starlit forest, Yuya quietly nods along as the strange rabbit lays out its wild request. He rips the air open with a thunderous shout and drives a laser-precise kick straight through it. The rabbit stares him down in silence, arms crossed tight, studying every move like it's judging his technique. It bounces around him, practically grinning, saying it can spot the flashes of his talent. It basically flat-out says that right where he's at right now, he's not good enough. Then the rabbit blasts out a brutal kick of its own, and the impact tears the air open with a shockwave. That kick slams with such brutal force, it feels like it twists the space around it like it's breaking reality. A system notification flashes on screen, and it labels the rabbit as a rare, jaw-dropping mutation, one that's dangerously powerful. Your discernment skill levels up again this time. It morphs into a full-on encyclopedia. The rabbit lectures him, saying he's nothing but a brute forcer, leaning on raw power instead of real skill. It tells him that the more he hones his focus, the stronger it hits, so it pushes him to master precision. It hits him like a sure-shot order. Just do it. A determined, slightly bashful smile bursts onto Yuya's face as he accepts. And just like that, his secret training with the mysterious rabbit finally kicked off for real. The rabbit won't let up. He keeps tweaking his form and calling out every single flaw in his kicks. It pushes everyone to go faster under the cover of night. Then, Akatsuki gets clocked clean for getting in the way. Panting hard, Yuya finally launches a perfect kick, and the impact stuns him just as much as everyone else. The rabbit snorts it off like, of course this kind of skill is exactly what you should expect. It says right now, their training stops being a game and turns into a real fight. It dares him to slam everything he's got into blocking its next blow. Yuya, drenched in sweat but locked in, yells that he's going to throw every ounce of himself at it. The rabbit gives him a boost, urging him to find the perfect spot to strike for maximum damage. After that brutal grind, the training finally throws in the towel. Yuya crumples to the floor, totally wiped out after that brutal workout. His spirit feels like it's slipping out as he groans, cursing how brutal the training is. The rabbit cuts it off right there, and Yuya just stands there utterly stunned, like he can't even believe what he's hearing. They tell him, "Don't you dare forget training keeps going tomorrow, and it's at your place." You jolt upright, completely stunned, and blurt out, "Wait," while you're grilling it about the whole house part. With one last goodbye, the rabbit rockets away into the far distance. Yuya and the others just gape as it disappears speechless. Then he blurts, "It's gone." He blurts out, totally baffled, wondering how the rabbit could possibly know the way to his house. He gets the title Disciple of the Sage, and then the truth hits. The rabbit isn't just a guide anymore. It's his new master. A flashback hits, and you're drenched and staggering through the great demon borderland just a short time ago. It perks up at the noise, instantly wondering if monsters are duking it out somewhere nearby. It was bored out of its mind, so it followed a random hunch and boom, decided to dig for something interesting. Balancing on a crystal shard, it spots Yuya and the boar, stunned that a human actually showed up. It's saying his companions are decent, but this human, he's in a whole different league. A tight close-up captures Sagi's grit as he clamps one eye shut, locking in on the chaos like he's about to strike. It senses the human's potential is bottomless, so massive it feels impossible to even understand. It refuses to just walk away from him and makes up its mind to help no matter what. The very next day, Usagi the Kick-Rabbit Sage pops up, grinning like he owns the place as he smugly declares, "I'm here." Yuya, flanked by Knight and Akatsuki, suddenly gasps when he spots his brand-new mentor. Yuya swings open his backyard for Usagi, but Usagi just watches the whole place in silence. Usagi stands there, soaking in the wild magic leaking through the whole property, and Yuya can't believe what he's seeing. A quiet little rustic house sits calm in the heart of the thick, whispering forest. Yuya's nerves spike as he blurts out, "Are we really doing this?" while Usagi strides ahead with total confidence. As Yuya launches a brutal kick, he turns and demands, "So why are you training me, Sage?" Usagi casually snaps up the brutal high-speed kick with one tiny paw, like it didn't even stand a chance. Power hits you so casually that your eyes blow wide with pure disbelief. Usagi declares, right then and there, that he's picked Yuya as his successor. Dazed, Yuya crumples to the ground as his loyal companions stare at him, panicked and worried. Between breaks, he grabbed a quick lunch this year, neatly packed rice balls, simple as can be. Usagi tells everyone, "I'm a sage, so it's on me. I've got to forge a successor through training." Clutching a rice ball in his hands, Yuya can't help but wonder what in the world a sage really is. The whole crew kicks back for a calm lunch in the clearing just outside the house, letting the peace wash over them. Munching a carrot, Usagi blurts out in shock that Yuya doesn't even know who the sages are. US stammers out a shaky yes, and his buddies pile on with loud, agreeing noises. He blurts out, "So there's an evil one too, right?" And Usagi nods, confirming it. They hand the title of sage to the ones who truly conquer their craft, no doubt, no limits, just total mastery. In this world, the holy doesn't just exist, it fights tooth and nail, standing between all life and the deadly evil that wants to destroy it. Becoming a sage means embracing the sacred duty, standing up and fighting this evil with everything you've got. Sages hunt for successors, so their perfected techniques never die out with the years. Usagi finally admits it's his own selfish wish, not some cruel order forced on Yuya. Yuya listens with a stone-faced stare, his mind crashing against the brutal weight of this brand-new reality. Yuya pauses, thinks for a second, then turns away and tells him flat out, "I have to decline." He just can't stomach a responsibility this heavy with a smile, and he says it straight out. Usagi drops his gaze, quietly taking their heartfelt, humble no like it's the only answer he needs. Right then, Usagi slams a declaration, training's continuing no matter what, leaving Yuya completely stunned. Yuya swears he's got nothing, absolutely nothing to give you in return, Sagia. Usagi thinks it over and realizes something: Yuya is genuinely a kind soul. Then he throws out a fresh bargain. Yuya trains him in magic, and he pays up in return. Usagi stares at the house's barrier and realizes it's the undeniable handiwork of the previous sage's proof that their supreme magic still lingers. You can't help but lean in. She agrees to the exchange on the spot and asks if this deal arrangement actually works. Then doubt crashes in. Can he even teach the lessons he's learned? Usagi reassures him because she knows Yuya's spirit isn't soft, it's pure warrior. Yuya is relieved. This new relationship won't feel like a master and student setup anymore. It'll finally be built on true equality. A cocky grin bursts across his face as he signs on to the new terms. And just like that, their special training kicked off, trading skills and knowledge like it was their ticket to level up. Usagi locks in, eyes sharp as he studies a glowing magic orb cradled between his paws. He expects the magical theory to fry his brain, but it clicks in his head way faster than he ever thought. Ya admits, it feels weird being trapped in one single place. He tells them straight up, the magic theory wasn't even his discovery. It was a legacy his own master drilled into him straight from the source. Usagi can't stop thinking about what it really means to be someone other people look up to and how impossible it can feel. He swaggeringly claims his training is unstoppable, and you can practically see Yuya's nerves spike. Terrified, Yuya blurts out that his master looks like he's starting to snap. That brutal week of training vanishes in the blink of an eye. Yuya locks his gaze forward, wearing a mask of deadpan shock and bone-deep exhaustion. Now he's staring down a brand-new nightmare colossal king mithril boar, the mountain of a threat that's come for him. He shoots Usagi a nervous glance and blurts out, "Can anyone actually beat a monster like that and still win?" That massive crystal beast screams so loud it rattles your bones, then slams into a full-on charge. Usagi calmly tells Yuya he should be able to read its moves before they even happen. Yuya's sharp senses kick in, and a targeting reticle snaps into place right over his eye. Its stats finally explode on screen: 100,000 defense, and just like that, it's way stronger than it was before. Its toughest hide makes every spell bounce off magic, just can't touch it. The boar's unstoppable rampage roars across the forest floor like a moving storm. Yuya gets blasted backward, fighting tooth and nail just to keep his footing against the brutal onslaught. He slams his fist forward and snaps his infinite gauntlet to life, energy exploding into a roaring sphere around his knuckles. He reels from the monster's brutal power. Every hit lands with shocking weight and terrifying speed. That brutal impact slams through the air, sending shockwaves rippling all around him. Usagi shoots off a warning mess with that evil, with even one careless mistake, and it'll be instant death. He snaps at Yuya, telling him straight up with his current power, he can't shield a single soul. With his teeth clenched tight, Yuya's eyes burn bright with pure defiance. He will not accept it. The boar roars once more, charging up for yet another brutal, earth-shaking attack. Yuya rushes in head first, his every move turning into a blur of pure, controlled speed. He roars with triumph as he smoothly parries those razor-sharp crystalline tusks. Usagi stands on the sidelines, grinning as his student's sharp kick lands perfectly. Rage roaring, the boar lets out a furious scream as its brutal strike gets blocked and deflected. Yuya rips the curtain wide open and blasts his ultimate move, the powerful absolute leg kick. Usagi squints and realizes that the sage's leg isn't just built for kicking. It covers every kind of motion from stomping to sprinting. The kit slams in with a deafening crack, shattering the boar's crystalline armor into pieces. Knight and Akatsuki lock eyes, stunned to their bones as they shout words of encouragement. That brutal impact slams the massive boar backward, blasting it through the air like it weighs nothing. Yuya rockets upward, launching into the air like a cannonball as he sets up his next crushing strike. He whips his body around, building speed for the one final hit that decides everything. He slams his leg down, and the boar detonates into a dazzling spray of crystal. Panting through scratches, Yuya jerks his head up, stunned out of his mind that he just pulled off the win. He drops to his knees in pure celebration, and his loyal companions barrel in right beside him. Usagi nonchalantly tells him, like it's nothing, "I just wiped out an SS rank monster." Yuya's jaw drops. He's convinced S rank is the absolute top tier there is. Usagi breaks down the real power ladder, SSS, then EX, and finally the brutal legend ranks. Evil is coming, so they've got to fight, or the legend won't stand, because even foes that sages can't beat alone are waiting. Yeah, grimly, he finally sees how terrifying the true strength of the enemies waiting for him really is. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light explodes from Yuya's body, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. A burst of system notifications hits level up pops, and racial change gets triggered. Usagi steadies a panicked Yuya and tells him, "Relax, this is just the warm-up before evolution." He tells you that once you hit a specific level, your body can ignite an evolution, turning you into a whole higher species. Yuya panics hard, picturing himself sprouting horns like some terrifying demon lord. Usagi shoves his fears aside and tells everyone, "Chill, this is probably just my first evolution." That blinding light finally dies down, and Yuya stands in the forest, completely unshaken, like nothing ever touched him. He panics and pats himself down in frantic sweeps, but there's nothing. No new mark, no physical change, just the same body as before. Usagi calmly tells him to check his status and see the real changes for himself. His new status screams that his level got wiped to 0, yet his base stats shot through the roof. His massive roster of brutal skills and hard-earned titles shows up in full, like a resume built to terrify. A tight close-up flashes all the hard-earned skills he's picked up along his journey. Usagi realizes that this kind of evolution is supposed to be a reason to celebrate. He breaks the news like it's a fuse beast. Men and elves would be thrilled to level up and get stronger. Still reeling from that insane transformation, Yuya can only stutter out an answer. His companions let out huge sighs of relief, grateful that their master is safe and sound. In the forest, Yuya drops to his knees beside his companions, staring at them like, "Do you feel it too, the urge to evolve?" In a palace study drenched in luxury, Prince Rhaegar leans in as a hooded subordinate kicks off his report. The chapter kicks off with a sweeping view of the capital city. Then, bam! We're thrown straight into an audience with the king. A tight close-up catches a lamp blazing over the prince's massive library. Rhaegar hears the word soon that mysterious forest dweller will get an invitation to the castle. His expression hardens in an instant. He buys the report, and the fact it's tied to Owen seals it. The subordinate drops the bombshell. A noble hired the headhunter to assassinate Princess Lexia. Rhaegar's eyes spark with intrigue as he clocks the assassin's legendary name. But the subordinate swears the assassination attempt failed outright. A knight steps in, confirms the headhunter's been taken down, and reveals he's now Lexia's guard. Rhaegar slams his desk in a rage, barking that his subordinates are useless fools. Rage drains away, replaced by a chilling calm as he decides to switch tactics. That night lays out every brutal twist that dragged them right into this exact situation. In a flashback, Lexia can barely contain herself as she races to tell her father that Yuya is about to show up. The subordinate quickly tells Rhaegar that going straight for the king is a death sentence. He pitches a brand new scheme set the outlaw up and make them take the fall for the royal family attack. The subordinate's last brutal command: wipe out everyone. No survivors. Rhaegar weighs the whole scheme, clocking that the guest will barely be guarded at all. He hands over a crushingly powerful magic sealing orb, sealing their success like it's guaranteed. Rhaegar gathers the guards, plots to crush the magic, and then turns on the guest to make it happen. A shadowy, hooded figure bows low and fully embraces the deadly, treacherous mission ahead. From beyond the palace gates, the subordinate rushes to report the orders he's been given. Once school was finally behind him, Yuya kicked off his journey straight for the royal castle. His faithful crew, Knight and Akatsuki, trots right at his heels, grinning like they're right where they belong. In a flashback, Usagi leans in close and hands Yuya his full blessing to head for the capital. Their journey blasts into a sprawling, breathtaking landscape that feels like it goes on forever. They stumble on a bizarre flock of fluffy, curly, horned sleep sheep that totally shouldn't exist. Yuya weaves through a noisy, crowded town, stopping at every strange sight that catches his eye. He heads to a local shop, and the receptionist is so rattled she can barely keep it together. He can't believe it. Just a plain pepper is worth a fortune around here. The trio whips around when a street lamp starts sparking with raw magic. Yuya flashes a real smile and soaks in the town's loud, buzzing energy like it's made just for him. He keeps rolling down the road, then catches a ride in a horse-drawn wagon, like it's his next big escape. That rough ride jacks Yuya and his crew around until they tumble hard in the back. The wagon rattles onward, plowing through a sea of tall grass that brushes its sides as it goes. Finally, he bursts into view, staring in awe at the royal capital's sheer grandeur. He strides down the city streets, awestruck by the wild, vibrant energy blasting from every corner. He barrels up to the royal castle's towering stone gates, daring them to stop him. Armored guards slammed into his path, faces hard as stone, and barked that entry was forbidden. Yuya fumbles through a nervous explanation, insisting Owen invited him. The guards go pale in an instant when they hear the guard captain's name. They swing the gates open right away and start apologizing loud for the disrespect they caused. Knight Captain Owen shows up and flashes Yuya a friendly wave like they're old friends. Owen swings the door open and greets him, laughing as he admits he's already arrived a little earlier than anyone expected. With a slick grin, he beckoned Yuya to follow him inside. Owen marches Yuya and his crew through a massive summit corridor, straight toward whatever's waiting at the top. Yuya jolts in shock as line after line of courtiers drop to their knees the moment he walks by. The palace grounds explode with stunning architecture and cascading waterfalls that spill like living crystal. Knight and Akatsuki lean in, eyes wide, and start poking at a fancy flower pot like it's hiding a secret. You lean in and ask, "So where are we headed?" And Owen shoots back, "The audience chamber." Panic explodes in him as he realizes he's about to stand before the king with zero clue about proper etiquette. Owen leans in and tells him, "It's just an informal meeting, don't sweat it." Still, you're sitting there stressing over the exact way to bow in front of royalty. The massive doors burst wide as the announcer blasts, "He's here!" He barges into a massive, dazzling throne room, and there, waiting like fate, the king sits on his throne. He and Owen power down the long road toward the royal dais. Stone-faced mages take position as guards, eyes locked on the newcomer. Yuya feels the crushing weight of every eye in the entire court bearing down on him. Princess Lexia grins at him, and Luna snaps, "Serious face now." King Arnold lounges on his throne, a towering shadow that dares everyone to look him in the eye. A fresh bead of sweat drips down Yuya's face as he squares up against the king. The king looms over everyone, stern-faced and radiating pure, unshakable authority. Owen steps forward and formally introduces Lord Yuya Tengju to His Majesty. The king leans in and demands, "Tell me, are you the one who saved Lexia out there in the forest?" That regal voice drops the second he erupts in a furious roar, blaming Yuya for seducing his daughter. Yuya is left speechless, and Owen keeps muttering that the king totally misread everything. Lexi tries to help, and the moment she does, the king's rage spikes even higher. King Arnold steadies himself and, with perfect formality, steps forward to officially introduce himself. Yuya shoots in, nervous as hell, and introduces himself along with his two tiny companions. The king nods, overwhelmed with gratitude, because you just saved his daughter's life. Then he snaps, demanding to know why Yuya showed up empty-handed to see her. Lexia and Owen are absolutely horrified by the king's unbelievably rude outburst. Panicked, Yuya tears through his item box, desperate to find the perfect gift. The king's jaw drops when he realizes Yuya is carrying an item box. Then, bam, a brilliant idea hits Yuya, and his face lights up like a firework. He reveals the magnificent bed of paradise and hands it to Lexia like it's the greatest prize in the world. The king and Owen shout together, and their faces go wide with unstoppable, jaw-dropping shock. The rest of the courtroom is just as speechless at that offer. Yaya thinks it's the perfect gift because sleep is everything. Lexia's cheeks ignite with a furious blush as Yuya pulls off a bold move right in front of her. The king erupts in pure fury, demanding to know, right now, does Yuya have what it takes for this? Owen frantically tries to soothe the king, insisting Yuya has no idea about their customs. Owen snaps it to a horrified Yuya, handing someone a bed. Isn't just kindness. It's a full-on marriage proposal. EF panics and shoots down the claim, yet his friend just stands there, utterly baffled. Suddenly, Knight's ear twitches, and a low, warning growl rumbles out of him. Night Sense is a terrifying threat that nobody else has even noticed yet. He tears loose a thunderous bark, and just like that, everyone snaps to attention because danger is about to hit. Yuya's face snaps from pure panic to razor-sharp focus in the blink of an eye. A squad of deadly assassins slips down from the ceiling rafters without a sound. Their fearless leader lifts a cloudy orb high above, and that's the magic ceiling barrier keeping everything sealed. Owen and Luna instantly sprint into position to shield the king and princess. King Arnold narrows his eyes at the intruders, snarling, "Who are you and why are you here?" The lead assassin smirks like it's a joke, then says, "The dead don't need names." The assassins are poised and ready right now. They're about to strike, and the next chapter is about to explode. The king's mage lunges in to fire up a protective flame spell. The lead assassin hoists a glowing magic ceiling orb into the air. An explosive burst of energy slams through the spell and wipes it out completely. The assassin smirks and boasts that magic is totally useless in this chamber now. He spits out the last, terrifying command, "Kill Arnold and Lexia." Owen rockets forward, his sword slamming into the assassin's blade as he throws his body in front of the king. Luna's eyes blaze with purpose as she surges forward in a blur, ready to strike. Yuya slams out the command for Knight to back him up in battle, while Akatsuki is forced to lock down everyone else and keep them safe. The pig-like Mito lets out a grunt of approval, then charges ahead with dutiful speed alongside Akatsuki. Yuya realizes his insane weapons are too dangerous for this packed melee, so he holds back before everything explodes. Sir Owen snaps aside the assassin's dagger with expert timing, while a terrified Lexia watches, eyes wide with worry. Yia snaps back to his training and launches the devastating kick Usagi taught him. The assassin's killer kick hits with pinpoint force, then his dagger rockets through the air, spinning like a thrown blade. He'll wipe them out cleanly, no serious injuries, then shut down every last movement. A downed assassin gasps in terror, staring around like, how the hell did Yuya just disappear? Yuya rockets back in with a flash of light, smashing down with a brutal, game-changing hit on the next attacker. The assassin's eyes widen in terror when he realizes Yuya's insane speed isn't magic at all. He crushes the fight and proves it to everyone because he's just insanely, overwhelmingly strong. The beaten, tied-up assassins slump on the throne room floor, utterly crushed. Lexi cheers for Yuya's win, while Luna clenches her jaw and swears she'll never be left behind. Lexia begs her father to finally knock off his stubborn fight with Yuya. Sir Owen chokes on a gasp after making a brutal, grim find on the lead assassin's body. The king whips his gaze to his trusted knight and demands, "What's going on?" Owen flips open a pouch and, boom, there it is, Prince Rhaegar's crest stamped right on it. The king, Lexia, and Yuya are all locked in place, staring, frozen, and stricken with silent terror. She leaned down to look, her breath catching as disbelief whispered, thinking, "Wait, it's my own brother who's behind this." Luna can't shake that relentless rumor everyone whispers. The first prince is hunting Lexia's death. The king grimly snaps his orders. Those traitors are locked up under the tightest guard imaginable. He snaps the order. He's vanishing into his chambers to sort out the betrayal he just uncovered. Yuya watches the king stride away, and the crushing weight of what's at stake finally hits him. Sir Owen throws his hands up and apologizes to Yuya for the chaos, but Yuya waves it off and insists he's totally fine. Owen admits it tears him up inside to put this request on their honored guest. He makes a proper, no-question request asking Yuya to throw his incredible strength behind their kingdom. The story plunges into the great demon forest, dark, looming, and downright terrifying. Usagi the Sage Rabbit unleashes a thunderous cry as he trains his magic. He fires off a laser-precise blast of energy, flexing power so massive it's almost unreal. The magical attack ripped through the forest, carving a brutal swath of destruction behind it. A blinding pillar of light blasts upward from his attack, towering into the sky. Usagi takes a long look at the wreckage, convinced she pulled off a surprisingly solid win. He mutters to himself that the wrong magic won't cut it. Power alone can't seal the win. Suddenly, he feels the strike coming, and a sharp, stinging pain explodes in his leg. A magical arrow, blazing with raw energy, rips through the sky like it's got a mission. The projectile hits Usagi dead on, and he gets flung into the undergrowth, tumbling wildly through the brush. He drops down with perfect control. Then you see it, an arrow's already dug deep into his mighty leg. He stares at the projectile in his hand, shocked to find it's an arrow. He whips around, a deep growl tearing through his voice, demanding his attacker step into the open. A pair of bare feet touches down on the floor, soft, silent, and deadly quiet. A ghostly girl materializes out of nowhere, her eyes icy as Usagi stares her down without backing an inch. He growls through his teeth, baffled that some random stranger would have the nerve to start a fight with him. She scoffs at his big talk, but you can't deny it, this tiny creature's bravado hits hard. She slips past his lightning-fast lunge with effortless grace, then taunts him, "Your attack's too slow." Usagi is left reeling, stunned. She actually dodged his earth-shaking kick. She presses him again. Who is he really, and dares a powerful holy being to prove her wrong? She brushes off his challenge like it's nothing, then straight up tells him, "I'm here to recruit you." She's decided to torch this world that can't be saved, and she needs his help to make it happen. He scoffs at her offer, then snaps back. "So what, you're going to kill me if I say no?" Calling her a cheeky brat, he lunges forward and slams back in, driving his assault home. She doesn't argue, she just accepts his refusal and says, "That's it. This is your final answer." With ice-cold eyes and a voice like steel, she snaps that it's finally over for him. She rips the sky open and unleashes a blazing storm of magical arrows raining down everywhere. Usagi's jaw drops. The moment it hits, he instantly recognizes the brutal technique thrown at him. Arrows slam down like a deadly black storm, hurling out murderous magic that won't let anyone breathe. That mysterious girl stares at her crushing attack like it's nothing, face carved in total stone calm. She lifts her hand again, bracing to blast out a fresh surge of magical power. The arrows keep hammering down in a deafening, unstoppable roar. Usagi spots it instantly. This is arrow lance, a holy technique. The girl can't believe it. How can a tiny rabbit spin out wheel magic so effortlessly? Usagi blows off her comment, saying he's right in the middle of teaching Yuya. Her eyes narrow with instant interest as soon as she hears you say his name. She clocks Yuya as pure chaos, something unstable that she has to watch like a hawk. Usagi shrugs her off and swears she'll force her to swallow every last word she just said. He rockets forward at her, a shadowy silhouette stark against that blinding, faraway glow. The girl flicks her hand up like a signal, then braces herself to smash back at his incoming strike. She snaps, "My business here is finished," and then makes a clean, ruthless getaway. Usagi gasps as her body starts shredding into shadowy dark energy right before her eyes. The girl whips one last look over her shoulder, and then right as her figure slips into darkness, she's gone. Her dissolving silhouette hangs over Usagi like a nightmare, looming menacingly in the dark forest. Usagi can't stop thinking about that girl because the evil aura around her feels downright dangerous. He can't wrap his head around it. How in the world could something evil wield a holy technique? Sensing a deadly storm on the horizon, he makes up his mind. He'll train Yuya and pass every one of his skills to him. The story rips straight into the Arzelia Royal Palace, rising like a fortress of jagged, towering spires. The conspiracy finally gets exposed, revealing the first prince's deadly betrayal plan, crystal clear. Yuya clocked the boiling tension as soldiers march through the castle halls. He wakes up in this ultra-luxurious guest room, and the second he's there, he knows he doesn't belong anywhere in it. A tiny chibi Yuya just blurts out that he's super uncomfortable with all that over-the-top opulence. Lexia and Luna show up at his doorstep, buzzing with energy to drag him into the city tour. A fresh chapter kicks off as their journey heads straight for the Adventurers Guild. With a bright grin, Lexia skips up to Yuya and asks if he wants to hit a jewelry store with her. Luna insists that the blacksmith shop is the clear best move, like it's the only place that makes sense. Yuya finds himself trapped between two women, and panic hits as he can't wrap his head around how it all went wrong. He pulls Owen aside and demands to know if Princess Lexia really is safe to roam the city. Owen's heart drops. He finally admits the princess won't even hear a word he says. He tells them it's safe now and that he's keeping a close eye nearby. He figures staying close to Yuya will lift her spirits. Yuya flashes a grin and jumps in right beside the princess, agreeing to escort her through the capital. Lexia pitches a trip to this legendary sweets shop, so famous, it's basically famous for being delicious. Yuya can't believe it. She finally gets to kick back, breathe easy, and have some serious fun. Lexia's face flames with a furious blush when he says those sweet words, while a pouting Luna watches like she's ready to blow a gasket. Lexia can't stand how intensely Yuya stares at her, and it mortifies her. Luna brushes Lexia off and swears her tour plan is way better than his. Yuya catches sight of a mysterious building far off and can't stop wondering what the heck it is. Luna and Lexia track the direction of his stare, their curiosity igniting like wildfire. He spots the Adventurers Guild and can't help himself. Those bold signs reel him in. They push inside, and a bright grin meets them. Amelia, the guild's friendly receptionist. Lexia shoots off a question. Can they get an explanation because they're not registered yet? Amelia lights up, proudly explaining how the guild operates as an independent international organization. The friendly guild receptionist grins at them and asks if all three of them are ready to register. Luna sharply shuts it down, insisting only two of them will sign up, leaving Lexi staring in pure shock. Lexia explodes in fury, insisting that being a princess means she can't just stroll into a guild and sign up. Luna calmly pushes back and insists that registering is how she gets quests and unlocks honor guard skills. Then she starts scheming. What if she could snag a quest all by herself with Yuya? A flustered Lexia jerks everyone toward the counter and kicks off the registration process. Yuya starts filling out the guild form, scribbling his name, where he's from, and the weapon he'll bring. He stops dead at the magic attribute section, stuck, because he has no clue what to write for the sage's magic. He decides to lay it all out: water, fire, and wind, just like that, the elements he's used so far. Lexia privately convinces herself it's smarter to keep his deadly teleportation magic under wraps. He ditches the idea of teleportation while the girls look away and then thinks, what's the point? The receptionist snaps that they're about to use a crystal orb to measure his magic right now. Luna presses her palm to the orb, and it bursts into a steady, blazing yellow glow, like her power is locked in and ready to ignite. She straight up admits magic isn't really her thing, and right after that, Yuya blurts out that he has no clue what the colors even mean. The receptionist brightens up and shouts for Yuya's turn, telling him, with a smile, that it's just a quick, simple process. With a careful, gentle hand, Yuya lays his palm on the crystal's cool, smooth surface. The second the orb wakes up, it starts humming and blasting a blinding, gut-punch glow that leaves everyone reeling. With a thunderous crack, his raw power rips the crystal apart into a violent shower of shattered glass. The receptionist, Lexia, and Luna can only freeze in stunned silence as the destruction tears everything apart. The sudden chaos rips through the guild hall, and every other adventurer snaps their heads toward it in pure shock. Glittering dust and shattered bits of the destroyed crystal drift down like slow falling stars onto the counter. The counter's buried under jagged crystal shards, sharp, broken, and completely useless. Yuya panics and blurts out apologies, even offering to pay for every last scratch, but the receptionist shuts him down cold. She gasps in pure awe because no one has ever managed to crack a crystal like this before, ever. Luna and Lexia locked eyes, both clearly impressed by his insane power, like they'd been expecting this all along. The receptionist hands them brand new guild cards and lays out their next F-rank adventure, like it's about to kick off a whole new legend. Yuya stares at the notice board, realizing this is exactly where their quests are about to be posted. The board was plastered with goblin-slaying bounties, escort missions, and desperate herb-gathering jobs. Princess Lexia can't believe her eyes. So many daily requests flood in for adventurers. It's unreal. A shadowy adventurer leans in and tells them, "Take the quest, start your journey right now." The second Yuya spots the job board, the dangerous monster subjugation quests yank his attention like a warning flare in the night. He snatches up the quest notice, eyes locking onto the monster in the drawing like he's just recognized an old enemy. A voluptuous woman blocks his path and claims a B-rank quest is way beyond what his F-rank could ever handle. Lexia and Luna snap into action, forming a tight human shield around a startled Yuyi. The witch tells them to chill, admitting she was just trying to say hello to a handsome man. She scoots in right beside Yuyi, shoots him a bold offer, and Luna fumingly grumbles that her boring attitude is getting on her nerves. Raging through the room, Lexia and Luna both snap at the same time, "Yuya is ours, not yours." The witch throws a laugh at their possessive attitude, then casually admits she's naturally drawn to powerful adventures. She admits she witnessed him shatter the crystal, and now she's begging to be tied to the power he just unleashed. She shoots him a sly wink, basically telling him, "Team up with me and you'll reap some seriously huge perks." She introduces herself as Granada and swears they'll see each other again someday for sure. Yuya gets stuck in the dead center of a silent standoff, both rivals pouting like they're about to explode. He's completely stunned, jaw-dropped, mind racing because what he just watched in that brutal confrontation makes zero sense. He shoves every compliment aside, yet still can't see just how incredible he truly is. Still clueless about the tension, he whips around and demands his companions tell him what's wrong with them. Luna smiles warmly, clocking his signature completely charming cluelessness, like he doesn't even realize they're rivals. Lexia declares, full of fire, that she'll become an adventurer too so she can protect Yuya with her own hands. She lights up with excitement and grabs his hand. "Let's tackle that easy herb-gathering quest together." Luna just swallows the princess's demands, knowing all Yuya can do is keep apologizing for the mess he caused. They step up to the receptionist again, ready to claim their very first quest at last. The receptionist whips out a sketch of the exact medicinal herb they've got to hunt down and bring back. She breaks down the quest in full, then hammers one warning, "Don't you dare damage the plant's roots." She thanks them, then hammers home that even the tiniest quest keeps the whole city alive and thriving. After giving the receptionist a final wave, they took off toward the jagged mountains far in the distance. Deep out in the wild fields, a hand reaches in with care and snatches the precious heal herb quest item. Luna and Lexia watch Yuya's technique like hawks, then finally learn the right way to gather the herbs. Lexia practically bounces with excitement as she declares, "I'm going to stock up on herbs, tons of them." She blurts out a sudden competition proposal, instantly draining the life out of Luna's patience while leaving Yuya completely baffled. Lexia steps up with a bold grin and declares that the winner gets a whole day all to themselves with Yuya. They seize a stunned, unwilling Yuya and slap an official judge title on him for their sudden competition. With a sharp cry from Lexia, the ruthless herb-gathering showdown between two rival foes kicks off. Yuya is left totally speechless, staring in pure shock as the story twists into something totally bizarre and unexpected. Even his loyal animal pals pause and wonder if they should jump into this weird contest too. Yuya slips away alone, staring at his own reflection like, "Wait, why am I the prize?" As confusion claws at him. He taps into his deadly accurate appraisal skill and snags the one, true, valuable magic heal herb. Then he stumbles on a near twin herb one that grants instant death, but he catches it in time and slips away from disaster. Meanwhile, Lexia and Luna snap into a frantic, awkward race, scrambling for every last herb like it's a life-or-death challenge. They hold up their packed baskets like trophies, and that brutal little prize is the only thing left after their frantic competition. Luna slumps there, dead tired from the day's brutal grind and the pressure cooker rivalry that never lets up. Even drained to the bone, the two rivals locked eyes, pure, stubborn fire, still ready to battle to the last breath. Lexia bursts with pride, shoves her crazy haul in front of Yuya while Luna's annoyance flashes all over her face. Her unprincessly attitude drives Luna and a panicked Yuya so nuts that they're both completely exasperated. Lexia's totally good here. She's already finished her official duties, so this sisterly vibe is more than earned. She proudly paints dirt on her clothes like it's a badge of honor, but Yuya can't shake the worry about Owen. A smug Luna leans in and points out with a sly grin that while the princess looks totally disheveled, she somehow stayed perfectly clean. Nervous as hell, they suggest, maybe we should find a way to take a bath and get cleaned up. The moment Lexia and Luna hear bath, their faces light up like fireworks, pure, unstoppable excitement. Lexia pulls him in to join their side, but Yia, thrown into a panic, insists he'll stay out front and stand guard. Their showdown ends in a dead-even draw, and they dump a massive pile of herbs like they just fought a battlefield. The story yanks us out of the fantasy chaos and drops us back into modern Japan quiet streets, real life, and a calm that feels almost suspicious. In her calm, sun-drenched room, Hujikori digs in at her desk and studies like her life depends on it. She's drowning in her schoolwork and finally fesses up. Yeah, she's got real trouble in a few of her subjects. She's staring at the coming tests, her mind racing. Then, she can't help wondering if Yuya is studying too. The mere thought of his name hits her like lightning, and a deep, heartfelt blush floods her cheeks. A tidal wave of fresh, heart-racing, love-soaked memories of Yuya crashes through her mind. She slams her face into her desk, groaning with pure embarrassment over the wildly bold stunt she just pulled. Clutching a pillow to her chest, she finally lets the truth hit. She's got real feelings for him. She's terrified that someone as sweet and amazing as him might already be taken. The thought that he might have a whole life she knows nothing about. Rex, her anxiety claws at her from the inside. A fierce, unshakable determination ignites in her bright, beautiful eyes, like something finally snapped into place. She lets out a heavy sigh, frustrated by how little she really knows about his life beyond those school walls. Her eyes drop to that brutal textbook, and a wild, brilliant idea starts igniting in her head. She realizes the next tests are the perfect excuse to drag him into studying together. A stunning, determined smile blooms across her face the moment her bold new plan kicks off. The story snaps back to the other world, and at midday, boom, there it is, the royal palace, shining in all its breathtaking glory. A warrior in full plate sprints through the grand palace hall at midnight, racing straight toward the trio. Yuya finally breathes easy after coming back, but Luna immediately senses something's horribly wrong. The night finally comes into focus. It's Owen. Lexia wastes no time and blurts, "What's wrong?" Owen gravely announces that they've finally cornered the traitorous, deadly first prince. He orders the princess and her guards to sprint back to safety while they secure the prince. Owen speaks with a heavy voice, begging Yuya to lend him his strength for the trials that are about to hit. Yuya wastes no time. He instantly says he'd be thrilled to jump in and help. They haul up to a grand, lonely villa perched against the dim, dusk sky. Yuya steps forward, armor swallowed in shadow, and he leans in. "Is the prince in there?" Owen leans in and tells the prince is trapped here, shut away from the court, alone and cut off. Up on a tall balcony, Lexia clenches her worry and stares down, wondering if her lone brother is really alone. The villa's inside is ruled by a massive staircase, grand, silent, and totally empty. Owen drags Yuya on a mission through the mansion's long, echoing halls. Like every step has a reason. A desperate shout rains down from above, jerking them back and screaming, "Stay away!" Two guards huddle in front of the prince, begging him to rein in his rage and calm down. Rhaegar presses a dagger to his own throat, daring the world to let him die. Yuya locks eyes with the wild-eyed stranger, and his gut tells him this has to be the masked Prince Rhaegar. Owen pleads for him to stop, but Rhaegar erupts in rage, screaming that Owen is lying. The prince rages that nobody cares about him, and nobody would even shed a tear if he disappeared. Owen and his guard go completely speechless, as the prince's raw despair hits like a punch. Rhaegar cackles like a madman, then throws his life away because he's convinced he'll never be wanted. Yuya can't let this deadly situation keep going. He knows it has to stop now. He and Owen lock eyes at the tense standoff, bracing to jump in the second things tip over. Owen watches with a heavy heart as grief spreads across every face. With no time to waste, Yuya snaps out a command to his loyal companion. Knight slams forward in a blink, snapping onto the desperate tracks like a predator. Rygar yanks at the dagger, then it gets knocked clean from his grip, clattering harmlessly to the floor. Rhaegar screams as Owen barks orders to his men to lock down the prince. Suddenly, those massive arched windows start to crack with a chilling, ominous snap. The windows burst inward with a deafening crack, and the room erupts in a storm of glittering glass shards. Owen and Yuya are left in stunned silence, staring in disbelief as they try to figure out what on earth sparked that brutal explosion. One bare foot touches down with calm grace right in the middle of the wreckage on the floor. A long-haired mystery girl looms in the broken window frame, like she's been waiting for someone to finally find her. Rhaegar snaps his gaze upward, hope flaring for a split second as he asks, "Did you come for me?" The girl coldly snaps that she's finished judging his situation, and then just like that, she declares him a failure. The prince's hopeful smile snaps shut. His face is half swallowed by the mask as everything freezes. Owen snaps and demands answers. Who does she think she is, bossing her around and telling her to stay away? A barrage of invisible arrows slams the wall right beside them, missing by a hair. Yuya gets whiplashed by a sudden attack from someone he can't even see. He spots the arrows jammed into the wall and instantly recognizes the projectiles for what they are. He peers out into the night and suddenly knows a sniper's crouched somewhere in the shadows. The girl snaps that Rhaegar's usefulness is done, then he stumbles back like it's all over. Rhaegar blurts out, desperate and panicked, asking if their grand plan has finally outgrown him. She spills that he was nothing but a puppet, and it all ends in a total failure. She glares at him with ice-cold eyes and bluntly declares, "You're not needed." So she declares with zero room for debate that he's going to be taken out. Owen bellowed at the prince as Yuya threw himself in front of him, shielding him from yet another attack. She snaps to the truth she's the one striking, not some mystery outsider. Owen slams his right foot down, bracing to explode into a counterattack. He swings his sword in from the left, unleashing a brutal, sweeping strike. The girl calmly tells her secret she already knows exactly where her arrows need to land before she even fires. She flashes a grin and reveals every single arrow is already locked in, ready to fire. Magic arrows swarm into existence around them, pinning them in place with zero way out. Owen and his guard just stand there, frozen in pure horror as an impossible attack crashes down on them. The girl shoots them a chilling goodbye as the lethal storm barrels in. A brilliant flash explodes, and right in that moment, a hand shoots out to slam the violence to a stop. A blazing vortex of raw power spins up and sends thousands of arrows flying off course like they never had a chance. The magical projectiles get knocked off their path and slam into the walls, bursting into a shower of shattered fragments. Her icy composure finally shatters as she sees her attack blow up in front of her. A handsome youth in blazing silver armor stands tall because he just saved them all. Rhaegar lies there, stunned on the floor, arrow shards and snapped shafts all around him. Owen and his crew are safe. Those arrows are already buried in the wall behind them. The girl spots the magic, and it hits her that it's Usagi's way sooner than anyone could have predicted. She fires off a question, her heart racing, wondering if the new arrival is really you, huh? Owen blurts out in pure confusion, waving his hand like, "Wait, Lord Yuya is right here." She gets it instantly, realizing she just lucked out with Yuya. She admits, with a grim sigh, that her arrows for this attack have finally run out. Owen watches her with heavy, tired eyes, bracing for whatever she's about to unleash next. She snaps that she has no choice, so she must fall back for now, just to survive the next move. Owen unleashes a furious roar, clamping down on her and refusing to let her slip away from their grasp. He and Yuya get slammed backward by a sudden blast of dark energy. Owen frets that Lexia might be out of arrows, but chibi Lexia grins and confirms she's got plenty left. The girl shouts goodbye for now and launches herself off the balcony railing in one wild leap. Owen and Yuya sprint to the edge, yelling at her to stop. "Please, wait!" They can only stand there, helpless, as her silhouette vanishes into the night sky. Owen spits out a curse, rage flaring because he let her slip away. He mutters to himself that this mysterious girl wasn't just some ordinary human, she felt like something else entirely. Rhaegar crumples on the floor, staring up hard at the figures pouring in through the doorway. Owen clicks into place. Her own words just locked in proof that the dark guilds are tied to all of this. You're honestly shocked that someone like her is even part of the guild. Yuya stares at the girl's power with a stone-cold, serious look, like it hits him deeper than words. He gets it, she's playing, and he knows he's got to train just like Usagi ordered. She remembers telling everyone that her magic is basically the same as Usagi's. Owen tells everyone, "We're going back to the palace for now." He asks Yuya if he knows her, but Yuya clams up for now and promises to hit you up about it later, after that saggy detail comes up. The royal palace towers above the starry night, like a crown made of stone and destiny. Lexia and Luna beam at you, then nudge you closer like, "You okay? We're really worried." He tells them everyone's safe and says Owen's right there with the prince. Lexia grips Akatsuki to her chest and begs for forgiveness, convinced she's the one who caused all of this. Yuya flails his hands, insisting to her loud and clear that none of this is her fault. She suddenly gets hit with a painful memory from her childhood. In a brutal flashback, her brother Rhaegar gets badly wounded by the wild magic she can't seem to control. A terrified young Lexia gasps and clamps a hand over her mouth, while shocked servants ring around her in stunned silence. She remembers how she begged her father, pressing him over and over until he finally let her see her brother so she could apologize. Tears spill down her face as she remembers one thing: she just wanted to be friends again. The king stared down at his young daughter, his face heavy with sorrow. He swore they'd finally make things right as soon as Rhaegar's body was healed. Lexia chokes out that she never saw him again, and she's sure he's still seething with resentment toward her. Yuya and Luna lean in, their faces going stone cold as they listen to Luna's heartbreaking tale. Owen bursts back in and shouts that the audience chamber is finally ready. He grabs Yuya and demands he come along as their guard, guiding him through those ornate doors like a warning fire. In the huge throne room, Rhaegar stands all alone face to face with the king. King Arnold towers over his son, staring down with a cold, unreadable look that says nothing, yet somehow everything. Yuya and Owen slip off to the side, watching the royal meeting crackle with tension. The king leans in and demands to know if Rhaegar has anything at all to say for himself. Do you still mean that he snarls? Then the mask he's hiding behind slips off his face. A crisp white mass slams down onto the cold stone floor with a sharp, brutal clatter. Yuya freezes, eyes wide, as the whole situation detonates into chaos so fast it feels unreal. With his cursed face fully exposed, Rhaegar lets out a furious scream calling his father's name like it'll rewrite fate. The king snaps at his court to keep staring, no flinching as his son writhes in pain. Princess Lexia leans in and whispers her brother's name, and the grief on her face hits like a punch. Rhaegar snaps to face her, barking that he needs answers. Does that look in her eyes mean pity? He screams that it's all her fault, and the memory of the day her magic wrecked his life hits him like a punch. The king demands the finest royal mages rush in at once and seal Rhaegar's wounds. Rhaegar bursts into laughter, saying the bruises and broken bones are nothing compared to that magical curse. His mind gets swallowed by a dark, swirling rage that screams for total destruction. He screams in agony, crushed by the terrifying need burning inside him. The king snaps an order to his guards, pin down his son before he snaps and loses total control. Rhaegar halts mid-stride, heaving like crazy, eyes blazing as he glares at his father sitting on the throne. The king choked up and admitted the truth. Rhaegar's self-harm was driven by a curse they couldn't break or heal. The prince yells that he got shut away because having that mad ear was a political disaster. He drops into a chair, grumbling that nobody will lift a finger to help him or to end his torment. And the bitterness burns in his chest as he remembers Lexia, the one who ruined him. Yet she somehow lived a life full of love. His thoughts soured into one brutal, murderous wish to wipe them all out. In the middle of his memories, a hooded stranger materializes, whispering an offer to hand power to the shattered prince. "Why me?" Rhaegar erupts, screaming at the top of his lungs, furious that fate picked only him to pay this price. He swears he'll burn down the world that threw him away. Yuya stares at the prince's breakdown with a grim, all-too-knowing look, like he's seen this coming. A brutal memory hits him. His own siblings spit disgrace at him like it was the end of the world. He can't shake the memory of his parents cackling at him, tearing into him for being a fat pig. He locks onto his past self, screaming in pure anguish, drowning in utter loneliness. He sees that this broken prince is just like him, shattered by his own darkest days. Unlike Rhaegar, Yia had people who actually showed up, grabbed him before he fell, and fought to keep him alive. The king chokes up with a broken heart and demands, "Tell me, what can I do to help you?" Rhaegar lets out a maniacal laugh and growls at his father to pull off a miracle if he even wants to save him. His eyes bulge in a wild, cracked stare as he challenges them to go ahead and try. Yuya strides forward, and with a calm voice that cuts through the air, addresses the prince by his title. Rhaegar jerks back, eyes blazing, snapping, "Who the hell are you? How dare you come near me?" The king jolts up in panic, but Lexia softens her voice and tells her father to hold on. With a calm, reassuring smile, Lexia tells her father, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay." Yuya stares Rhaegar down with unwavering resolve, convinced he can actually step in and make a difference. He strides right up to the hostile prince, but the prince snaps, "Stay back." Ye lifts a vial up to Rhaegar's face, swearing it's safe and there's nothing to fear. With a quick, bitter apology, he shoves the vile stuff straight down Rhaegar's throat, and the whole court gasps in shock. A royal mage bursts into cries, instantly recognizing the substance as a legendary treasure. The legendary complete heal herb is finally found, and a blinding golden glow swallows the prince whole. The king and that nearby guard can only stare, completely frozen in shock as the miracle unfolds. Lexia and Luna stare in shock, their mouths hanging wide as disbelief hits them like a punch. Rhaegar slumps onto the floor, stunned and completely thrown off by everything that just went down. The king leans in and whispers his son's name, like he's clutching at a desperate sliver of hope. Rhaegar lifts a shaking hand to his face and gasps when he realizes every last scar is gone. He stares at his reflection in his own hands, whispering like a promise that he's finally healing. The king lunges and yanks Yuya in his grip, barking, "Why did you treat a national treasure like it was nothing?" Yuya stammers, all flustered, trying to blurt out that it wasn't his intention. Rage drains from the king's face as he bows his head, thanking Yuya for saving his son. Yuya told everyone he was betting that healing Rhaegar's body could finally quiet the crushing pain in his heart. Rhaegar finally realizes it's not just his face. The brutal, destructive impulse inside him has disappeared. Yeah, it gently nudges the prince to make peace with his sister right now. Rhaegar shakes his head, convinced there's no way he'll ever be forgiven now. Right then, Lexia bursts into view in front of them, eyes locked on a stern, unshakable goal. Her gaze burns with fierce, unbreakable resolve. She whips around to face her father and demands, point blank, to hear her brother's biggest crime. The king's jaw clenches as he declares it. Those ruthless, repeated attempts on her life won't be ignored. Lexia locks eyes with her brother and announces loud and clear that she forgives him. Accordia snaps back that it's not that simple, but she brushes him off and keeps going. She fires back like, "Since I'm the victim and the one who set it all in motion, my forgiveness is absolute." A minister calls him out on the spot, exposing his treasonous alliance with the Dark Guild. Lexia snaps back, admitting she's guilty too for hiring Luna, the ex-guild member, in the first place. The king's jaw drops. He's completely stunned by what he just learned about his daughter's guard. Lexia brushes it off, grinning as she insists her brother will be fine now. She slams her foot down in pure frustration, yelling that she forgives him because she absolutely did. Yuya and Rhaegar are left rattled and drowning in her fierce, unstoppable presence. Yuya steps up to the prince, but his mouth goes totally blank. He's completely at a loss for words. Luna breaks into a smile, clocking how stubborn Lexia gets the moment she's set her mind. Rhaegar snaps his gaze to his sister, and pure shock hits his face like he can't believe what he's seeing. Lexi flashes a warm smile and asks, "Can we finally get along again like siblings?" Overcome by emotion, Rhaegar crumples to the floor, tears streaming as he breathes, "Thank you." A royal decree slams down Rhaegar's spared from death, but they rip his lands away. And just like that, Yuya is handed a knighthood right in his own territory. Lexia and Luna lean in, grinning like they already know exactly how this plays out. The courtroom ripples with murmurs as everyone acknowledges the king's brilliant, merciful choice. The castle walls rise like giants under a flawless sky, and at last, this terrifying crisis is shut down for good. Yuya's freaking out about the burden, but Owen shrugs it off and says, "That's just an adult problem." Luna makes it crystal clear this isn't just a move. It's a blunt warning to every other nation about where Yuya's loyalties truly lie. Lexia shrugs and says the whole mess could have been avoided if he'd just married her. Luna snaps back that she's got zero interest in royalty, so Lexia quickly offers to come find him. Swallowed by their non-stop bickering, Yuya bolts out in a hurry. He throws them a heartfelt thank you for their hospitality, while his two companions watch him from the side. Lexia and Luna blow him a sweet goodbye, urging him to come back and visit again real soon. He catches them already plotting their next wild adventure straight into the terrifying demon forest. Yuya bursts back through the door into his own world, and just like that, his everyday life kicks off again. The imposing, stately facade of UCY Academy looms beneath a calm, peaceful sky. In the classroom, Ms. Wada grins and tells everyone that final exams are about to hit. His classmates groan in full despair, begging her, "Please don't mention those cursed tests." Yeah, it's his first time facing exams in this school, and he can't stop wondering how his whole future is about to turn out. After the final bell, the story snaps to a roaring city street packed with students and non-stop noise. Kaori grills Yuya about the tests, and when he presses her, she admits she's getting wrecked by English in those tough classics. She quizzes him on his weakest subjects, and he just admits math isn't really his thing. Kaori's cheeks flare as she finally clocks it. She and the others are basically academic opposites, strengths on one end and weaknesses on the other. She lets out a quiet little confession. She's actually great at math, and she just might be able to help him. She whips around to him, all formal, and straight up asks if he wants to study with her. With a radiant, rosy grin, she invites him over and begs to study together at his place.